We're live from River Valley Room at City Hall.
Okay, Mr. Chair. Bit of feedback. Okay, Mr. Chair, I will begin the recording now.
Good morning and welcome to this hearing of the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. Before us today we have SDAB file D-22-136, an application to change the use from an indoor participant recreation service to professional, financial, and office support service and health services with an accessory community recreation services use. This is an appeal from the decision of the development officer granting the application. Speaking on behalf of the appellant today, we've got a few, so bear with me. We have Phil O'Hara, Na Van, Jordan Tran, Ms. Agrios, who will be speaking on behalf of the Chinatown and Area Business Association, the Chinese Benevolent Association of Edmonton, the Chinatown Transformation Collaborative, and the National Chinese Canadians. We also have the next appellant, Mr. Ed Lam, Mr. Kevin Tran, Cindy Hyun, Tek Liu, Anna Tai, Oli Wok, Richard Liuko, Warren Champion, Colin Nicholson, Mark Davis, Michael Van Boom, Daniel Darren, Alice Koss, Christy Lee, Nunu Deslagne, Stan Ma, and speaking on behalf of the respondent, we have counsel for the respondent, the Boyle Street Community League, Roberto Noche, the architect Ian Evans, Jordan Rainier, who's the executive director of the development in question, Elliot Tanti, Carmen McNary, and elder and knowledge keeper Clifford Cardinal. We also have affected parties that wish to speak in favor of the development, Darcy Walker, Allison Sibak, and then we also are joined by the City of Edmonton, Michael Gunther, Cindy Lee, Harry Luke, and Lila Peter. The Subdivision and Development Appeal Board is comprised of citizen volunteers appointed by City Council, but we operate independently from City Council and all city departments. Within certain legislative limits, we have the authority to confirm, revoke, or vary the decision of the Development Authority. I'll introduce the panel to you today. On my far right, we have Mr. Davis. Next to him, Ms. Harris. To my left, we have Ms. Monroe. And next to her, Mr. Rates. And I am Mr. Handa. If any of the affected parties feel that any member of the panel may have a conflict of interest, or that the panel is not capable of giving a fair and unbiased hearing in accordance with the rules of fundamental justice, please state your objections now. We'll just pause for a minute. We're checking with the room next door to see if there's any objections coming from that room.
No objections.
Thank you, Mr. Board Officer. Seeing no objections, the record will reflect that there were none. I'll outline the procedure for us today. After the Board Officer has read the appeal into the record, we will hear from all of the appellants, and we've been provided with a proposed list of the appellants to speak. And if there's no objection to that, we'll follow that proposed list, which was provided from Ms. Agrias. Each of these presentations will be followed by questions from board members. Once we hear from all the appellants, we'll hear from anybody else who wants to speak in support of the appeal, which will again be followed by questions from board members. Then we will hear from the City of Edmonton, and again, those presentations followed by questions. Then we will hear from the respondent and anybody who wants to speak in favor of the development. And then lastly, we will hear a rebuttal from each of the appellants, but that's only to deal with matters that you heard during the presentation of the city or the respondents, not an opportunity to restate your case or enter in new evidence, as we will have to go through the whole process again. We ask everybody to please be quiet during the hearing and speak when it's your turn. Everybody will have their opportunity to speak, so we'll ask that you wait for your turn in order to do so. There's a lot of people here, so we want to make sure this goes as efficiently as possible. After all presentations have been made, the board will deliberate in private, and the board's decision will be rendered in writing in 15 days' time. We are required to make our decision based only on the evidence presented to us, and you may see board members looking at material on their desks, and that's just to follow along with your presentations. Before anybody speaks, we do need to hear how you are affected by the development to make a determination of whether or not you've standing. So we will ask that when you start your presentation, you inform the board as to how you're an affected party. There were a number of late submissions received by the board, and those submissions that did not comply with the disclosure deadlines will not be considered by the board, but that does not prevent anybody from, during your verbal presentations, entering in aspects of that evidence that you want the board to consider. But the lengthy documents will not be considered out of fairness for everybody that's a party to this hearing. Mr. Board Officer, we'll have this matter read into the record, and then we can start.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This hearing item is SDAB 22136, and this application that changed the use from an indoor participant recreation service to professional financial and office support service and health services with accessory community recreation services, including food preparation for meals, construct a third-floor terrace amenity addition with solar panels, interior and exterior alterations, and redevelop the parking lot to include outdoor amenity areas, On-site is not, the Boyle Street Community Hub, the existing apartment hotel on-site is not part of this application. This application was approved with conditions by the Development Authority. Mr. Chair, prior to the hearing, we received from the Development Authority a copy of the approved permit, the stamped approved plans, a written submission regarding this hearing, as well as multiple attachments. We received, there were 15 appellants, and they all submitted multiple submissions. We received multiple submissions from the respondent, and that also includes legal counsel for the appellant, some of the appellants, and legal counsel for the respondent. And finally, Mr. Chair, we did receive multiple submissions from neighboring property owners, and as well as online responses from neighboring property owners. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Board Officer. Ms. Agrias, we'll invite you forward at this time. I understand that you're representing several parties. So whichever order you'd like your clients to speak to support your appeal is fine by us. We'll leave your entire presentation in your hands.
Mr. Chair, before I bring all my stuff up and before we start, Mr. Noce, on behalf of the applicant, had indicated that he would be objecting to a number of the appellants on the basis that they were not affected. He didn't indicate which ones. What I would propose is that we deal with the affected parties up front, because if some parties are ruled to be, some of the appellants are ruled to be not affected, it may impact presentations by some of the other appellants. So I'm wondering if we could hear from Mr. Noce first as to which appellants he's objecting to, and then get the board to make a ruling on whether or not they're affected and whether they'll be allowed to present.
Certainly. Mr. Noce, do you have any objections to dealing with the affected parties first? We'll give you a moment to join us up here so we can get you on the mic.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, good morning. Generally, the process would be to allow the speaker to come forward and explain to them, as you've indicated in your introduction, how they are affected. Clearly, the onus is on the party to establish that. The onus is not on me to say anything yet. So obviously, I can't make that determination until I hear from those individuals who speak and provide their evidence as to the nature of their ability to be an affected party. So if a speaker comes forward and indicates that they live in Mill Woods and wants to speak to this issue only because of interest, obviously I would, and they have no connection to the community in the broader sense, obviously I would object to that. But I have no knowledge yet of all of the speakers in terms of how they are affected. So Ms. Agrias is asking me something to do that I'm not required to do. The onus is on the party who comes forward to establish whether or not they are affected. And the board then makes that determination. Whether I have an issue with you with that determination, then I will deal with that in my presentation. Other than that, I think it'd be, I'm in no position to offer any position yet because I don't know the speakers' backgrounds yet. Thank you.
Fair enough. I believe Ms. Agrias might have thought that you had certain objections in mind at this stage, and if you don't, then I believe, Ms. Agrias, we will proceed with you, and my instruction to all the appellants will remain to describe how you are affected, and Mr. Noce may challenge that during his presentation.
Sir, here's the issue, and I'm referring to Mr. Noce's written submissions, page 37, paragraph 34. And he indicates KTC will challenge the affected person status of some of the appellants. Presumably he had something in mind or someone in mind when he wrote that. And so I appreciate that with some of them he might not know until he hears from them. It would be helpful to know, though, which appellants he's referring to in paragraph 34 of his submission.
From what I can surmise from what Mr. Noce says, he doesn't really know who those individuals are. Notwithstanding his submission, I read it the same way as you, that he might have had certain individuals in mind, but it sounds like he doesn't yet, and he would like to hear exactly how everybody is affected before attacking their standing. So given that he has nothing to submit at this time, Ms. Agrias, I think it's best that we proceed with you, and then we'll hear from how everyone is affected, and then if Mr. Noche wants to take issue with any of those, he could do so during his presentation.
Sir, that's fine. I'll proceed. I've just got to go and get my materials. I would, however, like to reserve the right that if a party or if an appellant is found to be not affected, I may then have further submissions to make, again, depending on rulings with respect to various of the appellants.
Certainly, we'll take bite-sized pieces of this appeal, and
That's fine.
that's the best way, I think, to handle it.
Let me just get my materials.
Sure, tell her to speak closer to the mic.
Ms. Zagreus and any of the other parties that are speaking today, if you wish to show something on the screen, just allow administration to pull that up before you continue your presentation. And if you're directing us to any of your submissions, we also ask that you direct us the way you have, Ms. Zagreus, to the page and the paragraph and section. There's a lot of information here, so we'll just need a couple minutes to find the right document when you're referring to it.
Different than what I was doing. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Janice Agrius, and I am the lawyer for the Appellant's Chinatown and Area Business Association and the Chinese Benevolent Association of Edmonton. There are other representatives here, and I do have some introductions to make in terms of who is here. On behalf of the Chinatown Business Association, Dr. Holly Ma, who is the board chair, Wen Wang, who is the executive director, and then other representatives here in the room, Van Vuong, Tony Hai, Christina Trang, Kat Liu, Thu Parma, Meiyu Huang, Min Huang, Richard Luco, Stephen Hammerschmidt, Michael Liu, Jordan Tran, Cindy Hun, and Tak Lee. And there are also a number of other representatives who are watching outside. For the Chinese Benevolent Association, Mrs. Mei Hung, who is the president, is here. And then other groups who are appellants who I'm not representing, but who are also present here. On behalf of the Fujianese Association, Ed Lam, the Chinatown Transformation Collaborative, Han Liang and Sandy Pon, and National Chinese Canadians, Philip Liang and Michael Mann. In terms of the interests of the appellants that I represent, the Business Association is responsible for the Chinatown Area BIA, and the BIA has been established to promote business within its boundaries, and the site of the proposed development is located within the BIA. The Benevolent Association is an umbrella organization. It has the goal of achieving projects beneficial for the Chinese community. This site is located in the Chinatown neighborhood, which is home to a number of members and businesses of the Chinese community. The appellants object to the proposed development, and at the outset, I wish to make it clear that this appeal has nothing to do with the good work that is done by the applicant. It has nothing to do with the need for more help for the homeless, and it has nothing to do with the need for this type of facility. I think it's fair to say that everyone here acknowledges the work done by the applicant and the importance of that work, and everyone acknowledges the need to provide more help and assistance to the homeless. But that is not what this appeal is about. This appeal is about land use, and it's about the need to follow statutory plans, in this case the Boyle-Macaulay ARP, and also to comply with the zoning bylaw. And so no matter how great the need or how commendable the work of the applicant is, there are rules when it comes to land use, and those rules must be followed. This appeal is also about the future of Chinatown. The area in which this site is located is zoned CB2 for commercial business. The ARP also designates it as being for commercial business. The proposed development that's before you, it's not a commercial business. It is a large, it's 75,000 square feet, drop-in center that provides programming, various social service supports, and other services to assist the homeless. It does not comply with the ARP, and it's not an allowable use under the zoning bylaw. And so in order to allow this development to proceed on this site, the ARP needs to be amended, and the site needs to be rezoned. And so if City Council decides that it wants this site to be for a social agency or a drop-in center or day shelter, City Council does have the authority to allow this. And so it is open to City Council to say to the Chinese community, let's quit pretending that we want to promote this area as a commercial business area. And Council can be honest about its intentions. And so if Council wants this area to be an urban services zone, again, to be a zoning that allows for social agencies, and to locate those types of facilities within this area, then Council can do that. But only Council can make that decision. The Development Authority does not have that authority, and neither does this board. In terms of the materials that I'll be referring to, there are the initial submissions that I provided that has a written portion, and I'll generally follow the order of the written portion, so hopefully that will assist with note-taking. I also submitted, just as a separate document, there are some police statistics. It's a one-page document. And then there are some rebuttal materials. So no written submissions with the rebuttal materials, but there are some tab numbers that I'll refer to. I will cover three main areas as to why this development permit should be refused. And those are summarized in my written submissions at pages 2 and 3, paragraph number 4. And so the first objection, and I'll get into these in more detail, but I'll just outline them for you. The first relates to the use. The development permit that was issued is for professional, financial, and office support services and health services, with community recreation services as an accessory use. A professional office, and I'm going to abbreviate because it's a mouthful to say professional, financial, and office support services. So professional office is a permitted use in the CB2 zone, and health services is also a permitted use in the CB2 zone. community recreation services is not allowed as a principal use in the CB2 zone. In reviewing this application, it was very carefully put together to try to make it fit within the permitted uses in the CB2 zone. The applicant is represented by a very knowledgeable and experienced consultant team, Mr. Noche, Mr. Dalaba, Hodgson Schilf. They all know how to present an application to give it the best chance of being approved. And I will go through the application package in detail, and it's clear they worked hard to characterize what is happening in this development as permitted uses.
Excuse me. Through you, Mr. Chair, do you want that submitted, the written, for everyone to see, the written submission?
I'm going to refer to some of the exhibits, so it might be helpful to have it pulled up.
Okay, great. Maybe just give us 1 second, Mr. Chair.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Board Officer. Just let us know when you're ready to proceed. Please.
We're good to go, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great, thank you. I make the same observation when reviewing the development officer's justification for the approval. The development officer worked hard and stretched definitions so that this development could be approved. And certainly the desire to approve this development is understandable. We have a situation where the Cates Group, via its foundation, has donated substantial funds for this development. And so for the Cates Group and for the applicant, this development represents a win-win. It moves the existing facility away from Rogers Place and the Ice District, and it also provides the applicant with a new facility to enable it to improve its services and programming. Unfortunately, there hasn't been consideration for the impact on Chinatown and the surrounding neighborhood. In any event, but for the fact that the building doesn't comply with the Main Streets overlay, this development was nearly approved as a Class A development, which would have meant no notice to any of the neighbors. Fortunately for the neighbors, because a variance was required due to the location of the existing building, that did trigger a notice requirement and gave the neighbors an opportunity to appeal. And so despite how the applicant and the development officer have endeavored to characterize this development, it's not an allowable use in the CB2 zone. It's contrary to the ARP and can't be approved. Sorry, I just got ahead of myself because I'm just turning to the second ground, and that is the ARP. This site is within the Boyle-McCauley ARP. It is in the Chinatown North Special Commercial Sub-area, and I'll take you through it, but that area is designated for commercial development. This development is not a commercial development. It does not comply with the ARP and therefore cannot be approved. The third objection that I will cover relates to the negative impact. So if this board finds that the use is an allowable use and that it complies with the ARP, the board still does have a discretion whether or not to approve, and it's my submission that the board should exercise its discretion to not approve this development. Now, how does the board get this discretion? And there's two ways to look at it. Firstly, if you accept the classification of the use, it's my submission that the only way you get to calling this development professional office and health services is by using the deeming provisions in section 7.1 sub 3 sub B of the zoning bylaw. Now, the development officer says she didn't use the deeming provisions, but when you look at the applicable definitions, it's my submission that she had to. And so if the deeming provisions are used, then the zoning bylaw says you treat the use as a discretionary use. So that's the first way you get to exercising discretion. The second way you get to exercising discretion is because there's a variance. And so as soon as a variance is granted, pursuant to section 687 3D of the MGA, that opens the door to look at the impacts of the development on the surrounding area. So with those objections in mind, I'll turn to address the background to this development. This site is located on the northeast corner of 101st Street and 107th A Avenue. At pages 87 to 89 of my submissions, there are the extracts from Slim Maps. And what you can see is that the site is zoned CB2, and it is surrounded by other CB2 sites. I have included a copy of the CB2 zone, and it starts at page 94. And as a starting point, I wanted to direct you to the general purpose of the CB2 zone. This is at page 94 of my submission. The purpose of this zone is to provide for businesses that require large sites in a location with good visibility and accessibility along or adjacent to major public roadways. And so the important thing to keep in mind when considering development in the CB2 zone is the general purpose is to provide for businesses. And I'd ask that the board keep that general purpose in mind when thinking about whether or not this development fits within the CB2 zone. The site is also subject to the Boyle-Macaulay ARP and the Main Streets overlay. Now, the applicant is operating its existing community center on 105th Avenue, north of Rogers Place. At pages 137 to 151, I've included materials from the applicant's website, and I'll start at page 138. And you'll see at page 138, there's a page titled Services Overview, and it lists the various services provided from the existing facility. And as you can see, there's a wide range of services that are made available at the existing facility. Going back, page 137, you'll see that the existing facility is described as a community center. Sorry, I'm flipping you back and forth, but if you go back to 138, on the right-hand side, or right-hand column, third item down, drop-in. And again, the indication is that the drop-in is the heart of the downtown community center. And to be clear, so individuals who are attending at the community center, they can just drop in. So they don't necessarily have to be there for a specific program or a specific service. It does have a drop-in facility, and that's the major, or as they describe it, the heart of the community center. The community center provides temporary shelter during the day, so it provides people with a place to go during the day. It also provides meals. If you go over to page 151, and this is now speaking about the new development. And you'll see at page 151, again, the indication is that the plan for the new development is to deliver the same programming as the existing facility, but to be able to do so in a better way, and of course in a newer, better facility. Also with respect, and this is again talking about the new facility, page 145. And you see under the heading towards the bottom of the page, meeting basic needs. Again, it indicates that the new facility, which is also described as a community center, indicates that it provides a safe haven where individuals can access nutritious food, laundry facilities, shower, hygiene products, clothing, and other essential supports. So again, it provides some basic services to, again, individuals who are attending or who need to attend at the facility. Some other information about the facility, and this is summarized in my submissions, just if you're following, it's summarized at pages 3 and 4, paragraph 9. But I've included the most recent charity return filed with CRA with respect to the existing facility. Page 154, and again, the bottom half of the page lists the services that are provided, and included in those services, street outreach, helps people meet immediate needs such as food, warm clothing, and first aid. Drop-in center, where community members come to connect and where the broader community comes to help. If you turn to the next item, page 162, and this is from a document, a City of Edmonton document, July 2021, City of Edmonton Minimum Emergency Shelter Standards. And again, you see towards the bottom third of the page, again, a reference to day service providers, so places where people can go to seek shelter, food during the day. Day service providers, Boyle Street Community Services. 211 listing, this is at page 178. Boyle Street Community Services is listed as a drop-in center. Description provides a safe place for people to visit and access a variety of services, including meals, recreation, and support. Among the services offered, drop-in community gathering place includes access to basic needs, items such as soap, deodorant, toothbrushes, shampoo and feminine hygiene products, emergency clothing, assistance connecting to medical care, clean needle exchange, referrals to other programs, assistance completing forms, recreation, karaoke, bingo, dances, art, and dinners. You can see the service access. It's a walk-in, drop-in service. Homeward Trust document. This is, I'll go first to page 185. So again, this document, sector emergency response from Homeward Trust. And so you'll see halfway down the page again, day services. So again, these are day shelter services. And on page 186, under that heading, Boyle Street Community Services. And again, it indicates provides day shelter services, provides lunch, coffee, and of course there are other services and programming offered. Page 196, and these are City Executive Committee minutes from April 2021. And you can see right at the middle of the page, so at the top of the page, item 611, day service operator agreements. And the city approved funding to provide day services to various agencies. And item 3 is Boyle Street Service Society, again, as a day service provider. Page 270, and this is a fairly current document. This is the city's safety plan, and I'll speak about this more a bit later on. But the safety plan at page 270, let me just get the reference. You can see at the middle of the page, there's the heading Day Services. And again, it references some additional funding for day services that was provided. And then there's an indication this funding partially extends a $10 million allocation in 2021, which increased day shelter service capacity at Boyle Street and others over the winter months. Services include 2 meals a day and beverages, access to washrooms, use of showers, laundry services, recreational activities, intake and referral services, drop-in space, housing services and referrals, Indigenous cultural support and trauma-informed services, mental health support. So again, you can see there's an indication from the city that funding was provided to, among others, Boyle Street to increase day shelter capacity. You can also see at page 283, and this is still in the safety plan, and item 9, right at the middle of the page, community centers like Boyle Street Community Services were seen as providing adequate shelter during the day. And so the current facility functions as a day shelter drop-in center, and in connection with that does provide various other programming. Now, for the new facility, although these services will be delivered in a different manner, the intention is to provide the same services as the existing facility. And I've included a number of public statements made by representatives of the applicant. And I'll take you to that. I'll start at page 205. Our current model is we have a very large drop-in center and then services kind of throughout the building. What we want to do is create smaller community spaces, so have multiple sort of community spaces that are warmer, more inviting, more conducive to relationship building and community building. And so we would have 4 or 5 of those in the building as opposed to one large drop-in. So again, the intention is to still have a drop-in, but instead of having a large area, the drop-in areas will be split up between a number of smaller areas. Again, another public statement in a media report, page 211. Right at the bottom of the page. And again, these are quoting representatives of the applicant. All the programs and services we have at our current facility will come over here, but we'll just be able to do it in a much better way. And then page 217. Right at the top of the page, we're simply relocating existing services. This isn't about additional resources or additional services. This is about what we're doing currently, just in a better way, in a more accessible, inclusive facility. So in short, what you see are the information that we currently have about the uses in the existing facility, That is the stated intention of the applicant, is to use the new facility to provide the same types of uses, but again, be able to deliver those uses or those services in a better way and in a better facility. The approved plans for this facility, and they start at page 27, and I'll go through them in a bit more detail, but I did want to point out a few items with respect to the approved plans at this point. And the first thing, of course, that stands out on the approved plans is the description, Boyle Street Community Center. And so even the applicant describes this development as a community center. And as I indicated, I'll go through the plans in more detail, but it's important to note, again, when you look at the plans, they do show a number of drop-in community spaces throughout the building. There also is a large commercial kitchen in the basement for meal preparation. And there's a couple of, just in some of the renderings that I think, again, give an idea of, again, the intention for this facility. Page 77. And this is part of the applicant's submission to the Edmonton Design Committee. And so this is showing, again, some depictions of the interior of the building. And again, you see a second floor ceremonial room with people just seated throughout the room. Main floor courtyard cafe, and again, you see a number of people just seated throughout the main floor courtyard cafe. There's a second floor gathering stair. There's a south den. And so what you see throughout this, again, there's different spaces, but these are people who are just, again, in a drop-in type of setting, because that's how this facility is intended to function. Also, if you go over to pages 81 and through to 85, and in particular, I'd say 83 is one to look at, 85. These are the outdoor areas. And again, what you see in the outdoor areas, seating. So again, areas for people to gather, and recreation. And again, when you're looking at these depictions, I'd ask that you think about these in the context of whether or not this is a professional office or health services use, or whether it is something else, community recreation services, and perhaps another use, and I'll speak to that further. So turning to the first issue and the first objection, and so that is that the proposed development is not a permitted or discretionary use in the CB2 zone, and therefore there is no jurisdiction to approve it. The development permit, and just for your reference, the description is at page 17 of my submission. The development permit describes the uses as professional, financial, and office support services, health services, and community recreation services is indicated to be an accessory use. It's my submission that this is not an accurate description of this development. This development, the primary use, is as a drop-in center, day shelter. The community recreation services is not an accessory use. It is one of the principal uses of this building. There are health services offered. They may be another principal use. They may be not the principal use. It doesn't really matter, because what's important is that community recreation services is a principal use. The offices, and you do see offices on the plans, but when you look through what the offices are actually there for, this is not a professional office, and I'll go through the definition, but this is not a professional office. The offices are there to support the drop-in center day shelter uses. It's not the principal use. I'll take you through some of the relevant definitions because these are, again, the crux of the issue and very important to bear in mind. And so the first one at page 105. Professional financial and office support services means development primarily used for the provision of professional management, administrative, consulting, and financial services. Does not include health services or government services. Typical uses include offices for lawyers, accountants, engineers, architects, real estate and insurance firms, clerical, secretarial, employment, telephone answering, and similar office support services, banks, credit unions, loan offices, and similar financial uses. And note the definition indicates primarily for the provision of these services. And so while there are offices in this development, it's my submission that they don't meet the definition. The offices are not primarily providing any of the listed services. They are there to support the community center. And so, I mean, any community center that you go into, they have to have administrative offices to carry out their business, and that's what these offices are there for. I'd also note that this definition does exclude health services. And so it's difficult to reconcile the stated principal use of health services with the professional office use. Finally, I'd point out that there is a specific exclusion for government services. And at page 107, I did include for your reference the definition of government services from the zoning bylaw. And you'll see one of the items included under government services are social service offices. Now, I appreciate that the applicant is not a government, but the applicant is providing social services to the public with government funding. And so I submit that the services being provided are being provided on behalf, again, it's the manner in which the government is delivering the service is through agencies like the applicant. And so I'd submit, again, that arguably what's happening here fits within or comes close to, under the deeming provisions, government services. And again, those are specifically, social services offices specifically excluded from professional, financial, and office support services. Health services. Page 106 is where the definition appears. And there are some services that are delivered at this development that fit health services. It may be a principal use, it may not be a principal use. I don't really quarrel with including health services on the development permit, but again, it doesn't address the fact that there is a community center, and those health services are being delivered as part of a community center, and the community center is only listed as an accessory use, and clearly it's not. I did want to draw your attention to some other relevant definitions, and so at page 108, the definition of community recreation services, and you see among the typical uses is community center, and that is exactly how the applicant has described this development, a community center. Community recreation services is not a permitted or discretionary use in the CB2 zone, and so to get around this, the development officer included community recreation services as an accessory use because it only treated the commercial kitchen portion of the development as community recreation services. And so in effect, what the development officer did was ignore all of the drop-in and community use areas in this development. So ignored, and again, I'll take you through, there's large portions of this building that are used for, again, drop-in community types of uses. The development officer ignored those, said the only community recreation service portion of the building is the commercial kitchen. Again, forgetting about where the meals that are prepared are actually served, and said, well, it's an accessory use, and that is how the development officer got around the fact that commercial recreation services are not a permitted or discretionary use in the CB2 zone. Now, I've included at page 103 the definition of accessory from the zoning bylaw. And it's a use that is naturally or normally incidental, subordinate, and devoted to the principal use. And so ask yourself, is the commercial kitchen or the drop-in areas or the community areas, are those normally incidental to, subordinate, and devoted to the professional office use or the health services? Or is it actually the other way around, where the drop-in is the principal use, so the community recreation services is the principal use, it's a community center, and then you've got accessory to that, offices and some health services. Now, I did want to point out also another set of definitions, and at page 104, I've included the definition of supportive housing. It's a residential use to ensure the residents' day-to-day needs are met. And I'd point out there's no requirement for overnight accommodation. And if you recall, and if you go back to the description of this development from the applicant's website, this development will provide supports that meet day-to-day needs. And so it will provide shelter during the day, meals, laundry, showers, basic hygiene. I would also point out, and this starts at page 110, where I've included some zoning bylaw amendments. So supportive housing now includes temporary shelter services. So what happened in 2020 was there was a number of different uses that were sort of consolidated under the supportive housing use. And so if you go to page 118, you'll see about a third of the way down the page, S. So what used to be the use class of temporary shelter services, it's now part of, it's deemed to be supportive housing. And at page 121, I included the definition of temporary shelter services. And again, it's no longer part of the zoning bylaw because it's now rolled under supportive housing. But you can see temporary shelter services means development sponsored or supervised by a public authority or nonprofit agency for the purpose of providing temporary accommodation for persons requiring immediate shelter and assistance for a short period of time. And again, I point this out because it's my submission that this community center, the drop-in, the day shelter, fits within temporary shelter services. Again, that's now deemed to be supportive housing. And again, when you look at the definition of supportive housing, it too fits with this use. Now, I'll turn to the plans, and these are in my rebuttal submissions at tab 27, and I'm sorry, I don't have a page number, but it's the last the last grouping of documents under the rebuttal submissions. And what I did was I took pages from the applicant's materials, from the applicant's attachment number 1. And these are the approved plans.
Ms. Agrias, I'll just wait till we
Okay.
catch up so that everybody can refer to the document.
Sure.
Mr. Martin, that's at page 23 of the rebuttal.
Great, thank you.
Proceed.
And so these are pages that are copied directly from the applicant's attachment number 1. And again, as I've noted, you can see the approved plans refer to this development as a community center. They don't call it professional offices, they don't call it a medical center, a community center, which is a typical use under community recreation services. And so what the applicant did is to outline areas of the building in blue and said, well, those are office uses, and outlined other areas in green and said, those are health services. And when you go through this, and it's a very clever and effective way of trying to, again, present the use, because it makes it appear as though most of this development is for those two uses. But you have to take a closer look at the plans. You can't just rely on the red and green outlining. You must look at the plans more closely. Now, one of the observations about the way the outlining was done is they've included everything within the outlining. So hallways, bathrooms, mechanical, storage area. And again, I'll highlight these in more detail, but they've included all of these within the outlining. So again, it makes it appear as though these uses are what the building is primarily being used for. But I'd ask that you take note of the areas that the applicant has designated as office or designated as health services. And again, as I review the plans, I will draw your attention to and highlight some of the more notable areas that have been, in my submission, incorrectly designated. And so if you start, and you can start right at the first page under tab 27 of the rebuttal. Oh, we had it up a second ago.
That's page 23.
Thank you. Okay, so this is the outdoor area of the building. And you can see there's a parking area. But if you look at the entire rest of the outdoor area, and again, it occupies about half of the site, is designated as outdoor activity space. This area is entirely for drop-in and community uses. And you can see that in the renderings there is seating, there's recreation uses. There's nothing in this area that relates to an office use or health services. If you go to the next page, this is the main floor plan. And again, the way the applicant has presented it, they present the main floor as mostly being for health services. The area on the left-hand side of the page in the middle, so shown, outlined in blue as an office. Again, the plans indicate that this is for a future tenant. And when you go through the labeling on the plans, and I've outlined these, or I tried to outline them in red as best I could, but if you look at how these are labeled on the approved plans, these are all identified with labels such as den, cultural room, atrium. So these areas are all for community center, drop-in uses, not health services. And again, when you go to, and this is in, and I won't, I'll just give you the page references, but I'd ask that you take a look at in attachment 1 of the applicant's submission, pages 77, 83, and 85. And when you see the depictions of the use of these spaces, and again, they're shown on the plans as health services, but the depictions of the use, what they basically show is people who have just dropped in, people who are just sitting in the spaces, just hanging out in the spaces. Not necessarily there for any specific purpose or any specific treatment. Again, these spaces are a place to go. It's a community center, it's a drop-in center. If you go to the next page, and this is the second floor plan. And again, the area in the middle, which is all shown as offices, but when you look at the labeling on the plans and you look at what's there, there's a bunch of just seating. And then there's the area that's called the gathering stairs. These are drop-in areas. There's also an area in the upper right-hand corner called a ceremonial room. Again, that's part of a community use, community center. It's not health services. The next page, the third level. And again, you see rooms that are identified as dens. These are drop-in areas. Next page is the basement floor plan. And you can see the commercial kitchen. And then you can see most of the rest of the basement is storage. The plans are outlined in blue, so the plans suggest that these are offices, and clearly they're not. So what the plans show is that this is a community center. That's the principal use. It's principally used as a for drop-in uses and for community uses. There are offices, but those offices are just there to support the drop-in community uses. There are health services, but again, that doesn't take away from the principal use as a community center. At page 9 of my initial submissions, paragraph 26, there's a chart that sets out how the city has looked at similar developments. And what you can see is that in terms of similar types of facilities, similar developments, none are located in a CB2 zone because they're not businesses. They're located either in urban services, which is where I would suggest that this development fits, or in a direct control site-specific zone. The other thing, when you look at the types of uses, so how the development permits were issued, you can see temporary shelter services. You can also see community recreation center. And again, in those cases, those are Boyle-McCauley Health Center. Again, it is actually providing health services. You can see Mustard Seed is religious assembly. But the other comparable ones, Hope Mission, Herb Jameson Center, Bissell Center, all have some aspect of either a temporary shelter, again, as a principal use, or community recreation services. And again, that's the case here. You've got a principal use, community recreation services, temporary shelter services, supportive housing, with accessory offices and health services. Now, this board dealt with a similar issue, or this actually same type of issue, in 2019. And I've included a copy of the board's decision at pages 233 to 246 of my submissions. And in that case, the development officer had approved a soup kitchen, drop-in center, had approved it as a restaurant. And this board took a very practical approach in that case and looked in terms of distinguishing a commercial business use from a social services use. And one of the things the board looked at in that case was that individuals could gather at the facility without actually having a meal. So there was a drop-in aspect to it. And so on that basis, the board found it's not a commercial business. People can just drop in. It's not a restaurant. And I submit the same reasoning applies here. The offices aren't commercial offices. They're not offering professional financial or office support services. There may be, I think there's a lending agency, and that might be an accessory use, but beyond that, the offices are there to support the community center. The other thing, like the 2019 case, individuals can just gather, they can just drop in. They don't have to be there for a specific purpose. So in other words, they don't have to be there to transact business in the offices or to get particular medical or health services. They can come to the facility simply because they need shelter or because they need a meal. And so again, that makes it clear that this development, it's not a commercial enterprise. It's not a commercial business. It's a social services use and belongs in a U.S. zone or some type of a similar zone. Now, the problem, and again, understanding the desire to want to approve this, to want to somehow make this work. Here's the problem that occurs when you try to fit a use into the wrong zone. Because this use does not belong in the CB2 zone. And again, I read the general purpose, and the CB2 zone is for businesses. And this development doesn't fit. And so what happens when you put, again, and for whatever good reason or whatever motivation there might be or desire to try to make it fit, what you end up with is a use that generates impacts that aren't characteristic of CB2 uses. Now, the document that the one-page document that I submitted as a separate document, these are police statistics, and they compare Boyle-McCauley, Hope Mission, so the existing facility, Hope Mission, and then just for comparison's sake, took the High Center. So again, that's a professional office and health services building in close proximity. Because if you can get it up, I don't know if you, do you have it handy? Okay, if you can get it up, that'd be great.
It's under response to FOIP request.
Great, thank you. And so what you see from this is that this development, so the existing facility, Hope Mission, a similar facility, they have different impacts than an office or health services facility. So again, you have the High Center, and I don't think there's any dispute. That is offices where people can go and get professional and financial and various support services. You can go see a medical professional in there. You can go get your doctor's appointment, whatever. It's a true office medical development. And so when you compare the impacts over the same period of time, what you see is, in terms of police calls, 7 times more for Hope Mission than the High Center. And again, we're talking within a few blocks of each other. And 3.5 times more for the current Boyle Street facility compared to the High Center. And so again, this is an example of when you take something that really isn't a CB2 use and you try to fit it into CB2, what you end up with is a use And again, the reason these uses are in different zones is because they have different impacts. And so by trying to sort of fit it in, you end up with a use that has impacts that aren't consistent with the uses intended for that zone. And so where does that take you? Well, the result is that businesses, and I'm going to call them the true CB2 uses, so businesses, they ultimately are forced out. Now, I've included in the, well, let me just see if these are rebuttal submissions. I think these are my initial submissions, pages 319. Yeah, starting at page 319 of the initial submissions and going through to page 329. And I've included some pictures of the area around the existing development. And you can see that there are encampments. And I'll give you the reference, just so we're not flipping back and forth, but at tab 23 of the rebuttal submission, these encampments are not just in front of the existing facility. They're across the street and they're down the street. I've also included at pages 319 to 321, you can see pictures of garbage. There have been incidents of arson. And I won't play them, but I did submit 2 very short videos of fires in the area. And I've also included pictures of businesses that have within proximity of the existing facility that have closed. And so what you see is a lot of boarded up buildings around the existing facility. At tab 24 of the rebuttal submissions, again, you'll see photos of a shopping center, which is next to the existing facility. And it's essentially closed and boarded up. And what's interesting is I am advised by representatives of the Chinese community that in the 1990s, and this is before the applicant moved to its existing facility, the shopping center was a vibrant mall and had a number of restaurants in it. Now it's boarded up, and you can see there's a lot of graffiti on the building. I also included at tab 22 of the rebuttal submission, there's a very current photo of an encampment that has already come up at the new location. And bear in mind, the applicant already owns this site. And aren't able to do anything to remove the encampment. And so the expectation and the concern, of course, is once the facility moves, again, that the situation in terms of encampments will only get worse. The Business Association did a survey of its members, and 75% indicated that they will move out if this development is approved. And so trying to fit a use that isn't a business into a CB2 zone, again, while there may be a desire to do that, the result is that you force the actual CB2 zones out because the impacts of this use are not typical of a CB2 zone use. And so again, if you're going to change this area into something other than CB2 and allow uses that aren't CB2 uses, so allow non-business uses, that's a council decision. So that's the remedy here, is to go to council. Because what we're looking at is whether we're going to effectively take a CB2 site and basically change it into effectively a US site or maybe some sort of a direct control zone. And so if council wants to do that, to allow for this development to proceed, they can do that. But the development authority can't, and neither can this board. I'll turn now to the area redevelopment plan, and that discussion starts at page 10 of my submissions. I've included extracts from the area redevelopment plan at pages 123 to 135 of my submission. And I'm just going to page 129. Of the ARP. And at the bottom of the page, and this is with respect to the Chinatown North Special Commercial Sub-area, and that's where the site is located. This special commercial sub-area has a high potential in terms of developing a unique cultural shopping experience for local and city residents and visitors to the city. If you then go over to page 131. And again, the second paragraph, first sentence. The land use concept for Chinatown North envisions eventual redevelopment of the entire area for general business uses and low-intensity business uses. You then have at the middle of the page the objectives. And the first three objectives: to provide a primary area for commercial development, which will take advantage of the area's proximity to downtown and existing multicultural elements, to maintain commercial development in the area at a much smaller scale than that found in the adjacent downtown, and to develop a strong pedestrian shopping experience, to provide an area for future commercial expansion while permitting the conservation of existing viable housing stock for residential uses or conversion to commercial or mixed uses. And then the important part, the policies. Policy number 1, the Chinatown North Commercial Sub-area shall, and so that's mandatory, even though it's in an ARP, you've got mandatory language, so shall be developed in accordance with the generalized land use concept shown in map 10. Map 10 is at page 133. And in terms of the land use concept, the first observation is there's no indication of any social service or institutional uses. You can see on the right-hand side in some of the notes with some of the arrows, general business uses up to 4 stories west of 97th Street. And so that's where this area is located. Page 132, and again, this is part of the policy. And again, when you go through, there is no reference to any institutional or social service uses except under policy number 3, and that's a reference to existing institutional uses will be recognized. Again, no reference to any new social service or institutional uses. So what you have in the ARP is a mandatory direction. This area is for commercial businesses. This development is not a commercial business. It does not comply with the ARP, and therefore, pursuant to section 687(3)(a)(2) of the MGA, it can't be approved. Third area of objection is the impacts of this use. So if this board is of the view that this use is allowed in CB2 and that it complies with the ARP, the board still has to exercise its discretion to decide whether this development is appropriate for this site, whether it's appropriate for this neighborhood. And as I indicated at the outset, your discretion comes into play in 2 ways. First, at page 101, I've included section 7.1 sub 3 sub B. Those are the deeming provisions. And I know the development officer says she didn't use them, but she had to, because there's no way that these uses fit squarely within the professional office or health services uses. And so at best, to approve this, the development officer, even though she says she didn't, she would have to resort to the deeming provisions. And once you resort to the deeming provisions, the uses are treated as discretionary uses. Secondly is, there is a variance that's been granted. And under section 687(3)(d) of the Municipal Government Act, and that's at page 92 of the submissions. Once there's a variance, you look at the impacts of the development. You don't just look at the impacts of the variance, you look at the impacts of the development, and that's what the section said. Now, I don't propose to go into detail about the current situation in Chinatown or the concerns about how this development will negatively impact Chinatown, because you will be hearing from a number of other presenters who are much better able to speak to these issues. At this point, all I want to do is highlight some of the items in the materials for your consideration. Firstly, if you are at a point where you're exercising discretion, I've directed you to the general purpose of the CB2 zone, and that is something you should keep in mind when exercising discretion whether to approve a particular use. Same with the ARP. Even if you find that the ARP isn't mandatory directions, you should be looking to the ARP to say, okay, is this an appropriate use? We've got an ARP saying this is a business area. It's supposed to be for commercial businesses. Is it appropriate to allow a use that isn't a business, that isn't a commercial business, especially one of this size? Next, I've included at pages 286 to 317 the Chinatown strategy. This sets out economic development pillars to revive development, or designed to revive development in Chinatown. And this development is entirely contrary to the goals of that strategy. I've included also the safety plan. Let me just get a page number here. Starts at page 248, so this is Edmonton's Downtown Core and Transit Safety Plan. And this was prepared by the city this past summer at the direction of the province, and it was response to increased violent crime and social disorder in Chinatown and the downtown. And the province required that the city demonstrate that it had a safety plan. This is a very current document. As I say, it was prepared only a few months ago. And I would direct you to page 264. Sorry, actually, I think it's page 263. And you'll see part of the plan to decentralize social services. Administration will work with community stakeholders and other orders of government to create a 5-year plan to redistribute social services from Chinatown and downtown to other appropriate areas of the city. A more equitable distribution of social services can increase access to services for people who need them and potentially reduce the impacts of their concentration on neighborhoods. It's impossible to reconcile approval of this development, especially given its size, 75,000 square feet. It's impossible to reconcile this development, with this commitment in the safety plan. I've already reviewed with you the photos of the existing facility and surrounding area. And again, reviewed the impacts on the surrounding businesses associated with the existing facility. In addition to the EPS statistics, I've also included at pages 331 to 335, these are the Edmonton community safety maps. and they show numbers of incidents, and I think it's for the 90 days prior, and these were pulled in early October. But what you can see is when you look at the existing location, and then you look at the area around the proposed development, and also look at other areas within Chinatown, what you see is a higher number of incidents within the area of the existing facility. You also see one number that's, I think, the highest number in the area. Just get you what the number is. So the 29 is the intersection closest to the existing facility. That's on page 331. Again, as you go over to 332, and you can see there's a 56 kind of on the right-hand side of the page. That 56 is the Hope Mission. And then it zooms out further. And so again,
Ms. Agrias, I hate to interrupt you. I just wanted to ask if you felt there was a natural stopping point just for a brief recess, or?
you know what, there'll be a natural stopping point in about 5 minutes because I'll be done. So that would probably be a really good stopping point.
Yeah, I think that's, I think we can all agree on that. So, please proceed.
So what you see is, again, higher numbers around the existing facility for incidents, higher numbers around the Hope Mission than around the existing site and around other areas of Chinatown. And again, I'd already pointed out to you the statistics comparing High Center with the existing Boyle Street facility and the Hope Mission. I also included in the rebuttal materials at tab 26 just a map showing the traffic flows. And that does not appear to have been considered. There wasn't a request for a TIA, I think, because they said there wouldn't be a lot of vehicle traffic, but what wasn't considered was the pedestrian traffic. And what you have is large numbers. Again, the Hope Mission is the shelter in the area. And so what you have is large numbers of people going back and forth, Hope Mission overnight, but then coming to Boyle Street, again, because it can provide shelter and accommodation during the day. And so the current flow right now is it's going from the existing location directly east over to Hope Mission. Again, there is a concern that you will have significantly increased pedestrian traffic crossing 107th A Avenue in both directions. And again, this impacts the businesses in the area, people's ability to get to and from those businesses when now you've changed the flow of the pedestrian traffic. So it's now going north-south as opposed to east-west. And again, there's been no traffic impact or no study to evaluate the impacts of what happens when we're changing the flow of the pedestrian traffic in the area. Last area that I wanted to address was the lack of engagement with the business association and the benevolent association. And when I went through the applicant's materials, the indication is that this has been a 7-year project. And that's in the applicant's materials, page 22, paragraph 31. Oh, I can't read my notes. I think it's 31D. There was no engagement with the business association or the benevolent association during those 7 years. The first engagement with the business association was December 14th, 2021, and that was just prior to this development being publicly announced. At that point, this was a done deal. I mean, the building was being bought. Kate's Group was purchasing the existing building and contributing the funds to buy the new building. So it was a done deal. It was too late for any meaningful engagement by the time the business association was first contacted. Now, there was some subsequent discussions with the business association, again, after the fact. With the benevolent association, and even going through the applicant's materials, zero engagement. They were never contacted. At the rebuttal materials tab 25, I've included some of the correspondence, and so I've included an email chain, firstly between the business association and the applicant. And the business association asked the applicant for information about the development permit because they wanted to know, they knew the site had been purchased and they knew there was a plan, they wanted to know, what are you actually asking for? And they got no answer at all. The applicant simply went ahead and submitted the application. And that left the applicant, that left the business association to actually find out information about the application from the city because they never got it from the applicant. You'll also see under tab 25, the Benevolent Association. They reached out and they requested a meeting with the applicant. And you'll see the response letter they got back was, we can't meet you in the summer, our board can't meet you in the summer, we can meet you at the end of September. And of course, by this point, the development permit had been applied for, it was in progress, and they were just waiting for a decision. And the reason I raise this, and that is the engagement with the business association, with the Benevolent Association and other representatives of the Chinese community, the engagement has been entirely after the fact. So again, after this site was acquired for this purpose. And it's ranged from perfunctory to non-existent. It definitely has not been any type of meaningful consultation. And again, this causes further concern in terms of how the applicant will respond to issues that arise if this development is approved. So in short, 3 points or 3 grounds of objection. So first, this development is not a permitted or discretionary use in the CB2 zone, so there's no jurisdiction to approve it. Second, it's contrary to the ARP, so again, no jurisdiction to approve it. And third, if you find you do have jurisdiction, you should exercise your discretion to refuse it. It's not appropriate. The impacts will be devastating to Chinatown. This will spell the end of efforts to rejuvenate this area into a vibrant, pedestrian-oriented commercial area. As I said at the outset, this appeal is not about the need for this development. It is about land use and impacts on an already fragile neighborhood. That is all I had for my submissions. At this point, but I think it's a good point for a break, was going to turn it over to Dr. Holly Ma and Mrs. Mei Hung because they also have some remarks that they wish to make.
Sure, yeah. I think we'll take a 10-minute recess and return back here at 11:25. And before we hear from your clients, Ms. Agrios, we'll just we'll do some questions for you first, just to make sure
that's fine.
we can direct them and keep it as clean as possible.
Yep, that works.
Okay. So please, everybody return at 11:25, and we will resume at that time.
Eileen over here. Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't,
We are live from River Valley Room at City Hall.
here, I'll just kind of put this more like that.
Please take your seats, and we'll call the hearing back to order. All right, it looks like we're back recording, so we will begin with questions from the panel from Ms. Agrias. Any questions from the panel?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, before we get to questions, I've had a matter brought to my attention that I would like to address at this point.
Sure.
So Mr. Gunther was good enough to speak to me, and he...
1 second, Mr. Board Officer.
Please,
getting a lot
everyone
of
in the
feedback.
back,
Everybody-
we are beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Board Officer.
So Mr. Gunther was good enough to advise me that Mr. Rates is a current student of his in his admin law class. And that does raise a concern regarding apprehension of bias. The city is here taking a position contrary to that of the appellants, and of course the concern is that any submissions made by Mr. Gunther on behalf of the city will be afforded more weight than submissions that I make, or submissions on behalf of the appellant. So we do have, again, we didn't know this information before, but Mr. Gunther was good enough to advise me of it. And so we do have an objection to Mr. Rates sitting on this hearing.
Okay, then I believe we'll have to have some submissions on the point from Mr. Gunther, Mr. Noche as well.
Yes.
So Mr. Gunther, would you like to make any submissions on Mr. Rates hearing this appeal?
Sir, would you like me to come forward to
Please.
Good morning, Mr. Handa. I will acknowledge that Mr. Rates looked very familiar to me when I entered the room, but I couldn't quite place him. After it was brought to my attention that Mr. Rates was a law school, I did look at the class list for the class that I teach at the University of Alberta, and it appears Mr. Rates is in my class, which is why he seemed familiar to me. Having regard to that, my position on the matter would simply be I can have one of my colleagues come down and present the materials that I was intending to, if the board would prefer that, to maintain a panel of 5. In the alternative, I do think, just in light of the objection that has been raised, that Mr. Pates would need to recuse himself from the panel.
Ms. Agrias, any thoughts on Mr. Gunther's alternative of sending somebody else down? Does that remedy the concern, or is the concern still there?
No, I thought about the alternative, and the difficulty is, of course, is that we all know that the submissions are Mr. Gunther's submissions. And so whether Mr. Gunther presents them or whether somebody presents them, they're still Mr. Gunther's submissions.
Okay, I'll see if there's any questions with respect to that before we let you both go and we hear from Mr. Noche. Any questions? Seeing none. Mr. Noche, did you want to speak to this in any fashion?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, we take no position on this. We'll let the board ultimately decide this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Noche. Would anybody else like to speak on the issue of Mr. Rates' conflict or perceived conflict? Okay, seeing none, the board's just going to step into its deliberation room. We'll ask everybody to remain here, and we'll make a decision on that matter.
If I may, just as a final word, I do apologize for this conflict, and I wish I had noticed at the outset and recognized Mr. Rates further, but I do apologize for putting the board into this situation.
No apologies necessary. We're in Edmonton. It's 2 degrees of separation, I think, everywhere. So these things happen. We'll go deliberate on the point and we'll be back. to you for questions from the panel. And I believe once we get the recording started, there we go. Mr. Davis had some questions.
Sorry, just one moment, Mr. Chair. Good to go.
Thank you, Mr. Board Officer. Mr. Davis, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Agrios, you state that the use as approved in the application is inaccurate based upon your submissions. I just want to better understand your thoughts on this. Is that based primarily upon your opinion of the use of the floor space, the operational services provided, and then as a second piece to that, can you clarify or restate, if you did already, what you believe then the accurate use definition should be for this application?
Mr. Davis, you've got that actually absolutely right. It is based on the services that are being provided from the facility and the use of the floor space. It's my submission that probably the closest use class would be community recreation services, because it does include a community center as a listed use. I do note that in the board's 2019 decision, they actually said it's not really important to determine what the alternate use is. It's really more important to look at what it isn't. And so, again, it's my submission that this is not, this use is not professional offices or health services as a principal use. It is something else, likely community recreation services, maybe supportive housing, just because supportive housing does now include that temporary shelter services use.
Okay, thank you. No further questions?
Anything further? Ms. Monroe? Okay, just a few questions from me today, Ms. Agrias, and I'm going to put some hypotheticals forward. Let's say we accept that these are the uses put forward by the applicant. Does the general purpose, do we have any ability for the general purpose to override a permitted use in a zone?
Yes, two ways. Okay, firstly, if you accept that these uses actually, that you have to go to the deeming provisions in section 7.1 sub 3 sub B. And so if you accept that the only way you get to these uses, even though they're permitted uses, if the only way you get there is through the deeming provisions, then that section indicates that you treat them as discretionary. More importantly, though, even though these are permitted uses, there is a variance. And so section 687(3)D of the MGA does require you then to look at the impacts of the development on the surrounding properties. So again, even if you do find that you've got permitted uses, but you still have a discretion that you can exercise, and it comes up in those two ways.
Okay, we're going to hear from the city that they didn't use 713B, and we'll hear those submissions. If those were accepted and these were true permitted uses and not using the deeming provisions, is your answer still the same because of the variance?
Because of the variance, that's correct. So that's what opens the door to allow this board to exercise discretion and look at impacts.
And we look at the entire development, not just the impact of the variance?
When you look at the wording of section 687(3)D, and I think it's important to have it in front of us, so that's at page 92. And so under sub 1, it doesn't say the variance would not unduly interfere with the amenities of the neighborhood or materially interfere with or affect the use, enjoyment, or value of neighboring parcels of land. It says the proposed development. And so what section 687(3)D is directing you to do is yes, there's a variance, but then you look at the impacts of the proposed development, not just the variance in isolation.
Okay, do you have, and I might have missed this in your submissions, what is the approved use on the current Boyle Street site?
I had that, and I think the approved use is consistent with the existing uses. I think, but I don't have that in front of me, but I think I saw that somewhere else in the materials.
Okay.
And I can't put my hands on it, but I think it is currently approved as professional offices and health services. I question that.
Okay.
And again, this is a new development, so we're not talking about an estoppel situation because we are actually dealing with a different development. Oh, here it is. So this is coming out of the a set of submissions from Phil O'Hara. And in his submissions, he has got the use for the existing facility. It's on a DC1 site, and he's got the proposed and existing uses as professional financial office support services and health services. So consistent with the new permit, but again, on a different site. And I'm gonna suggest probably not accurate.
Okay. I mean, a lot of your argument relies on the fact that this is an existing use that's being relocated for certain purposes. So how does that interplay with one another when potentially the existing use is what they're claiming to be on this new site? Do you think that has any bearing, given that a lot of your submissions we're just picking up what was there, approved as a professional office?
Right.
And we're moving it to another site as a professional office?
Right, but it is a different development, right? And so, again, you can look at it because you can look at how it's laid out differently, how the spaces are set up differently. So it's the same services, but you can look at actually, for example, if you look at the plans. And I haven't seen the plans of the existing development. I don't know if they're in evidence. So again, you can look at that fresh and aren't bound by, just as you aren't bound by how any of these other ones are categorized. I mean, again, they're examples, but not binding.
Okay, last question. Part of your submissions related to the amenities provided on the site, specifically the outdoor recreation. Is it not plausible or possible that professional offices, maybe in a campus setting, could have similar amenities for whatever reason?
Yes, it's completely plausible, possible, and I'm sure it does happen. The difference being that those amenities are for the workers in the offices. In this case, the amenities are for people coming from outside, so people who don't work there. This is for people to drop in and be able to use those facilities. So that's the difference.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'll just make sure that nothing arising out of that line of questioning. Seeing nothing. Well, thank you for your submissions, Ms. Agrias, and we'll hear from you again a bit later. Who would you like to speak next?
Holly Ma is the next speaker
Ms.
from the Business Association.
Ms. Ma, you may join us up at the front here. We will ask for you to just reiterate how you're an affected person. I think Ms. Agrias already mentioned that, given you represent the BIA, but we'll just get it on the record nonetheless, and then you're free to make your presentation.
Good morning, Chair Rohit. Oh, thank you. Good morning, Chair Rohit, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Holly Ma. I am the chair of the Chinatown and Area Business Improvement Association. Our business improvement area is one of 13 business improvement areas designated by the City of Edmonton. The city and the BIAs share a commitment to build a vibrant economy and enhance the economic development of the area. We are a unique multicultural area featuring businesses of many ethnic origins, including Vietnamese, Thai, Korean, Ethiopian, Eritrean, Somalian, Ukrainian, French, Chinese, and many, many more. Our community also includes houseless people, marginalized people, many social agencies, and the largest shelters. I am here to speak today on behalf of the businesses in the area because safety and security is a paramount issue for our association. For the past 100 years, Chinatown has been able to thrive as an area of culture and commerce alongside social disorder. This has drastically changed in the last 4 years, our rapid decline preceding COVID. Since 2018, we have gone from 225 businesses in our association to 130 and declining monthly. Most are mom and pop businesses. Our shopkeepers are aging, COVID, these are some reasons, but the biggest factor in our demise is the escalation and increasingly complex social disorder. For example, the last 2 businesses that left were women-led, as they did not feel safe to work alone. Keeping your doors locked during business hours is not normal. When we suffer a broken window, we're not a national chain that can just replace with no financial consequences. A broken window to a mom and pop business can represent a week or more of pay. After the third, fourth, or fifth time, there is no more insurance. This year alone, Hull Block had all its windows smashed out, and Pacific Rim Mall had 8 large windows smashed in hammer attacks. Smashed windows are common for our businesses. Mom and pops, they don't have the luxury of a security guard standing at the front door. In the last few years, what were once occasional incidents have become daily events. What was once considered a nuisance is now lethal violence. We have gone from cleaning occasional urine and feces to picking up needles and now scrubbing blood off the sidewalks. Sometimes our shopkeepers suffer violence, sometimes the homeless suffer violence. We get backlash from activists when we call police for help. Our association members suffer property damage regularly, experience theft regularly. We get bear sprayed and threatened. Entire businesses have been destroyed by arson, such as the Italian bakery. We suffer constant encampments. There is open drug use, random fires, assaults with weapons, drive-by shootings in the encampments, explosions in the encampments, and most alarmingly, murders. A murderer going from shop to shop, killing a shopkeeper, and then going on in another business to kill another staff member. The level of violence that we face is unacceptable. We started noticing this disturbing trend of escalating violence in 2020 and asked the City of Edmonton for help. We do not blame homeless people or people suffering mental health and addiction problems. We try to help them when they're distressed. We acknowledge and empathize their suffering, their trauma, the effects of colonialism and residential schools, and their path and journey to truth and reconciliation. We respect the work and presence of Boyle Street for the last 50 years and acknowledge their job is very hard. We have no ill will. There isn't any question about Boyle Street and what they do. We have a working relationship as well with Hope Mission, and we are trying out a pilot program to hire their people in recovery. We ourselves are a marginalized group, suffering 100 years of racism, particularly in the early days, that continues today with the pandemic and COVID. As compiled by REACH, there are over 80 social agencies and services in our area, and it is this concentration that hurts us. It is this concentration that increases the probability of events. In Chinatown, we have the newly opened Herb Jameson located on 105th Avenue that houses 400 people. We have Hope Mission on 106th Avenue that is offering 1,000 spaces as of today. Our community is already struggling with the concentration of people suffering from homelessness, mental health, and addiction problems, and we cannot handle any more. After our horrific double murders in Chinatown, Mayor Sohi and the city presented the Chinatown Safety Plan May 30th of this year that included deconcentrating services in Chinatown. But here we are, our community facing an increase in shelter beds from 600 to 1,000 at Hope Mission, and now the 75,000 square foot King Thunderbird Center on 107th Avenue in the heart of Chinatown. 105th Avenue, Herb Jameson, 106th Avenue, Hope Mission, and now 107th Avenue, King Thunderbird. Can you see what is happening to us? There is so much acute pressure on us that it is inevitable for more tragedy. Our appeal today is for survival. We do not wish to hurt anyone, prevent anyone from receiving care or help, or block any downtown businesses from expanding. This is not a NIMBY problem. We simply cannot handle anymore. What community could handle this much? We also have 2 injection sites in our neighborhood. Our pleas for help, our requests for information, our concerns have all been dismissed. The proposed location of King Thunderbird Center will change the daily movement of the homeless pedestrian traffic flow because most of the nighttime shelters and services are to the south of this location. The only remaining streets of Chinatown are 97th Street, 98th Street, 99th Street, 100th Street, and they will all be affected by this change. This change in pedestrian traffic will greatly affect and contribute to the demise of Chinatown. We have experienced this already as the pedestrian traffic between Hope Mission and the newly opened Herb Jameson has effectively caused us to lose 100th Street to our community. If you observe this every day at 5 p.m., it's undeniable. Proximity in our neighborhood is like night and day. One block is distressed, but the next block is not. Our security data demonstrates that the 6 closest businesses to Hope Mission and the current Ball Street location account for 44% of the entire calls of our business association. We don't wish to be here today. We are happy for the downtown businesses expanding. We are happy for King Thunderbird Center. But what will happen to Chinatown? We are getting hurt. We are getting squeezed out. Good neighbor agreements can help us, but they cannot help with safety because, as our social agency neighbors always tell us, they cannot control the behavior of their clients. We cannot handle the concentration of service here. We wish we could go back to the old days where social disorder was manageable, but today, Chinatown is having trouble surviving. Our suffering goes unacknowledged and unrecognized. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Mao. I'll see if there's any questions arising from your presentation. Seeing none, I also have no questions for you at this time. We thank you for appearing before us and for your statements.
Thank you.
Ms. Agrias, was it Ms. Huang that you would like next? And just as a reminder, if you can let us know, I believe you're with the Business Association as well?
My name is Mei Hang. I'm from the Chinese Benevolent Association. We are an umbrella organization for the Chinese organizations and members. We do a lot of advocating work for our community. We look after their needs. As a Chinese community organization responsible to look after the needs of our members, we must be here to support them. The Chinatown Business Association, we have to support our community members, our seniors, who are frequent users of the businesses in Chinatown. Our organization strongly support the position taken by the Chinatown Business Association as presented by the chair, Dr. Holly Ma, who has spoken on why they oppose the relocation of the Ball Street Community Services Center to 10010 Street and 107 Avenue. Our organization also opposed to the issue of the development permit due to the impact users of the facility could have on its neighboring communities that could result in loss of enjoyment, and also the likelihood of property value loss in the neighboring community. As a community, we feel the pain of the business community as the bear witness to the senseless murders of 2 of their community members in broad daylight in May this year. We understand the ongoing fear that our business community members are facing each day as they go to work. They question themselves, will I go home tonight? So it's a fear in them. We fear for them too. Yes, we recognize the need for social services that needs to be provided. But we also want to say that the Chinatown community is presently oversaturated with social agencies that provide similar services. Having Paul Street Community Services Center relocate to the new location with expectation of more users, that will likely increase the social disorder in Chinatown, where we have seen encampments that are unmanageable and the ongoing increasing daily assaults. As a community organization that cares for the business community and its members, they are really just mom and pop shops. We are here to plead with all of you to reconsider the appropriateness of the development permit and whether the land use of the site under discussion needs to be revisited. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hung. I'll see if there's any questions arising from your presentation. Seeing no questions, I also have none for you today, but thank you for appearing before us and for your submissions. Ms. Agrius, is there anybody else you're representing that you wanted to speak before we break for lunch? No one else that I represent. Okay. Then I think it's probably an appropriate time for us to break for lunch. We'll recess for 1 hour and we'll return back here at 1 o'clock. And then we will start next with appellant number 5, Ed Lamb, will be the next person on the list. Thank you. Back to order, and we will proceed with the next appellant on the list, Mr. Ed Lamb. Mr. Lamb, I'll invite you forward. Okay, we'll go to the next person on the list then. Do we have Oli Woke here? Thank you for appearing before us today, Mr. Woke. We'll ask you just to begin by describing how you're an affected party in this matter, and then you may make your presentation.
Good afternoon, panel. I'm representing the Ukrainian National Federation. We were established here in 1947. We built our building in 47, so we have been here for quite a number of years. We are celebrating our 80th anniversary this month of being in Edmonton. What I have is I think what I have to explain first that our building is used in the evenings only, between 6 and midnight. So we are not subjected to the everyday usage in the area. We have a number of organizations that belong to our community. I think there's about 14 organizations that belong to our hall, and that hall is used every day in the evenings, pretty much all month long. One of the organizations that belongs there is a women's organization. We have a men's organization and a women's organization, and they have forwarded me a letter that they wanted me to read to the panel. So I'll read it, and then I'll go on from there. The Edmonton Society of Ukrainian Women's Organization of Canada is located at Ukrainian National Federation Hall, 10629 98th Street, which was built by UNF in 1947. The new development of Boyle Street Community Services does not appear to comply with the CB2 zoning, nor does it comply with the Boyle Street Macaulay redevelopment plan to strengthen and support the small businesses, local churches, schools, numerous and various cultural groups located in the area. There have been a number of businesses moving out, and selling off properties has proven to be challenging. Do we want this to become a slum housing area? Movement of people between the Hope Mission and the new BSCS location of 110 107A Avenue would significantly increase north-south foot traffic. Ongoing crime and safety concerns are paramount. We are very concerned for the safety of our youth groups, members, all of them volunteers, and members of the public who attend our events. There have been many incidences, both inside and outside of the building, including vandalism to the building and our parked vehicles, issues of begging, loitering, defecating, sleeping at the gate, discarding drug and trash, and homeless camping. This has recently escalated. The Boyle Street Macaulay area has long been a place for new immigrants to live, work, and become a part of their new homeland. The homeless camps, derelict buildings and properties, and lack of personal safety is enough to discourage anyone from thinking they made a good choice to move to Edmonton. The Ukrainian Women's Organization has existed for 90 years, providing support to local organizations and the Ukrainian community, especially women and children. The Ukrainian Women's Organization's goals are to preserve the language, history, and Ukrainian traditions, informing the public of our culture, and to be part of Canadian society through our cultural programs and activities. We hope to be able to continue doing this. Concerns for these above issues need to be seriously resolved. Thank you. That's for the women's organization. Now, the men's organization, we have the men's organization, what we have is we, at our building, we conduct evening programs at our facility for our children and youth, and their safety is of utmost importance. We have had occasion where homeless people have entered our facility and created disturbances, and this development will increase the presence of additional concerns. With this development, we anticipate further increases to our property and vehicle damages. This, of course, will also result in our escalating property insurance costs. We have recently had a break-in, and the situation will escalate with this proposed development. Our building has been a target of graffiti, and we anticipate much more to occur with this development. More incidences of homeless defecating on our property and the city sidewalks adjacent to our building. We have had people dismantling our fence and also setting fire to our disposal units. We have been finding needles all over our property, especially in our stairwells, and we don't need more needles. Our dumpster has been set on fire, and this will certainly occur again. Will the city bear the costs of these repairs? The city is creating a hub for homeless people who engage in drug use and crime in the middle of a business district and high school. Our entire 14 organizations that use our facility do hereby request that this development project be reconsidered and moved to a more suitable location. And that's pretty much all I have. Are there any questions?
Any questions from the panel? I don't have any for you either, Mr. Welk, so
Yep.
thank you for appearing before us and for your submissions.
Yep.
You may have a seat.
Yep.
Ms. Agrius, is Mr. Lamb here yet or still en route? Mr. Lamb? Yep. You may approach the microphone, and first we want to hear how you're an affected party in this matter, okay, and then you may make your presentation.
Okay. Ed Lam? Yes, yeah. Number 4 first, yeah. Photo number 4, and the applicant is Mr. Chairman, Madam, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, just 1 second here. You wanted to share some photos, so we'll open up your photos and make sure that they're ready for your presentation.
So photo number 4, please. Okay. Yeah.
You may proceed, yeah.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ed Lam, the principal of Fuda Chinese School, located at 10722 101st Street, directly across from the proposed Boy Street development. This is a photo of our association. This is 101st Street, and to the left is 107A Avenue. So you can see we're just about a few steps from the Boy Street. I'm here to object to the proposed development due to severe safety and security concerns. The Fukienese Fuda Chinese School has been in operation for over 20 years, providing education, cultural celebrations, senior activities for hundreds of Edmontonians and new immigrants. On a weekly basis, over 300 people, including students between the ages of 4 to 12, seniors over ages 65, teachers and supporting staff, gather at the school attending languages, music, Tai Chi, and dancing classes. Can we have photo of 1 to 3, please? These three just show a little bit of a second one of the classroom and singing choir and guitar classes. Thank you, yeah. So we have learned to live peacefully with the homeless population for many, many years. However, over the past 6 years, safety has become worse around our school. We have seen many cases of vandalism, hate crime, racism, burglary, and theft, as seen in some of the photos attached. Could I have 5 to 8, please? And this is just graffitis, throwing a water bomb, and they force open the door and get in. This is captured from our camera. And this person got lucky and got in through the front door and stole all our savings in the bank. Anyway, many of these things happened, but one of the most serious and recent incident happening on October 31st, just 2 or 3 weeks ago, involving our 75-year-old volunteer who just finished cleaning up our school in the afternoon, and when he went out, he was verbally abused, with his vehicle severely damaged by a drug abuser right in front of me in bright daylight. Can you show photo 9 to 11, please? This is his vehicle. The windshield was broken. He's just standing hopelessly over there. Next one, please. And the next one is, that's the person who damaged it, and they was trying to verbally abuse him, but he ran away. Of course, all these incidents were reported to the police. So these incidents are leaving our students, teachers, volunteers extremely worried. We take every precaution to prevent these encounters, but close proximity to homelessness leave our community and school vulnerable. We're also very concerned with the increasing number of people with mental disorders and drug abusers in our area, which will undoubtedly increase should redevelopment be allowed to proceed. We understand that social agencies like the Boy Street Community Center need to take care of homelessness, and we commend them for their great efforts and success. However, the proposed location does not take into account of the neighboring demographic of vulnerable seniors, youth, and targets of hate and racist crimes. We, the school administrators and parents, believe that our community deserves a safe, secure, and incident-free space for our hundreds of children, students, and seniors. The Municipal Government Act stipulates that government property owners have the right to peaceful enjoyment of our property, but the proposed redevelopment would materially interfere with that. I'm strongly calling on the Development Board to reconsider the proposed Boyd redevelopment location. For the past 6 years, we urged the city authority that there are serious safety issues in the Chinatown area. Countless incidents have occurred since then, and months ago, we saw 2 innocent business owners murdered. I urge you to reconsider this relocating further away from the school, attended by hundreds of young children. On behalf of the Vietnamese Association and Fuda School, we strongly oppose the Boy Street redevelopment, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lam. I'll see if there's any questions arising from your presentation. Seeing none, I also have none for you at this time, but we thank you for appearing before us and for your submissions.
Yeah, thank you.
You may take a seat. And we will next hear from Richard Luco. You can correct me if I mispronounced your name.
Excellent job.
Thank you.
So my name is Richard Luco. I own Free Cloud Records. We're at 10764 101 Street across from the proposed redevelopment. I'd just like to ask, has there been a Treaty 6 acknowledgement today?
No, we have not done one.
Can someone do that?
I'm not. I don't think I'm quite qualified to do it, but if you'd like to, you can certainly do that.
I'd just like to acknowledge that we're this meeting's taking place on Treaty 6 land, and in accordance with with Treaty 6. And I'd like to recognize the past, present, and future contributions of the Indigenous people of our community. And I'd also like to acknowledge the contributions of Asian, African, Ukrainian, and other peoples who've made this into a great multicultural community. I pretty much agree with most of what our lawyer said earlier. Agrios, sorry. The main problem that we're facing here is we're just really challenged. We've been fighting very, very hard over the past few years to have a safe and secure community. And earlier I was speaking with one of the other participants here, or attendees here, who mentioned that there's finally government funding available for the social services in this area. And I don't think the business association's work has been acknowledged. We've really been working hard to get funding, not only for ourselves, but to acknowledge that this area is severely challenged. And the problem is that now we are proposing a massive expansion of a social services agency to the detriment of the business community. And that is of major concern. I submitted a couple of photos. I don't know if they're available.
Certainly. That's under folder 11.
Yes, thank you. So as an affected party who will be one of the neighbors of the proposed redevelopment, I'm showing photos of the current neighbors of Boyle Street. And it's very worrisome that our neighborhood, our block, will end up looking like this. There's been an almost complete elimination of businesses around the current location. And the lack of enforcement of community standards by the city and the lack of support from the social agencies in having those community standards enforced has really resulted in a deterioration of that neighborhood. And as a neighbor, I'm worried about this. In the past 24 hours, I've spoken to Tantan and Afghan Chopan Kebab House, who are my neighbors down the block. They've also expressed the same interest, and Tantan discussed this with Boyle Street and asked if there was any plan to prevent this from happening, and the response was there is no plan. And we just think that this is unacceptable and just too much of a challenge for our neighborhood to see an expansion of this size with no plan to deal with the people who are already in the area. So we're just worried about the current, or the effects on the neighbors, which is us. My landlord just put over $1 million into redeveloping the property and the lots, and he's worried, about what potential effect a change of use across the street from us will bring to our neighborhood. And we completely, totally support and have supported since 1985 the existence of the social agencies in our neighborhood. We realize that Edmonton does have a homeless crisis and a poverty crisis, and people in the lower socioeconomic spectrum being very challenged in today's economic community, and we do not want that to stop. However, we do have to make sure that everybody's rights are represented, and that includes us, and we don't want to end up looking like this and losing our businesses and our investments and our futures. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Luco. I'll see if there's any questions arising from that. Seeing no questions, I also have none for you at this time. But I do thank you for your presentation and your submissions today.
Thank you for your time.
You may have a seat, and we will next hear from William Liu. So, Mr. Liu, again, we'll ask you to begin with how you're an affected party in this matter, and then you may make your presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, board members. My name is William Liu. I am the son of the owners of Hipton Trading, which is the supermarket across the street from the proposed King Thunderbird Center. I echo with everything that all of the previous presenters have talked about regarding the detrimental effects that this will have on our businesses. I don't want to rehash that. I really want to, I was here to kind of present the safety concerns that I have as a neighbor to this proposal. I don't have any pictures, but I do have stories of, the stuff that we've experienced and have endured since the double murders that recently happened. So the first one was a break and enter into our top of our second floor space. There were 3 assailants that had, gotten into the space. We didn't know about it. Luckily, a neighboring business saw people upstairs and just reported to my father. And my father didn't, thought that was weird, so he went upstairs. And luckily, they had barred the door that he could not go in. And these are like 3 really large men, right? And my dad is senior, small, right? So he thought that was weird, so he went downstairs, called 911. And across the street, my mom, she noticed an individual who's been there for the past couple of days. So that's why we think it's been happening for a few days, right? When we called 911, that individual across the street, he quickly ran upstairs, grabbed his friends, and they all took off. So luckily, nothing happened. No incidents, no serious injuries, right? But like I said, these are very large men that could have done a lot of damage. They were up to no good. I myself have been attacked, all right? So I work downtown. As part of my commute, I park at the parking lot in the back, right? So I make my way down towards the downtown core and past the Hope Mission building. And at one time, luckily I'm still pretty young. I can run. I'm pretty agile, right? There was an individual who came and started kicking me. I have no reason. I did nothing, right, to provoke it. He just came and attacked me. So like I said, luckily I was able to run away before it could escalate, right? And finally, this is pretty recent. I was helping my parents to close the store, so 6 o'clock, it's fairly quiet in that area. But before we could, we saw like a group of people just outside our doors, and it didn't feel safe. They were for sure intoxicated with something. I don't know what. We didn't go and investigate, right? So we didn't feel safe. What we did, we just sat behind our doors, locked doors, and waited till they left. Luckily, 2 of them passed out in front of our stairs, so they were just unconscious. And the other, I think 3 others, they wandered off. That's when we made it out of the building, right? And my parents are really old, right? They can't run, so it's not something that we want to risk. Sorry. Okay, so this, just some examples of the current state of Chinatown. There's many more incidents that gets unreported. Another example is on my commute, I constantly see people shooting up in the bus shelters, and nothing's being done about it, You see the needles there. It's apparent, like, no one's addressing it. I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe bringing my kids down to Chinatown. I don't even feel comfortable buckling them up in the child's seat. I always have to look at my back to see if there's something or someone, right? I reached out to the city, and I understand that this budgeting problem is a provincial and a federal issue. I agree with that, but there's things that we could do here that I think that could help the community and the surrounding businesses to keep us safe, right? So anyways, I know I'm nervous. I'm not used to this. I really hope my concern has been heard. And all of our concerns here too, so, you have the power, you have, our well-being, our livelihood, even some of the lives are at stake here, so hopefully you make the right decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. I'll see if there's any questions arising from your presentation. Seeing none, I also have none for you, but I thank you for appearing before us and for your presentation. Next up, we will hear from Jordan Tran. Mr. Tran, if you can again tell us how you're an affected party, and then you can make your presentation.
Good afternoon, Chairman, board members. My name is Jordan Tran from 99 Supermarket, located at 10768 99th Street. We are a family-run grocery store that has been in Chinatown since 1989. I am here today to express our concerns in regards to the relocation and development of the new Ball Street Community Services at 110 107A Avenue. As we are located directly next to the proposed new development, we believe that it will bring more challenges to our area and the businesses around it. When we are already under enormous pressure due to the current challenges we faced, in the past years we have seen an increase in crime, such as theft, trespassing, and vandalism in our business. Due to such, we had to hire private security for our business and for the safety of our staff and customers. We have also experienced loss of businesses due to the increase in crime. Since the incident in the past May of this year in Chinatown, we have seen a decrease in business of about 20% at least. With the rising cost of running businesses during our time, like ours, we don't know if we can recover our losses with the current state of Chinatown. We also have concerns for the safety of our customers that come to our business. We have incidents when customers have been harassed by loiterers on our property and have their vehicles vandalized. The proposed use of the development will attract encampments that Wall Street can't control, nor can the city. This will cause encampment and loitering problems on our property surrounding the development as well. The current site of Bull Street currently has encampments surrounding the area, and we believe that this will continue at the new location. The proposed development also does not show sufficient parking for its staff and the residents at the existing apartment at Trinity Manor. This has caused for concern as we own the surrounding properties that are used for customer parking. We believe in the work that Boyle Street is doing to help the houselessness in our community, but with the many social services surrounding our community, we believe that the relocation of Boyle Street will bring more social disorder to our area, and our area is already under great pressure from all the social disorders such as encampments, loitering, and vandalism. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tran. I'll see if there's any questions. Seeing none, I also have none for you, so you may have a seat, and we thank you for your submissions this afternoon. We will then hear next from Phil O'Hara. So Mr. O'Hara, we'll start with how you're an affected party, and then you may proceed with your presentation.
Sure. Thanks very much for giving me the opportunity to share my perspective on this proposed relocation to Macaulay. My name is Phil O'Hara. I live at 9644 108A Avenue, and that's about 4.5 blocks as the crow flies from the proposed relocation. I'm a 30-year resident of Macaulay, and I'm quite active in the community. As a volunteer, I've been president of the Bissell Center, the Paul Macaulay Health Center, the Intercultural Center, Edmonton Inner City Housing Society, and I was president of the Macaulay Community League. I've also worked in the city's housing branch, doing research and developing policy on affordable housing. My perspective on the proposed relocation is also informed by my daily interactions with people in the neighborhood who are homeless and or are addicted to hard drugs. And these interactions are absolutely heartbreaking. So make no bones about it, this is not about decreasing services that Boyle Street delivers. This is about the model in which they're being delivered and in the location in which they're being delivered. I'm not disputing for a moment the fact that we need those services. This is the inappropriate model in the inappropriate place. As I said to Jordan this morning, I said the same thing to Jordan this morning, and he understood exactly where I was coming from. That's the problem with this proposal. Wrong location, wrong model. Boyle Street helps people who are the most vulnerable and disenfranchised and traumatized in our society. They need our support and they need our help. If anything, we need to put more resources into supporting homeless people, not fewer resources. Just not in this location using this model. Several other people have talked about the concentration of agencies in the neighborhood. I won't talk about that, but it's hard to square the circle when the city wants to reduce the concentration of agencies in the downtown if you support this relocation. This development will be around for the next 25, 30 years. This is a decision that's going to affect the neighborhood and Chinatown businesses for a long, long time. This is not a short-term inconvenience in the neighborhood. This is a long-term change to the basic fundamentals of the neighborhood. My biggest concern is the drop-in that they're going to be operating and how they're going to manage that successfully so that it doesn't have negative implications in the neighborhood. I won't go over a lot of the planning arguments because Janice did a terrific job of going over those this morning. One thing she didn't talk about when she very effectively talked about the day shelter operating in the new facility is that on the very plans that the Boyle Street submitted to the city, on the first floor of the plans, the drawings themselves, there's one space dedicated to the drop-in manager. There's another office space beside it for the drop-in staff. So the suggestion that there is not a drop-in as the primary key service in that.
Excuse me, sir, through you, Mr. Chair, if you can just slow down just a little bit.
Sorry, I'm nervous.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
Sorry, you're really good, Mary. Sorry about that. Sorry, I'll try to slow down.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sorry, I was just talking about the drop-in staff, drop-in manager offices. Finally, if Boyle Street wants to engage the uses outlined in its submission to the city, it needs to apply for a rezoning of the site. So that would mean requiring a public hearing before City Council. So we would have an opportunity to really air this issue quite openly and talk about a very broad spectrum of issues about how it's going to affect the neighborhood, and maybe begin to think about visioning a different model that can also deliver the services to people who need them, but not in the model that's being proposed. So again, to reiterate, sorry, the three zonings potentially would be, as Janice talked about this morning, would be urban services, direct control 1, or direct control 2. That's the most appropriate zonings for the location where if Wall Street were to want to operate its services, those are the kinds of zonings that they would need on that site. Again, it's simply the wrong model in the wrong location. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. O'Hara. I'll see if there's any questions. Seeing none, I also have none for you at this time, so we thank you for appearing before us today. And we'll now hear from Mr. Warren Champion. And I believe you have somebody here with you as well, Mr. Colin Nicholson, if you'd like to come up at the same time, if you're going to speak. I'll leave it to you both to decide in which order you'd like to speak, but we can have you both up here at the same time.
Well, I will be speaking first. I would like to give you each a written submission. You can reference, or you don't have to. I'm just saying you might want to reference it.
Given our decision at the beginning, we're not accepting any late submissions. We'll just have to rely on your verbal submissions at this time, but I will ask you to begin with how you are an affected party in this matter, and then you may proceed with your presentation.
As a longtime president of Central McDougall Community League, and as someone who sits on the board, and the simple fact that the location will affect, in many ways, Central McDougall as much as it will affect Macaulay, because it's very close. And it's actually 40 feet across from our residential portion of the development. And of course, there's Vic School, et cetera. And strangely, though I've lived around the world, both my late parents and myself were born in Central McDougall, and I went to McDougall, Vic, the U of A, all from there. So, I have spent a reasonable amount of time on this subject over the years, and among other things, I, along with an architect, brought the North Edge to the city. I've appeared over 40 times at council, and I've worked, well, I used to live in New York, LA, San Diego, Melbourne, Sydney, Vancouver for 10 years. So I worked in other communities. And I find it almost shocking, but certainly really interesting, that what I'm about to speak to you about has been discussed in just about every city that I've lived in by really smart people, but we've seen absolutely no discussion almost of it in this city. And I have great sympathy for Chinatown. I spent a lot of time there. Great sympathy for all of the words that we've heard. I thought Janice made the correct observation that this should go back to council. But so I'm going to read the letter. It's not that long. I'll give a bit of commentary as I go. And I'm really encouraging everybody here to think about what I'm about to say, okay? I've told you some of the things that I've done. I probably have over 10,000 hours from an architectural perspective. Central McDougall Community League has filed an appeal against the approval of a development permit that it would allow a move to and renovation of a structure that sits on the corner of 107th Avenue and 101st Street by Boyle Street Community Services. We want to make it clear that our opposition to the move has nothing to do with the applicant. but it represents our firm opposition to continue using extreme concentration of poverty as the answer to a complex problem. The problem is that there are far too many agencies and residents who need their help. All collected.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Champion. If you could just speak a little louder.
Okay, sorry. Will do. The problem is that there are far too many agencies and residents who need their help, all collected in a single area. It is the extreme concentration of poverty that overwhelms the entire community, not any one player. Exactly what is the concentration of poverty? Concentration of poverty describes areas where a high proportion of residents are poor. It is in a census tract and the poverty rate, if it is in a census tract and the poverty rate is 40% or more, meaning at least 4 in 10 people fall below the poverty line, then it is called extreme concentrated poverty. The city published an information sheet that shows the poverty rating in the whole community of Central McDougall was 50.9%, and in fact Macaulay's was 45.6%. That is significantly over the top, but the city has made no effort to address the issue. Please see enclosure 1. A long-standing issue, concentrated poverty creates distinct social problems, exacerbating individual impoverishment and standing as the grounds of reform movements and studies since the mid-19th century. It should be noted that the City of Edmonton has rarely acknowledged the problem of poverty and has done nothing to rectify the situation. In fact, recently, the city auditor stated that Edmonton had no plan to deal with the chaos and the vulnerable. So, I find this amazing, and as I go along, I'm going to quote some, I'll call them renowned social scientists, and you know, I've heard this so many times in life, and I can't believe that I'm repeating this to you. If we want to see real change in the urban core, we need to start the process of desegregation, and that's what I mean. And I'm not talking about anything other than segregation and desegregation. That is, we must reduce the concentrated poverty and attendant service agencies that address that poverty, or nothing is going to change. The purpose of our appeal is to educate the arbiters of change as to this minor, to educate the arbiters of change as to this major contributor to the terrible living conditions for the vulnerable people in our communities and a root cause of the chaos and disorder that are overwhelming the core. And there is a difference between poverty and concentrated poverty and extreme concentrated poverty. And we're not talking about poverty here. So, entirely different. Central McDougall used to be a community of choice and inclusiveness. Now we are a community of exclusion, one that serves only the mentally challenged, the addicts, the drug dealers, the criminals, along with those individuals and families who cannot afford to live anywhere else or are simply trying to save enough money to leave the community. Some 85% of residents move out of the community within 5 years. That level of transience is almost unheard of. Who does that leave to actually care about the community? Please see enclosure 2, and this is a city enclosure, so it's not our information. I've never seen another community that has 85% transiency every 5 years. That's ridiculous. There are over 1,250 articles held in the files at the University of Alberta's Rutherford Library, as well as numerous books on the subject of concentrated poverty and, by extension, extreme concentrated poverty. An extensive array of smart social scientists, urban theoreticians, planners, city representatives, etc., have written volumes on the subject. Surprisingly, though, Edmonton has seen very little discussion on the subject except for the old Macaulay Community League and Central McDougall Community League boards, who have repeatedly highlighted the problem to both the administration and council. When I got back from New York, about 25 years ago, I told the city's administration and council that they needed to do two things. First, build a small number of housing units for the vulnerable population every year. Second, to distribute those units across the city near transit. I made it clear that all city residents should be part of the solution. I reminded both parties that we already had a problem and it would get worse, much worse. Yet, the housing branch for the City of Edmonton has ignored the issue in the past, choosing instead to attempt to solve the problem by allowing more development for the vulnerable in the urban core, including Central McDougall and Macaulay. To be candid, that approach has been utterly counterproductive, serving only to further exacerbate the situation over time. The articles and books universally decry the effects of concentration of poverty, differing only in the vigor of each author's position. They all more or less agree that poverty begins to take hold around 20 to 25%, that concentrated poverty begins around 30%, and real extreme concentrated poverty begins at 40%. Again, the City of Edmonton states that the poverty rate in all of Central McDougall is 50.9%. I mean, guys, that's 51%. And that's not talking about the people just above the poverty line. So, this is some of the worst poverty in Canada. The article's chief differences lay in the arbitrary breakdowns and how the increase of poverty was aligned with the social constructs such as crime, mental health, academic scores, non-academic reading skills, recreation activities, etc. It should be noted that all of the above social challenges appear to be negatively impacted. Hipp and Yates, in their article, Ghettos, Thresholds, and Crime, does concentrated poverty really have an accelerating, increasing effect on crime? Found, in quotation, in conclusion, we note two findings. First, clearly, we found strong nonlinear effects of poverty on crime. Our community found exactly the same thing, that as poverty gets really high, crime does not keep up, and the other social issues start to slow down as well. When you get very high poverty, all social issues increase substantially less than at the lower rates of poverty. You can only get so bad. Responses from outside the census tract in question should also be considered. How do the police, the city administration, council, strangers, and developers view the area? Is there a stigma attached to the area? Let us discuss developers and why they build infrastructure in any community. We can assume they desire to make a profit, so why would they do anything in Central McDougall? In fact, almost nothing has been built in our community for the last 30 years. Any potential developer assessing the community chaos, the crime and disorder, and the plummeting asset values would simply walk away, or perhaps find the lowest zoning, rezone, and then build the cheapest three-story development they can. Remember, we have about 91% rentals in the community, almost all being three-story rentals. The developers we do attract give us exactly what we don't need. We recently had two developments, the first two developments in a long period of time, of two skinny houses and a fourplex on the block end, and both developers lost a small amount of money on each project. So how does Central McDougall build the housing that is needed? It will only happen when the future of the community starts to change away from poverty. So I'm going to read maybe the most interesting thing I've ever read in this city. And I will take you back. You guys are, well, some of you are pretty young. Prior to 1980, Central McDougall was a really, really middle-class community. And I'm being serious because I actually have Stats Canada that says the average price of a house, single-family house in Central McDougall, was 17.7% above the city average. It's a 50 by 150-foot lot, 22-foot boulevards. There was literally almost no problems. We had and faced nothing. So things have changed. In 1980, Stats Canada assessed the average value of a single-family home in Central McDougall at 17.7% higher than the city average. That is a 50 by 150-foot lot with a 22-foot boulevard, almost an estate lot. Today, the best value somebody would be able to generate would be $315,000 for that same house. To match the 1980 price, the house should bring about $510,000, or nearly a $200,000 loss. Look, I don't care. My grandmother built the house, my mother inherited it, I inherited it, and I don't care about the damn money. But a lot of people do, and people who are looking at investing in the community, they take a look and they say, That house was built by the family, which was my family, and it's well looked after, and still, that is all we could get. How many people at this meeting have experienced that devaluation? Please see enclosures 3A and 3B. Schellenberg, in his article, quotation, "Does it matter where poor kids live?" A look at concentrated poverty and achievement found that absenteeism increases in all groups as the poverty level of the neighborhood increases. Further, the demonstrable effect of concentration of poverty lends support to the efforts to integrate poor urban neighborhoods with more affluent surrounding areas. My view of this is it may be simpler and more efficient to create mixed income communities. Also, the study demonstrated the effects of concentration of poverty that go beyond poverty itself. In fact, researchers have begun to look at concentrated poverty rather than poverty itself as the culprit. The well-known researcher, William Julius Wilson, in 2013 gave a presentation titled "Combating Concentrated Poverty in Urban Neighborhoods," where he stated, "The response on neighborhood effects suggests that concentrated neighborhood poverty increases the likelihood of social isolation from mainstream institutions, joblessness, dropping out of school, lower educational achievements, involvement in crime, unsuccessful behavior development, delinquency among adolescents, childbirth, and unsuccessful family management." And these were substantially increased, all of them, among children living in concentrated poverty. This is a famous researcher. I mean, this isn't probably a guy that the U of A could bring in. So, an interesting question of Canadian question. The original development of Regent Park in Toronto provides the closest major social housing development in Canada. Almost like it was sort of a bit of a takeoff on the projects south of the border, and should set an example of how not to do housing. Regent Park became a hub for people living in poverty that suffered from endemic problems that tied to crime, drugs, poor student achievement, and serious safety issues. The site was redeveloped in a public/private venture that included a lot of taxpayer money and was designed to become a mixed income development. It has been actually pretty successful. I believe it could have been done somewhat differently, and that would have made it more successful, but would have required more risk. Creating hubs for poor people that may turn into extreme concentrated poverty has never been successful anywhere in the world and should just not happen. And I'm telling you, I've looked at so much stuff on this for so many years, and nobody has ever showed me that that works in any community, anywhere. It doesn't matter whether it's Europe, whether it's south of the border, it does not work. What works is mixed income communities, communities that provide opportunities, different parts of your life, that you can go through that community and rent, get a home, move out, go into a condo, get into phase seniors housing, and then probably die. That works. And a community that has no obvious inherent biases, whether it be towards people of color or religion or anything else. And the third aspect of it is that people like to live there. They want to live there, and they tell people they want to live there. We have probably a community that is in the best position in all of Edmonton, and everybody says, this is a fantastic community, but I won't live there because the crime and disorder, I'm just scared. And our police stats are identical almost, 1% more, 1% less than Macaulay. They have more social disorder, but we have the same violent number of crimes. We have people sitting here who've seen people killed in central McDougall. So The present proposed move of Boyle Street Community Services will continue to institutionalize concentrated poverty in the two immediately affected communities of Central McDougall and Macaulay, while also affecting other urban core communities. There has always been the opportunity to build a new facility in another community, close to transit and not that far away from the existing location. If the city and other parties seize the chance to begin the desegregation process, Boyle could be successful with most of their clientele intact, providing a healthier environment for their clients and starting the process of reducing concentrated poverty in the immediate area. Further reductions would be necessary, but a sizable player like Boyle would make a real contribution to the desegregation process. And it is interesting because we have a lot of experience. We have this fantastic park, and you know, I've spent so much time talking to so many people who have serious problems and may not be high or drunk at that point in time, and I've had really good conversations with them. And it is interesting to think that somebody in Central McDougall or Macaulay, where there is chaos, disorder, you come out of where you live or off the street or out of a shelter, and somebody says, hey, Sam, let's go get high, or let's do this, or let's do that. And you think that you have a chance or a shot at getting better. Not a very good shot. It's kind of like situating some alcoholics above a bar. You know, you contrast that, and I use the term loosely and somewhat sarcastically, by creating a bunch of permanent supportive housing across the city near transit, where people, when they come out of that housing, you can imagine a nice summer day and they walk out of that housing and they more or less meet a bunch of normal people, or they sit on a bench. And my view is I would give them a transit pass and I would provide them with pharmaceutical drugs that had to be taken in place. And, you know, that is dramatically different than the degrading and dehumanizing way that we force these people to live. It's not their damn fault. It is the fault of the city of Edmonton, who has done nothing. And I've been saying this to them for 25 years, from when I got back from New York. And it's just, you know, there's lots of money and people were just expanding, and you know, our great urban sprawl is probably certainly in the top 5, maybe the top 3 in all of North America. It's almost impossible to budget. So that's where we spent our energies. We got Ralph bucks instead of putting something every year into helping people and doing it in a fashion that everybody is part of the solution. As it sits right now, there are a ton of people that live in Edmonton who want to have the best houses, the best cars, the best schools, the best recreation centers, the best parks, the best of everything. And if you went into their facility or their site and you suggested we're going to put a permanent supportive housing site for 30 people, the only one in that community, they would say, put it in the urban core, because somehow we are less equal than they are. And these are things that you need to think about. You are sitting there, you have the power to change things, and I agree with Janice. I don't think you can shoehorn this into that, because I'm pretty familiar. I wrote probably 8 or 9 zonings for the whole North Edge. I just didn't do it. You know, in fact, the city tried to hire me so I could actually teach their planners, which I wisely didn't want to participate in. But I am saying, until we actually face the fact that if we do not do something about the overwhelming concentration of poverty in these two communities, we're not going to get anywhere. And I'm going to close with this one thought. We have a little over 2,000 units of transitional housing in Edmonton. We have about 50% of them in 3 urban core communities. Think of that. You know, that's no way to live, and that's no way to run a city. So, you know, you may not want to ask me any questions, but I do know, I mean, I looked at probably 200 or 300 of these articles, and I said, oh, and I didn't want to bring them, and I didn't want to waste your time, and I didn't want to quote a whole bunch of stuff. And my point was, I wanted you to understand that this is not a subject that's discussed in Edmonton, but it is discussed in other areas. There are cities that discuss these things. They try to do things about it. They go and spend a lot of money and start over again. And we're not doing anything. So I'm just hoping, and it's not because I have any grievances against Boyle Street Community Services. I can think of 3 lots that are pretty expensive where they could go. And they'd be able to access their clientele, they'd do really well, and it would take a big player out of the community. But that's not enough. There has to be more than that, substantially more than that. Anyway, I'm happy. If you want to know anything, sadly, I know a whole lot more than I really need to know. And if you want to ask some questions, that's fine. Colin and his wife have had some amazing experiences, and they live a couple of blocks from me in the community. Just really amazing. So I'm not sure if you want to ask me questions now, or no questions, or want to listen to Colin next, or whatever.
We'll see. Mr. Nicholson, do you have anything you wanted to add before we open it up for questions? Yeah, if you just want to swap spots, then we can get you on camera and in front of the mic as well.
I think we got a mic here. Oh, on the front camera. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get you on the recording as well.
Yeah.
And I assume you're here representing the Community League as well?
Well, I'm on the Community League, but I'm representing myself and my family, yeah.
Okay.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Colin Nicholson. I've been a resident of Central McDougall for 16 years, approximately. My wife and I have served the community in a volunteer capacity for well over a decade. My daughter attended Victoria School through her secondary and high school years. You got to forgive my ad-lib nature of my words today, because I didn't actually come here expecting to speak. So I do have a unique perspective, being a resident for 16 years. I'm not here to deny that that there will be some helped by this proposed development. However, you know, there are limits to positive outcomes, and the impacts to the area are going to be great and felt over a very long period of time. I won't speak about zoning and bylaw issues because that's not my expertise, but I will talk about, you know, the experiences that I've had over the number of years. I've heard from some, including the applicant, that things will be better for our community and for the businesses that operate in the area, because various people who are facing challenges will have somewhere to go and access services and things like that. However, my concern is for the people who are will not be served, and there has been, I've had some conversation with the applicant, and although their site in particular is going to have some controls, and there'll be some standards within that site. However, when those behaviors cannot be managed, or they prove unacceptable for this facility, then they'll be kicked out onto the street within, you know, a five-minute walk of a K-12 school. So that just, you know, seems to me to be not the greatest decision-making. The size of the development, its location are problematic in my opinion, where there were sort of secondary or possibly tertiary impacts to under the current environment. Now this would put Victoria School squarely in a primary impact zone. My daughter did attend Victoria School, as I said previously, was attacked by someone on her way home from school. A young friend and her were in a crosswalk area waiting to cross the street, and she was punched in the head from behind. They did run and sort of take a shelter in a local art supply store that we have close to us. The assailant did chase them actually into the store where they were confronted by the shop owner. So after receiving, I was at home, and after receiving a sort of frantic call from her, I proceeded over to the store, and while I was on my way to the store, I was attacked by the same individual. So it's just experiences like this in this area, and I actually don't blame the people that live in the area. I just blame like the lack of real stewardship in the development process in our area, because, you know, we can all see what is happening, but you know, we struggle on a daily basis to maintain a sense of normalcy, cleanliness, a healthy community that people want to live in. So I just don't understand really what the plan is. You know, when there are opportunities to sort of direct change when it comes to development issues, it seems like we have no advocates. We're constantly fighting. So I recognize through my experiences that there is really no positive outcome for the community, its stakeholders, the people that these developments are supposed to serve when you concentrate these programs into an extremely small footprint compared to the city as a whole. So I'm you know, left wondering why we've reached this stage in this development in particular, without seriously looking at all the impacts to all the parties who could be affected. And why does this development seem to have benefited from an opaque process, you know, and you know, it's had a bare minimum of stakeholder involvement. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholson. I'll see if there's any questions for either you or Mr. Champion. Seeing no questions, we thank both of you for your appearance today and for your submissions, and you may have a seat back in the gallery. We will now hear from Ms. Koss from Macaulay Community League.
No, I think I'm okay. Do I have to push this button? Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you, members of the board, for letting me speak today. My name is Alice Koss. I've lived in Macaulay for 12 years. I'm also a Victoria School parent. My son is in grade 2 and my daughter will be beginning kindergarten in September. I currently serve as president of the Macaulay Community League, and I'm here today to speak on the Community League's behalf. When I moved to Macaulay 12 years ago, it felt more like home than any community I've ever lived in. As I quickly got to know my neighbors and my circle of community acquaintances grew, it became clear that the vast majority of community members shared and celebrated my view of Macaulay as an exceptionally welcoming, inclusive, and compassionate community. A community where diversity is championed, where people help each other, where both housed and unhoused community members are regarded as neighbors. Bull Street Community Services' proposed relocation to Macaulay has been a very difficult and complex issue for our community to grapple with. Macaulay is an unusually generous community, and its residents are by and large very supportive of social agencies. I lament how polarized and politicized this issue has become since Boyle Street announced their relocation. The utter absence of genuine consultation with their proposed host community ahead of their announcement set the stage for what feels like an us versus them battle. And this has been deeply demoralizing for all involved. The reality is that this issue is complex and nuanced. Macaulay is a compassionate community that is punching above its weight in welcoming and supporting marginalized folks. We have a deep appreciation for the work done by Boyle Street Community Services, and we know that their work is essential. We want our unhoused neighbors to be safe, supported, empowered, and treated with dignity. We can see that Boyle Street's existing location is crumbling and inadequate. We agree that the vulnerable folks that they support deserve a state-of-the-art facility that affords them high-quality and innovative services. The issue is that the individuals supported at Boyle Street are not the only vulnerable population at play. Chinatown is vulnerable. The children attending Victoria School are vulnerable. Macaulay's neighborhood system as a whole is vulnerable. One of the reasons for Boyle Street's move is that their building is crumbling. Macaulay's reason for being unable to sustain yet another large social agency is the same. Our community is crumbling. Macaulay is well known for its disproportionately high levels of poverty, as borne out by statistics. We are the #1 Edmonton neighborhood most impacted by drug poisonings, and the #2 Edmonton neighborhood most affected by problem properties. 50% of households earn under $30,000, as compared to the city average of 18%, and we are host to approximately 86% of the city's shelter beds and many of the city's largest houseless serving agencies, including Hope Mission and Herb Jameson Center, George Spady Center, Mustard Seed, and Boyle Macaulay Health Center. Excuse me. In 2019, Macaulay ranked dead last out of 268 census tracts in the Neighborhood Financial Health Index. In the spring of 2022, a group of Macaulay community volunteers distributed a survey to gauge the community's opinions on Boyle Street Community Services' proposed relocation. This survey was widely distributed to approximately 800 community members and stakeholders, including Boyle Street representatives. 180 responses were received. It revealed that 83% of respondents are concerned or very concerned about the concentration of social agencies in Macaulay. The Chinatown BIA conducted a parallel survey. 81% of its respondents believe there are too many social agencies in Chinatown. Further, 74% of respondents indicated they intend to move their businesses out of the area if Boyle Street relocates to Macaulay. Why this widespread concern about the overconcentration of social agencies? Because we know and we experience every day the direct and overwhelming impact it has on safety and well-being in our community. The city of Edmonton itself clearly connects lack of safety with overconcentration of social services. In June, it announced its new downtown core and transit safety plan, mandated by the Justice Minister and announced by Mayor Sohi after the random murders of 2 members of the Chinatown community. The plan states, quote, "Most urban centers have seen unemployment, houselessness, drug poisonings, and mental health issues increase during the past 2 years. Particularly downtown and in Chinatown, this brought increases in violent crime and social disorder, a doubling of the number of houseless people, high levels of drug poisoning, increasing numbers of people with mental health challenges, visible open drug use, and more." It goes on to say, quote, due to the worsening drug poisoning crisis, mental health crisis, and individual and intergenerational trauma, disorder in the urban core has increased. And further, social disorder does not occur independently from violence and weapons-related occurrences. Page 14 of this safety plan makes a commitment to redistribute social services from Chinatown and downtown, stating, administration will work with community, stakeholders, and other orders of government to create a 5-year plan to redistribute social services from Chinatown and downtown to other appropriate areas of the city. A more equitable distribution of social services, both across communities within Edmonton and across the greater metropolitan region, can increase access to services for people who need them and potentially reduce the impacts of their concentration on neighborhoods. Boyle Street's development permit is entirely incompatible with the city's plan for the area. In favor of moving things along and avoiding repetition, I'd like to state that the Macaulay Community League is in agreement with Ms. Agrios' statement, including that the principal use of the development is not professional, financial, and office support services and health services. Rather, based on the approved plans, the principal use is community recreation services and/or supportive housing. That the proposed development is not a permitted or discretionary use in the CB2 zone. That the proposed development does not comply with the Boyle-Macaulay Area Redevelopment Plan. And finally, that the proposed development will have a material negative impact on the surrounding area and, in particular, will be entirely incompatible with surrounding business uses. As you have already heard directly from Chinatown businesses and representatives, I won't presume to speak on their behalf regarding the proposed development's complete incompatibility with the Chinatown strategy and the goals of a BIA. But I do wish to express Macaulay Community League's heartfelt support for and alignment with Chinatown, a large portion of which forms a vibrant, beautifully diverse, and valued part of Macaulay. I would like to touch briefly on Macaulay revitalization, a strategy approved by the City of Edmonton in December 2010. Its #1 goal is creating a safe community, with a vision that the area, quote, will be safe and vibrant for all citizens. One of its short-term actions is, quote, zero tolerance for drugs, prostitution, and other crimes. The goals of Macaulay revitalization are noble and inspiring, and our Community League is genuinely grateful for the partnership and support we receive from our revitalization partners. But when the city supports the addition of yet another large social agency to a revitalization area that is already in crisis, it begs the question, does the city want to revitalize Macaulay, or does the city want to ghettoize Macaulay? A 2019 Edmonton Journal article reads, "What's the definition of a ghetto? It's a place that traps people in poverty. It creates its own culture surrounding those who enter, with others facing the same challenges." By this definition, Chinatown, also referred to in this article as the shelter district, is a ghetto. If the City of Edmonton wants the millions of dollars it pours into revitalization efforts to have real, sustainable impact, this perpetual ghettoization needs to stop. And that can begin with the city and province supporting King Thunderbird Centre to secure an alternate location, because the development's proposed uses are incompatible with neighborhood revitalization. As I know the board will be hearing from the Victoria School Parent Coalition later, I will defer to their presenter to speak on behalf of the school, located just 76 meters from the proposed development. I will simply state that the development is entirely incompatible with the safety and well-being of the nearly 1,800 children who attend Victoria School of the Arts, the city's largest kindergarten to grade 12 school. The Macaulay Community League believes strongly that the opposed development will have a material negative impact on the surrounding area and is incompatible with other area uses. The development will also unduly interfere with the amenities of the neighborhood and materially interfere with or affect the use, enjoyment, or value of neighboring parcels of land. Further, the zoning bylaw states, the development officer shall refuse an application for development of a permitted use if the development does not comply with the regulations of bylaw. Historically, Boyle Street has been in chronic contravention of bylaw due to conditions at its existing site, including encampments on their sidewalk. Further, Boyle Street is already contravening bylaw at its new site, where there have already been encampments and graffiti for months. We have already submitted photographs to serve as evidence of these ongoing bylaw infractions. In conclusion, I'd like to paraphrase the words of one of my neighbors. Yes to a new facility for Boyle Street Community Services. Yes to better and increased services for people experiencing homelessness. No to pushing an existing service away from the ICE district so as not to inconvenience a sports and entertainment billionaire. Boyle Street has stated, quote, our community members told us very loud and clear that we needed to stay in this area, that this was an important place for us to be. Of course they did. Show me a community that is as food and shelter secure, and that is the problem. I'm so proud to live in a neighborhood that does its part. But access to food, shelter, and support services should be in every neighborhood. Macaulay is generous. Make every neighborhood generous. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Koss. I'll see if there's any questions. Seeing none, I also have none for you, but we do thank you for appearing before us and for your submissions today.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Mr. Davis from Victoria School Parent Coalition. So again, Mr. Davis, to reiterate, we'll just hear how you're an affected party, and I believe you're here with others. If you want to bring anybody up with you to speak, a few individuals indicated they wanted to speak, or we welcome you to speak on behalf of the entire coalition if you prefer.
Can I ask for my documents we pulled up, just as long as I have standing?
Certainly.
The rationale and evidence.
And you'd like is it your written submission put up? Is that the one?
Yes, our submission of rationale and evidence to support our appeal.
This one here?
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Davis. I'm a 20-year resident of Macaulay. I'm a community development practitioner with 25 years experience managing inclusive and collaborative community safety and well-being programs. I'm a former program manager for Reach Edmonton Council for Safe Communities and the former coordinator of both Safer Macaulay and the Chinatown Safety Council, both of which have long histories of collaborating with Boyle Street Community Services. Most importantly, I'm a parent of a 7-year-old currently enrolled at Victoria School of the Arts and a 4-year-old who will be attending next year. I'm here today to represent the Victoria School Parent Coalition. We are a genuinely and relevantly affected appellant of the proposed development for several reasons. Victoria School of the Arts is located only 76 meters from the proposed development and is the largest building in the immediately affected geographic area. The 1,787 K-12 students of Victoria School of the Arts comprise one of the largest groups of persons genuinely and relevantly affected by the proposed development. The Victoria School Coalition is a diverse, parent-driven volunteer collective that includes parents, guardians, students, family, and community members, including many from Chinatown, Macaulay, and Central McDougall, in promoting safety and well-being within and around Victoria School of the Arts. It is a parent's duty to speak in all forums where matters pertaining to their children's safety are being considered. All children, parents, guardians, family, and Victoria School community members are genuinely and relevantly affected parties, regardless of where they reside. As the principal users of the school, children and their families access the proposed development site on a regular basis to walk to and from school, take public transit, go on field trips, attend extracurricular activities, and visit local businesses. The proposed development is visible from the front door of the school and many other areas of the school grounds. The Victoria School Parent Coalition is supported by a petition signed by 887 members of the Victoria School community, all with the right and obligation to safeguard their vulnerable children, particularly when presented with the challenges of sharing space with 7,036 unique individuals, many of whom, according to Boyle Street's own website, are challenged with, quote, significant untreated mental illness, serious substance abuse, incredibly complex needs, and behavior issues, and many of whom are denied entry elsewhere. The Victoria School Parent Coalition has filed an appeal of Boyle Street Community Services' proposed development permit on the grounds that it will unduly interfere with the amenities of the neighborhood, including the school grounds and school building. It will materially interfere with and affect the use, enjoyment, and value of neighboring parcels of land, including the school and school grounds, and it does not conform with the prescribed land use. We believe that the City of Edmonton has erred in not properly considering the proximity of the proposed development to the school and its potential impact on the safety of children. On behalf of the Victoria School Parent Coalition, I'd also like to take the time to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 6 territory. Traditional lands of the First Nations of the Cree, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Métis, Dene, and Nakota Sioux peoples who have called this place home for thousands of years and hundreds of generations. We acknowledge the right to Indigenous self-determination entrenched in Treaty 6 and the Canadian Constitution, and we advocate for a relationship with our Indigenous neighbors in Wardo-Damen and throughout Amiskwaciy-Waskahigan, or Edmonton, that is based in respect, truth, and reconciliation. I'd also like to take a moment to address Boyle Street's administration, particularly Jordan and Elliot. It's been a very challenging year. It's been a very challenging year for many of us on both sides of this appeal, since you surprised our neighborhoods with your plan to relocate. And this adversarial appeal process brings us no pleasure whatsoever. The Victoria School Parent Coalition, the Macaulay neighborhood, and Chinatown businesses are not your enemies. We are all allies in the community safety and well-being space. We all want the same thing, a healthy community. We are not opposed to your services, but we are entirely opposed to the proposed location of your services, and for many good reasons. A former American vice president once said, "The moral test of government is how that government treats those who are in the dawn of life, the children, those who are in the twilight of life, the elderly, and those who are in the shadows of life, the sick, the needy, the handicapped." This quote accurately presents a broad and inclusive definition of vulnerable people. Unfortunately, the present public narrative regarding houselessness has co-opted the word vulnerable. We need to have a less narrow view of vulnerability. Entire core neighborhood systems are vulnerable. Chinatown is dying, and the children are every bit as vulnerable as houseless folks. It's a parent's duty to safeguard their vulnerable children, and that's what we are doing with our appeal. Our case is not built on sensationalism, fear of the other, or fear of the unknown. It's built on our lived experiences, observations, and on data. It's not our intention to vilify houseless folks or to speak of them as a monolith. They are our neighbors, and they are individuals. We bear no ill will towards houseless folks. We have a legitimate concern about the impacts of increasingly unpredictable, erratic, and violent behavior of some individuals in close proximity to children. For example, the individuals who render the bus shelter next to the school entirely inaccessible to the kids due to drug use, needles, and garbage. The individual who defecates on the front step of the record store across the street from the school. The individual who aggressively yells scripture in kids' faces at the crosswalk next to the school. The individual sheltering in the bushes on the school grounds who scares a child who's playing hide and seek. The individual who my neighbor found sleeping in his daughter's bed. The individual who attempted to abduct another neighbor's newborn 2 blocks from the school in Chinatown this spring. Or the individual who waved a hatchet at me and my 3-year-old across the street from the school only 2 weeks after 2 elders of the Chinatown community were randomly murdered by an individual intentionally released by police near a social services hub. This last event was a tipping point for my family. In 20 years in Macaulay, we've experienced a lot. I've been threatened by predatory landlord Carmen Pavez. I've been threatened by Red Alert, had buckets of used needles dumped in my yard, and watched my neighbors' homes burn down in the middle of the day due to arson. But it was only after a woman living with a mental illness and substance abuse disorder waved a hatchet at my 3-year-old immediately across from the school that my wife and I considered removing our son from the school and leaving the neighborhood for good. Boyle Street's own staff has been quoted as saying that criminals intermingle seamlessly with their clientele, further exacerbating the challenges presented by the interface of children and an overconcentration of individuals suffering from significant untreated mental illness, serious substance abuse, incredibly complex needs, and behavior issues. This admission confirms that the development will have a material negative impact on the surrounding area and that the proximity of its intended uses are incompatible with the safety and well-being of children at and around Victoria School. Boyle Street's community center is Edmonton's largest drop-in for individuals experiencing houselessness. While it is redefining itself as professional, financial, and office support service and health services, it is evident that its primary use is a drop-in center or day shelter, which does not conform with the prescribed land use. The City of Edmonton's Downtown Core and Transit Safety Plan summary, page 21, confirms that Boyle Street's community center is a shelter, saying, quote, City Council recently approved $1.8 million to fund day services at the Bissell Center community space. This funding partially extended a $10 million allocation in 2021, which increased day shelter service capacity at Boyle Street. And this reiterates the city's characterization of Boyle Street as a shelter as per the city's minimum shelter standards document. Boyle Street's own Build with Boyle publicity confirms that, in fact, it is a low-barrier day shelter, where requirements for entry are limited or minimal. It describes itself as often being, quote, a last resort for those banned or turned away from other service providers. An April 2021 CBC article provides further evidence of Boyle Street's historic involvement in the operation of low-barrier shelters. Regarding its co-facilitation of the Edmonton Convention Center shelter, Boyle Street says criminals, quote, flow in and out of the inner city social fabric, and it's not always obvious who they are. Criminals are smart, and they know how not to get caught, and they know how to navigate systems so as not to be recognized. In the same article, EPS is quoted as saying that criminals occupy the same space and time as our vulnerable, for all intents and purposes masquerading as them to effect their criminal purpose. According to EPS, it responded to 60 incidents in 30 days at the shelter between November 1 and November 30, 2021, including 6 assaults causing bodily harm or assaults with a weapon, 5 assaults and 2 sexual assaults. A March 2022 Edmonton Journal article describes the dangers that staff at aid agencies face on a regular basis. In the words of one operator located 1 block from Boyle Street, "We have had staff with real close calls with attempted stabbings, staff who have been assaulted, punched in the face, spit on, stuff like that. What happens is staff are always on edge, always on pins and needles, which really takes away from some of the care they can provide. It's hard to bring on more people, and so we hit a downward spiral because the staff who remain are overworked." As Boyle Street describes itself as a health service, it's useful to compare crime statistics between its current location and another health service on the same street. EPS's Community Safety Data Portal shows that in the 90 days from August 1 to October 30, 2022, there were 19 incidents, including 1 assault, within 1 block of Hayes Medical Center. During the same period, within 1 block of Boyle Street's Community Center, incident rates were 350% higher, including 19 assaults. There is very little that a day shelter operator can do to deter illegal activities or ensure the safety of community members in the surrounding area. And they will not be held legally responsible for any harm caused by those they serve while circulating in the surrounding neighborhood. It would be impossible for Boyle Street to control the manner in which its clients interact with Victoria School students. The conditions around Boyle Street's current site suggest that the proposed development would bring with it an increase in violent crime, encampments, drug use, litter, and needle debris. The relocation of a low-barrier shelter with a history of elevated crime rates in its surrounding area will have a material negative impact on the area surrounding Victoria School, and its proximity and intended uses are incompatible with the safety and well-being of children at and around the Victoria School. As outlined by others' presentations, the current baseline for neighborhood safety and well-being is poor. Neighborhood stakeholders have for many years attributed these conditions to the overconcentration of social agencies. Similarly, the City of Edmonton has recently acknowledged that lack of safety in Chinatown and Macaulay is directly connected to the overconcentration of social agencies. On May 18, 2 members of the Chinatown community were murdered near Boyle Street's community center by an individual recently released from the Edmonton Remand Center. Subsequently, RCMP acknowledged that it is accepted practice to drop off individuals released by corrections near a social services hub or in an area where supports and services are available. It was also reported that the accused had a history of violence in Chinatown. In response to the murders, Alberta Minister of Justice mandated that Edmonton develop the Downtown Core and Transit Safety Plan, which makes a commitment to redistribute social services from Chinatown and downtown to other appropriate areas of the city. With this commitment, the city is saying that reducing the number of social agencies in the area will improve safety. If the City of Edmonton connects lack of safety directly with the overconcentration of social services, then clearly Boyle Street's community center, as the largest of those services, should not be supported to permanently entrench itself in Chinatown and should not be located within 76 meters of a K-12 school with 1,787 students. Doing so would have a material negative impact on the surrounding area and would be incompatible with the safety and well-being of the children at and around the Victoria School. As the principal users of the school, hundreds of children and their families have no choice but to observe and access the proposed development site on a regular basis. The school operates regularly between 7:25 a.m. and 7 p.m. weekdays and 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturdays. Hundreds of students walk to and from school, and approximately 500 students take ETS to get to school. The bus stop immediately outside the proposed site is one of the primary stops used by students. Students and faculty routinely access the areas surrounding the site for supervised field trips to various downtown events. And students in grade 8 to 12, who account for nearly 75% of the entire student body, are allowed to leave campus independently and regularly frequent local shops, including Free Cloud Records, Dairy Queen, and 7-Eleven. Can you please scroll to the bottom of our document and open the photos link, please? Number 1. Sorry, I got the wrong glasses on. Oh, there it is. Which one is it, Alice? Bottom number 1. Thank you. Wrong glasses. This image here shows the conditions on the left currently at Boyle Street's current location, and on the right it demonstrates children walking in front of Boyle Street's proposed location on a field trip. Clearly, we can see the incompatibility of the proposed development with the safety and well-being of our children as they move naturally through the neighborhood. Victoria's school is rich with extracurricular activities, with approximately half of students participating. Students spend considerable time in the area around the school when accessing extracurricular activities outside of regular school hours. Evening rehearsals can run until 8 p.m., sports competitions can run until 9 p.m., and performances can keep students at the school as late as 11 p.m. The school's hours are far more extensive than those of Boyle Street's Community Center, which plans to operate 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. May to October, and 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. November to April. Boyle Street will be completely unable to manage encampments that emerge on and around the site in the evenings when students are accessing extracurricular activities, and into the mornings when students are arriving at school. In a recent parent survey, 47% of respondents reported that their children have been directly involved in incidents near school premises where they felt their safety was at risk. A significant number of students have already reported being harassed or intimidated by individuals migrating to and from the shelter district. Those students accessing the school before and after Boyle Street's hours will be particularly vulnerable in the absence of any Boyle Street staff providing oversight over the area surrounding the proposed development site. Parents are receiving an increasing number of school zone newsletter updates from administration informing them of negative interactions with houseless individuals, fires lit on school property, and the school being placed on alert or locked down. Administration places calls to EPS frequently to deal with emergency situations. The school is currently employing resources to sweep the grounds and collect needles 4 times a day, with an average of 20 needles cleaned up from the schoolyard every day. The ETS bus shelters are often entirely inaccessible. Please may we see photograph number 2. This is the bus stop that is closest to the south end of the school. And clearly you can see it demonstrates the inaccessibility of the bus shelter in front of the daycare with individuals using drugs inside. Can we please have photograph number 3? There's another angle, obviously demonstrating significant large debris interfering with the safe and fair use of the bus shelter immediately next to the school. Victoria's school parents feel the school is at a threshold for dealing with safety incidents. 96% of parents surveyed believe that the proposed development will further jeopardize student safety. 19% have reported that they will remove their kids if the development goes ahead. A further 45% will consider removing their kids, and 17% are unsure. leaving only 19% who are committed to having their kids continue at the school. The Victoria school community feels strongly that the development will have a material negative impact on the surrounding area and is incompatible with the safety and well-being of children at the school. By way of separation requirements, schools and their students are safeguarded from the harms related to certain development uses. For example, Edmonton's zoning bylaw sections 85.4a and 70.4a, respectively, prescribe a minimum of 100-meter separation between schools and liquor stores, and a minimum 200-meter separation between schools and cannabis dispensaries. The Victoria School Parent Coalition holds firm to its position that the potential harms related to the proposed development, only 76 meters from the school, exceed those presented by liquor and cannabis stores. A cornerstone of Boyle Street's narrative has been that the proposed development is only 2 blocks from their current space and that won't make any difference. But there are dramatic differences. The current space is surrounded to the south by a large empty lot, to the west by another large empty lot, to the east by an empty lot where fires, major fires, leveled 2 buildings, and to the north by a strip of abandoned businesses which could not survive due to the overconcentration of social agencies. On the other hand, the proposed development is surrounded by children and vibrant businesses. It is evident that Boyle Street's presence in its current location has had a material negative impact on the surrounding area for years, and we've presented evidence that its relocation will bring the same conditions to the school area and will be incompatible with the safety of children. Adding to that, the permit granted to Boyle Street is for the purposes of professional, financial, office, and health services with accessory community recreation services, including food prep and outdoor amenity areas. Boyle Street's website states that they will provide justice system support and substance use and recovery services. These uses are not listed in the development permit, and the last in particular is incompatible in such close proximity to the school. Regarding increased crime in Chinatown, EPS Chief Dale McPhee has said the biggest issue for us that we're tackling, this driving part of this, is addiction. And while opioid addictions are a problem in Alberta, McPhee says that isn't the drug driving crime. The bigger concern in relation to violence for us is meth. Meth keeps you awake, you're violent. Normal people do not do normal things. Moreover, the permit does not take into account that Boyle Street will be offering health services to individuals whom they describe as having serious substance use and social challenges that result in them being denied entry at other agencies. Putting 2 vulnerable groups, children and Boyle Street clients, so close together is inappropriate. Doing so would have a material negative impact on the surrounding area and would be incompatible with the safety and well-being of children. Excuse me. There's been much talk of a good neighbor agreement over the past year, even a legally binding one. We're not aware of the existence of any legally binding agreement in the City of Edmonton, nor do we think it would have any significant impact or relevance to community safety. Regardless of how well Boyle Street manages the environment inside its building, no legal counsel would ever advise them to sign an agreement that holds them responsible for harms inflicted on members of the broader community, including children at Victoria School. Boyle Street's history also suggests that good neighbor agreements have been ignored or have had little to no positive impact on surrounding areas. In April 2021, Boyle Street was a party to an agreement mandated by the city at City Council Executive Committee, April 26, 2021, directing them to, quote, design and implement measures to mitigate and minimize impacts of their operations on the surrounding community. This agreement was followed by an ongoing presence of encampments, increased vandalism in the neighborhood, for example, dozens of broken plate glass windows at Pacific Rim Mall, Italian Center, and Doubletree Hotel. 2 major fires immediately across the street from Boyle Street's community center, and 2 random murders of Chinatown elders. Bow Street Community Services is historically, currently, and chronically in contravention of bylaw at its current operational facility and at its proposed site due to the presence of encampments, graffiti, excessive accumulation of material, loose litter, and garbage. While Bow Street once said its proposed site would be able to prevent encampments, it now says it aims to only limit encampments, and it's not anticipating a noticeable increase in encampments. Regardless, they are either neglecting their duty to properly maintain the space around the building or failing to understand their obligation to do so. The failure to address these conditions will unduly interfere with the amenities of the neighborhood. Please see photograph 4. Excuse me. Photograph 4 shows the presence of encampments at Bow Street's current location and encampments at their proposed location, which they have yet to occupy. Bow Street claims to have done meaningful engagement of Macaulay and Chinatown stakeholders. This is patently false. During the 7 years Bow Street was seeking a new space, they never once engaged Chinatown and Macaulay community members about establishing a new space in our communities. The Macaulay Community League and Chinatown and Area Business Association were told of the new development only hours before it was announced in the media as a done deal. All subsequent engagement has been a unilateral delivery of information by Bow Street, allowing little to no room for dialogue or feedback from affected community members. Bow Street has failed to conduct any meaningful engagement with our communities to understand how its proposed host neighborhoods feel about the development. However, the Victoria School Parent Coalition, the Macaulay Community League, and Chinatown and Area Business Association have done that work, and our data indicates that our communities are overwhelmingly opposed to the development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Did you want to add anything at this time? Miss, is it Beaufoy, or are you Miss Mipp?
No, thank you. I'm fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm Michelle Patterson-Nip, and I agree wholeheartedly with what sorry, Mark has said on behalf of the parents, so I'm good right now.
Okay. Anybody else with the coalition that wanted to speak, or are you satisfied with the submissions of Mr. Davis?
We have a parent who would like to speak.
Okay, well, if there are more that would like to speak, we'll just see if there's any questions for you two, and then we can bring a few more up here. Anything for Mr. Davis? Seeing none, okay. Is it Mr. Darren or Mr. Van Boom? Daniel. Did you want to speak, sir? Absolutely. Okay, we'll invite you up here. And
Mr. Chair, if we can just confirm if maybe Victoria Public, if the Parents Coalition is done?
This is still part of the coalition.
Is it?
Yeah,
Okay, sorry.
these are members of the coalition.
Okay, great.
Sir, you may come up to the front here, and you're Daniel Darren? Okay, sorry, your last name was?
Ariel, A-R-I-A-L. Thank you for having me. Like you said, my name is Daniel Ariel. I'm a proud member of the Métis Nation here in Alberta. My son goes to Victoria School. I live half a block from the school. I can watch him walk halfway there, which was kind of the goal as we moved into this community and to partake in the school and be here. In the first couple of years, I walked with him, having to wake people up and kick them out of trees and just, hey, there's students here, there's families walking, find somewhere else, find somewhere else. Now my life consists of what I hope would be letting my son just walk to school by himself in grade 5 is no longer at that point. First, we have to remove people from my doorway, make sure the drugs are hidden, let them know that children are walking out the door right now so we can come out, and that's into our community garden that we can no longer use because the community garden always has encampments inside of it. So our children can't even go outside the door. As we walk down the street, there will always be somebody camping, ripping apart the garbages, right on 108th and 105th Avenue there, or 105th Street and 108th Avenue, sorry. And continuing down the way, you'll find 3 or 4 different locations where people will be doing narcotics. Nightly, I find people sleeping outside my windows, smoking next to my children's bedroom, finding the scent of cigarettes throughout my house. I'm happy to be a non-smoker now, so it's a very offensive smell I notice. I get out there, they're doing drug use outside the house as well, which I have to remove. It now seems to be that we see no police in the area, we see no security in the area. The city's left us alone and let it fall to the wayside here, and it seems to be the residents in the area that have to stand up and say things. And it's very frightening and scary to be in that community and know that I'm raising children that know words like down and pint. Do you know what those words mean? The people on this panel, the word down or pint, that is methamphetamine, and that's opiates. Why does my 10-year-old know those words? Because they're prevalent in my neighborhood. If you want to buy it, easy, you can find it easily. There's lots of pictures where you can find them. They're all the encampments outside of Boyle Street. Super easy to find narcotics. It's not going to make it any better to bring it 2 blocks over, 76 meters from my kid's school. It's not going to clean up the area. And I'm sorry, I never wrote anything. I came here with more passion and more awareness of what was going on because I do live in this community and have to deal with it daily. And I kind of agree with what everybody's saying. They were very transparent and very honest about what goes on in this neighborhood. No one was lying on this side. I keep hearing snickers from the crowd at people saying that Boyle Street somehow had some conversations with people in our community. We never heard anything. Nothing at all. The first public engagement we were all invited to turned out to be a condo sale. They just explained to us what we were getting. They never asked us any questions, asked us our feelings, wanted to know what our opinions were on the situation. I have nothing against Boyle Street. It's a great advantage for society that is missing a big part of who they are. Homes, life, family, success, things that they need for themselves. It's a great, great organization. But they're not thinking about the other vulnerable people in our neighborhood as they're moving it right next to a school full of children. And I heard the number 500 people taking the bus. That's how many people we know buy bus passes from that school. There's a lot more people taking Edmonton Transit through that area. Those are just bus passes sold through that school. There's a lot of children that need our help and our parents' help to protect them. And I hope you take into account that we're here looking for our children's future and making sure that they can feel comfortable walking to school daily, knowing that they are still children, that they don't need to think like an adult, that when they pass by somebody passed on the ground, they don't need to think they're dead, and let an adult know that I saw a dead body. This is not the life that I wanted to raise my child in. And I've lived down here for 25 years, and this is the worst we've ever let it be. I'm going to end myself on that note because I know I have to get to work. I've left one job to be here all day. I have another job this evening because, like I said, we live in Macaulay. Some of us make less than 30 grand a year, so we have to work a lot of jobs to live in this lifestyle. And it's very disappointing that I can't be there for my son at the same time when he's growing up walking around this community. But thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Ariel. We'll see if there's any questions. Seeing no questions, we do thank you for your submissions today. Anybody else from the coalition that would like to speak? Sir, your name?
Mike Van Boom.
All right. The floor is yours, sir.
Hello. My name is Mike Van Boom, and I am a 12-year resident of the Macaulay neighborhood. My daughter attends Victoria School and is in grade 11. My address is 10926 93rd Street. I have spent 10 years advocating for real solutions to homelessness with Interfaith Housing Initiative. I did that professionally for about 7 years, and I have addressed all levels of government in my role there. I also served for 5 years with the Macaulay Community League, and I served as president for 2 years. And I always have tried to bring my best to bring a clear and constructive voice to City Council in speaking to neighborhood concerns. I have been considering this matter for a few months, as have my wife. and we both remain in a painful conflict about it. On one side, I have enormous appreciation for Boyle Street Community Services and her staff. I trust their honesty and integrity and the genuine faith that they bring to the table. In my experience, they have demonstrated a listening sincerity, and I have heard that recognized even by my daughter, who has, as I'll get into, has had a lot of extremely negative experiences. But she came and participated in one conversation we had, and she was able to come back to another meeting and found that they had really listened to what she said and tried to resolve some of the points she made. And so I know these folks. I've talked with them, listening sincerely, and I have faith that the current leadership will continue to do that moving forward, right? A legally binding good neighbor agreement helps to cement that path, and I applaud them for their courage and their dedication to going that. I also have enormous appreciation for the challenging work that Boyle Street does. I mean, so many of our neighbors on the street face an uphill battle in addressing complex concerns that are stacked high. I have some hope that our city is heading in the right direction in resolving homelessness. There are some things that give us hope. And I know that Boyle Street is a constructive partner in that change, as I've talked to them. The proposed facility, too, has many thoughtful design components that I think give them additional tools in responding to a person in a place of crisis and impairment. All of these are very good things. But here's the other side of the conflict for me. Building a large day shelter that serves thousands of vulnerable homeless individuals adjacent to a large K-12 school sets up a major conflict. The needs of the vulnerable street population against the needs of vulnerable children. I'd like to talk a little bit about proximity because I know you've heard it from other folks too, but the experience of living in proximity or working in proximity to some of the homeless serving facilities regularly has a very strong negative impact. I've had friends living a block from the Mustard Seed before they moved their services who are still rooted there. And this family tried for several years raising their kids there, but they could not endure the constant negative and often dangerous incidents that took place in their alley on their block. They had their big dogs in the house, and they went with their kids to everything outside their yard. They couldn't stay. They had to move. Local businesses in Chinatown, and even those several blocks away, have terrible stories to tell. I mean, I've heard some exhaustion and despair in their voices, and I'm grateful that you're taking time to listen to those voices today. My family and my neighbors have already had many numerous experiences. As it is right now, in the last year and a half, it has been the worst we have ever seen it, but especially for my daughter. She cannot go for walks alone in the neighborhood at any time of day or night because she will almost certainly be approached, solicited, catcalled, or harassed. She has had troubled individuals, and unfortunately, 90% of them, 90% of the people who have followed her were from the street population that followed her, sometimes for blocks, harassing her. She has even had to take refuge inside the houses of some of my neighbors. This is heartbreaking for my wife and I have both worked directly with homeless, and we have had built good relationships. So to have that conflict now with our own daughter, who is being followed and harassed on a regular basis, is absolutely heartbreaking. During COVID, but just a little more about proximity, because during COVID, the city opened up Commonwealth Stadium as a day shelter and a winter warming for the street population. Now, my family lives 1 block west of the stadium, so this was very close by. All of a sudden, we were immediate neighbors. Now, we understood this was to be an emergency measure, and we accepted it as part of a compassionate response. We also accepted the reality that for those of us who are local neighbors, we were most likely going to endure additional petty thefts and even break-ins because of this decision. But we live with a steady stream of it. It's a regular thing, so what's a little more? And that summer was a little rougher for us, and my daughter had a few more stalkers than normal, but we were figuring it out. She never walks alone. She has a safety plan. That's how it is. But what really shocked me was to hear the experience of our new neighbors that year. It was an Indigenous family with 5 kids, 3 of whom were teenagers. And they had just moved in across the street. And their kids are very, very active and like to be outside biking and skateboarding and going for walks, going to the park. But because they were teenagers and because they were Indigenous, they became major targets. Within days of moving in, they had someone trying to peek in the window of their teen daughter's bedroom. The daughters, even going in a group of them, 3 or 4 at a time, would have men following them. Even with one fellow who followed right up to the front door of their house with their dad standing on the porch and having a confrontation. Their sons are approached by gangs and threatened by violence if they didn't join up and run drugs for them. They ran and they were chased. Gang and drug dealers had obviously ramped up their presence in the area, and my teens weren't targeted with that. But some of the other more vulnerable local teens became targets. These incidents have led me to the difficult perspective that it seems that my neighborhood is often safer for young kids than it is for teenagers. I mean, my daughter was 4 when we moved here, and my wife and I had no major safety concerns around our kids for years. We see that people are more likely to be protective of a young child, even when they're impaired. But an older kid, that's different. When they are teens, now they are approached for sex or drugs, or they can trigger some sort of rage reaction. My daughter has had people spit out horrible things to her. If she just kindly said, well, she didn't have any cigarettes, right? Or no, she didn't want to buy drugs and she tried to move on, and they would just vomit on her. But coming back to the new location for Boyle Street next to Victoria School, I see this as a lose-lose situation. Our kids will lose as they can logically, reasonably expect more incidents with gangs and drugs and being solicited for sex. Now, this is not to demonize the street population at all. Overall, I see that 90% of our interactions with street folks over the years, my wife would agree, are fine. We have kind and gentle conversations. I've had street folks in my alley help me there clean up when someone had gone through on a tear and tore out bags and bags of trash and it was all over. They were there helping me clean up. As a community league in the past, too, we welcomed a corps of street volunteers from the recovery group at Hope Mission, right? They were there for hours helping us run a community event, and it was amazing, and my gratitude was sky high. I know that good and healthy relationship is possible, and that so many of our street neighbors are honest folk trying to pull out of a real mess. But it does not change the reality that we as neighbors and businesses and our kids also have terrible encounters, usually with people who have lost control over their behavior. And with scores more street folks now moving north of 107A and adjacent to the school, we can expect way more interactions, the good and the bad. and that translates to a loss in net safety for our kids. And I would venture that Indigenous kids and teenagers are more in danger than younger ones. But this is also a loss, I think, for the street population. Because with a major hub like this moving next to a large K-12 school, we will need to have a very strong and muscular safety plan to be enforced every school day, all the hours that the school is open, and even on the weekends. You know, this is an art school, so my daughters come in all day Saturday for like shooting video, and you know, there's the school's all kinds of after-hour stuff, right? But we will need to have that really strong muscular safety plan in place at all times. We'll need consistent commitments of resources from police and Boyle Street, and we're going to need that for the next 30 to 50 years, every day, all the time. And the worry will always be there for that crew that's working on the street. We have to get this right. If we don't, something might happen to a kid. And whenever you're carrying that level of fear and worry, right, if you have to weigh the safety of a kid against the dignity of a street person, the good-hearted people who are going to be doing this work will choose the safety of the kid. And our street people will pay some of that price. And here's what I mean when I talk about dignity. For the street folk, having to live under a tight security regimen means they feel like pariahs. They will have to endure the weight of our fear and concern for our children, and that means that they are going to be chased around, even if it is expressed very gently. Sorry, we have to ask you to move along. You can't be here right now. School's out soon. The kids are coming here to this bus stop, wherever it is. They need to feel safe. The street folk will hear that message. Interestingly, this is already some of what our street community has had to go through after the building of Rogers Place. New rules on the ground there meant that there were many places they were no longer welcome, where they had to move on. And it's unfortunate that this choice of location will only permanently extend or even worsen that experience for them. So to sum up, here's the conflict. Boyle Street provides a critically important service to our vulnerable and homeless neighbors. We absolutely need them. And as it is right now, we need them in this neighborhood in some fashion, most likely for the long term. I think there is a real effort underway to fundamentally change or fix how we address homelessness and addictions. As always, there is hope, right? But there is no guarantee that we'll succeed, but we can cheer on that work with some hope. But until we do have that success, until we radically change how we address homelessness in our city, we will need Boyle Street, and we will need the work that they do here in this neighborhood. And I applaud the vision for this center. I think it is beautifully done. The people who are carrying this forward are the best and most excellent kind of people trying to do their very best. They are listening and are responding and are 100% committed to being good neighbors and willing to do whatever it takes to do that. And I believe them in my bones. But building a large drop-in service hub that serves thousands of homeless people every year in close proximity to a large school creates a conflict that sets up a lose-lose situation. Every school day for the next 30 to 50 years, we will have to weigh the dignity of the person experiencing homelessness against the safety of our kids. We should not have to make that choice. If we help Boyle Street find an alternative location, we won't need to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Boom. I'll see if there's any questions. Seeing none, we thank you for your presentation today. And I believe one parent left from the coalition, that's Ms. Lee, who wishes to speak.
Thank you. So I also didn't write things down so that I could be able to share what I wanted to share as it arises in me. I have lived here. Well, first I'd like to acknowledge that we're on Treaty 6 territory and Métis Nation land. And I have lived in Central McDougall community. We can see Victoria School and the new center from my children's bedroom, because we look over the armory onto Victoria School, so that entire ground's visible from my children's bedroom. In our location, it's Unit 124, 10909, 106th Street, right across from the Purple Park, or I think people call it Central McDougall Park, and John A. McDougall School. We moved here when my daughter was 1 and my son was 4. They are now 12 and 9. And this is our first year at Victoria because I preferred to take them to John A. McDougall School because it was just literally across from the park, much, much smaller. And I thought it was important for my children to know the neighborhood community members where they mostly attended, because Victoria School is a regional school and not necessarily where the local residents attend. After grade 6, though, we do need to choose another school. So my son is in grade 7, and we've moved to Victoria, have been there short time, and they're thriving. My son especially is thriving. This school is a feeder school for many of the community areas. So many of the kids that are walking distance in our community have to make a decision at grade 7 whether they're going to go to Victoria or oftentimes Spruce Ave or St. Joe's. Many of the community residents are not Catholic, and so that actually reduces the likelihood they're going to choose St. Joseph's as their location. And many end up going towards Vic, and that was my family's decision as well, which means we do walk to and from. My son walks. He is 12 and very large. He's larger than me, and he is unreasonably confident. My daughter is 9, tiny, and not confident. I did ask, because I have done tremendous amount of community advocacy since I've had my children, and really simple things, wanting to bring families together, wanting to take an approach of sort of creating safe spaces from the perspective of children at the center. Because when I moved into the area, I had young children, and I believed it was most reasonable for me to always make decisions based on what is best for children and future generations. That would help me stay clear when there were very complex conversations and very polarizing conversations, that if I could focus on the sense of kinship for children, for mothers, that I would be able to keep my clear state of mind and thinking. That being said, I have also been sometimes very unclear in my mind and thinking, because sometimes I get quite angry when I have had to show so much effort to advocate for children and women in the area. The first year that I moved to the community, there were 3 women found murdered within blocks of my home, including a woman who was found within walking distance, the walking path of children in the neighborhood walking to John A. McDougall School. And I did decide to get more active at the time, reach out. I am a nurse, I should mention, I suppose. But I have lots of experience working in high-risk mental illness areas. I do come from a place of compassion at work and at my non-work hours as best I can. But when I was in that situation of recognizing that I'm vulnerable, my children are clearly vulnerable in this space, I really do want to stay, and I love it. I do love the community. But I also want to be realistic that we're all safe in the community, myself, my children included. And knowing that there were 3 women murdered quite close to my home, I had to be realistic and acknowledge that there probably were missing safety benefits that would support us. So as a intention all along, I tried to put women, kids at the center, thinking that would help people understand that these are important decisions and that they impact me, my child, future generations, and that we cannot oversimplify very complex issues. I think nor can we polarize them to a dangerously oversimplification. If we at a hospital have to have security presence and lockdown units for people with severe mental illness who sometimes leave against medical advice, we have professional staff, we're trained, we need chemical restraint, we need physical restraint in extreme circumstances. And although not, and I would never imagine to say that homeless people as a whole are people who are requiring that level of care or medical intervention, nor would I imagine that no people in those situations who are high on drugs at some times or are not in the most clear mental state. I wouldn't imagine to expect a child or a non-trained citizen to have to navigate that space, that we would have tremendous protections in a hospital setting to protect. And I think it's important that we not oversimplify the issues, nor that we oversimplify the requirements, the professional training that we have. We would not expect a child, I hope, to have to navigate that individually without an adult present. When I walked in, we do have a security check, I imagine, to keep our safety kind of in mind, your safety in mind. I would ask that you would do the same for my 9-year-old and my 12-year-old who's cocky, but still a child. When I asked my daughter, who's lived here for many years, in your words, what would you want to tell people because she can't be here? It's my responsibility to, as her mother, speak for her, recognizing she cannot speak on her own behalf. I asked, what would you say? And it's from her heart, and it's simple. She said, I think homelessness is very sad. I think homeless people should have a place to live. And I feel very sad that people have to live in a difficult way. I also think children have gone through a lot through COVID. A lot of children have anxiety, and I have anxiety. And knowing that I might not be safe makes me more anxious. I would ask adults to understand that I'm anxious and that I want to feel safe. And that is what I'd like to share.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. I'll see if there's any questions arising from your presentation. Seeing none, we thank you for appearing before us today and for your submissions. I believe that's everybody from the coalition that wanted to speak. Seeing nobody else, we will move on to the next individual, who is, I do not believe they're here, Ms. Van from Tan Tan Restaurant. Nope. Okay. No problem. We've taken into account all submissions that have been submitted to date, so it's not an issue that she's not here. Next up, Mr. Tran.
I have the same idea. Everything everybody already says, so I agree everything.
So,
Nothing new to me.
Nothing additional to add? Next up, I don't believe they're here as well, Cindy Hyun. Okay, I believe she has some submissions in the folder, so we will rely on those then. Tech Liu. Okay, Viet Trois Entertainment? Same, okay. All right, those are all the registered appellants, so we'll just, we'll see if the other three individuals opposed to the development would like to speak. We'll start with Nunu Deslagne.
Sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, can we take a pause? We need to switch out our.
Certainly, yeah,
our
my
meeting
apologies.
monitor.
You did remind me of that, and I forgot.
And I'm
so-
wondering if we should look to bring in the people that are outside and fill
Yeah,
up the
maybe I'll
empty
give some
chairs?
context. There is a bugler that's going to be performing in the atrium at, they're going to start set up at 4:15, from 4:15 to 5:15. So we will invite everybody who is currently in the atrium to join us in this room. We've got enough room for everyone, I believe. So we'll pause for about five minutes here while everybody enters this room and we're out of the atrium, and then we can give them that space. I would ask anybody who does decide to leave to be respectful of what's happening in the atrium. So if you do decide to leave between the hour of 4:15 to 5:15, just be cognizant that that is occurring in the atrium. So we'll take a short recess. If you want, you can just remain where you are, but we'll spend 5 minutes just swapping out our administration and waiting for others to join us. Feel free to stretch your legs, but we will want to start within 5 minutes. So first on my list for those opposed to the development, Nunu Delane. Am I saying that correctly? Say that again. I'll get you to say it on the microphone so I can try my best to say it properly.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Nunu Desalegn. I own a grocery store on 107th. The address is 10418. Closer? Sure. Okay. Habisha African Market. We're located on 10418 107th Avenue. We're a small grocery store. However, we bring a lot of vibrant, colorful ideas to the neighborhood. We've been advocating for the neighborhood since 2017. Before we moved to the 107 area, we ran a very successful restaurant on 118th Avenue, and opening a grocery store has been my husband's dream. At this point, I don't know whether it's a dream, a vision, or a curse, to be honest. I was just there to begin with to support his dream. And the day we walked to the store to see what kind of idea we could have, we owned the building, I should say, to begin with. It's the formal Catholic Social Services building. For us to be able to get to that point where immigrants from Ethiopia, both of us, it was countless of hard work, many, many hours of a day hard work. I would say 16, 17 hours of hard work each day. I have 3 kids, 3 beautiful kids. I worked until very last day of my pregnancy. I had all my kids C-section. They were all booked C-section, 8 in the morning. I would be working until late night, the night before, until 11 a.m. because we had a goal, we had a dream. For us to be able to own our own building, where I would say the very first Ethiopian immigrant to be able to own our own building, to be able to open our own grocery store, to serve community in the scale that we hope we would. We're the very first people to do it. And walking to the very first day, walking to see the building, it was very, very, very hard. Needles everywhere. I'm talking about a private property. I was very feared to bring my 3 little children into that area. The only way I knew how to change or how to advocate for the neighborhood was to get to know other mothers within the neighborhood to see what can we do to this situation, because this is where we are located at the moment. This is going to be my everyday life, bringing my kids, risking my life, and hope that this is our situation. This is what we do for a living. It's really, really sad. Like I mentioned, I come from Ethiopia. I have seen worse. I've lived in a worse situation. But to have here all this conversation, hearings, all day long, in a way that we are trying to show our kids, please care for our kids. These are little children that we bring, that we're picking up needles for them to be able to walk safely. I don't know how to put it this to the board. How is it okay? How is it okay for our kids to see drugs shooting in front of my door. How is it okay? Is this the future that we wanted to show our kids? I spend most of my day, instead of working, helping customers, or trying to figure out how do I bring people into this neighborhood, but I spend most of my day making a phone call to get ambulance to come because someone is ODing right in front of my door. And my heart goes out to those individuals that goes through this every single day. I'm not asking this, but I just want you to keep it in mind. Do you ever had to call for someone because they're about to die, they're losing their life? Have you ever had to walk up to someone to see whether they're alive or dead in your own property? Because that's what I do every single day. People have been setting up our dumpster in the fire. I feel like I go to work. When I go to work in the morning, I feel like I'm heading out to a war zone. This should not be the way people should run their business. We have done so much collaborating with the community. We have done so much cleaning up, putting some flowers, putting out some colors, hosting events, trying to bring people into this neighborhood so then at least we could normalize a little bit, create some sort of balance. And none of that has been working so far. And having the Boyle Center moving as close as the new location set out to be, it's just, I only wish we knew this 2017 before we moved. This was a 7-year-old plan, because I honestly, right now, I don't know where to pick up the pieces so I could move my kids to somewhere else. I don't know how, because I work all my entire life to be where I am. I just want the board to tell me, where do I go from here? Where do I park? Where do I park all my lifetime investment, all this countless hard work that I have been missing with my kids? I haven't had a day off since 2008. I want you to tell me, where do I go? Start from the beginning, start from scratch. I am not a person who sits back and say, okay, some change will come. I have advocated, I have given all my best, 100%. Now, where do I go? Do I work for someone else to start over? Maybe in my 100 years, do I start business? I don't know. I want people to tell me, where do I go? This is all I wanted to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. I'll just see if there's any questions from the board. Seeing none, we thank you for appearing before us today and for your submissions. Stan Ma, are you still here in attendance? So again, Mr. Ma, we'll need to hear how you're an affected party, and then you are free to make your presentation.
Hi, my name is Stan Ma. I represent the BMA building on 10708 97th Street. We're our business center, like a strip mall, and I'll just go through what I have to say. First of all, I want to congratulate Bell Street on obtaining money for their new development and their good work. So I've always recognized that. I represent SSEV Holdings Limited, which owns the BMA building, which is 3 blocks from the proposed site of the development. And so I just want to tell you just a bit about our building and how it relates to what's happening in Chinatown. The BMA building was built 40 years ago, and our company acquired this building 35 years ago. This brick two-story building contains a restaurant, 2 vacant storefronts on the main floor, and professional offices such as lawyers and accountants and other businesses on our second floor. So we're like a strip mall. Originally, 35 years ago, this building was fully occupied. As the years progressed, our building has had vandalism. Now we have increased attempts to break in almost every month, and just a couple of days ago, they were trying to pry our steel doors to get into our commercial building. And yesterday we were busy fixing it. So this is almost a monthly occurrence with our particular building because of the increased amount of disadvantaged people occurring in our community. So we have yearly breakage of doors and windows and graffiti every few months on our building, which we have to clean out. In the last few years, the influx of the socioeconomic disadvantaged people has increased around our building. This summer, we had people sleeping on our parking ramp that goes to our underground parking, and also in front of our entrance to the main part of our building to get to the professional offices in our building. So what's been occurring recently is that it's been more difficult to rent out our space. So what happens is the potential tenants that we talk to, they're mostly worried about the safety and security in the area, and therefore that doesn't lend itself to much prospects for tenants. And this is a real problem for those people who have buildings that they want to rent out on 97th Street. And so it's really causing a problem, because this social chaos that we're experiencing is hurting the business community. And so people are very hesitant to come to our community. Our company holds a number of properties in Alberta, BC, and Saskatchewan. And one of the properties we hold here in Edmonton is Blue Willow Restaurant, which is on the west end of the downtown. A few years ago, we did a survey of our customers, and we asked them, if we built in Chinatown, because we're an Asian restaurant, would you come down? And the majority of the people said no, they wouldn't. And even to this day, when we talk to some of our customers, they said there's not a chance in heck that they would come to this area because of safety concerns, especially with people with families, because we have a lot of families that come to our particular restaurant. So this is one of the issues, major issues for Chinatown, and having the proposed site for Boyle Street is certainly damaging not only to the business area and to the school, but to the community around there. So for these reasons, our company, we propose that Boyle Street site is not suitable for the site that they're looking at. And so that's our opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ma. I'll see if there's any questions. Seeing none, we thank you for appearing before us today.
Thank you very much.
Next up, I believe we have from the Chinatown Transformation Collaborative, Han Leong and Sandy Pon.
Thank you all.
Is it just yourself?
Yeah, I don't think Sandy's here anymore.
Okay. So we'll just want to hear just how you're an affected party, and then you may make your presentation.
Yes, thank you. So thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I've been to a number of these SDAB hearings, and I've never been in a room with so many people. And so I think because of that, this is a very unique and urgent matter. My name is Han Leong, and I'm the chair for the Chinatown Transformation Collaborative Society. We help steward the Chinatown strategy along with the City of Edmonton and stakeholders like the Chinatown BIA and Chinese Benevolent Association. The CTC not only are interested in business and cultural aspects, we also engage in infrastructure and built form, safety and security, and governance and leadership in Chinatown. And there's actually a few people in this room today that were a part of making the CTC happen, being Mei Hung, Dr. Holly Ma, and San Ma. I'd like to begin by saying that we all recognize the great work being done at Boyle Street, and we appreciate their endeavor to help the vulnerable and the houseless. This is not about the good work that they do. The community of Macaulay and Chinatown have been extremely open to working with social services and finding the secret sauce to coexistence. Even today at this hearing, there are things to be learned that can inform how permitting and social change should happen in distressed neighborhoods. This is also not about NIMBYism. Quite frankly, we acknowledge this is Treaty 6 land, and Chinatown, Macaulay, Victoria parents, and most people in this room do not get to make a decision on what can and cannot belong. We are here to talk how we can share this land and our collective roles in deciding these changes. At its heart, we are discussing use, placement, and lack of meaningful community consultation. So when it comes to use, a simple web search of Boyle Street website will show you the multitude of uses they will continue at the proposed new location, including free meal preparation. On the website, it also says the drop-in is the heart of the downtown community center, and that they service thousands of people each day. On the permit, community recreational service is listed as an accessory use. However, it is their primary use. General commercial areas do not have that use listed as a permitted or discretionary use. To me, that is a significant deviation and would require meaningful and binding community consultation to develop a workable solution. The main uses they have listed are financial offices and health services to conform with the CB2 zoning. CB2 zoning specifically desires to take advantage of visibility and frontage to catalyze development along major traffic corridors. However, the current requested use of this property with this kind of frontage and visibility will only amplify the impact it will have on our community. Let's remind ourselves that typical examples of uses for these are accounting or law offices, dental offices, or even diagnostic health services. This stands in stark contrast to those listed on their website. It should also be noted that multiple permits have been applied to separate and simplify the overall use. However, Boyle Street operates an integrated ecosystem of social services, yet has decided not to apply for one permit to encapsulate the total impact of their operations on the community. It feels like fitting a square into a round peg. To me, Boyle Street Community Services should find urban services or community services zoning where uses such as community educational, recreation, and cultural uses are allowed, along with supportive housing and private club uses that would allow for not-for-profit meal preparation under 500 people. It does not belong under commercial business zonings. These zonings are important to provide direction to those planning to invest and develop business in the area. With placement, simply put, although this move is only a few blocks away from their current location, what is troubling is the proximity to neighboring school children and its impact on the four main gateways into Chinatown, being north and south on 97th Street and on 106 and 107th Ave. Parents living in Macaulay who do not even have an elementary or junior high due to families not wanting to live in what is perceived as an unsafe area are now being forced to drive their children to Victoria School to avoid being solicited for illegal acts or threatened by the mentally ill. This is not about a lack of compassion towards our vulnerable brothers and sisters. I would even argue that Macaulay and Chinatown has shown a great amount of empathy and compassion to the vulnerable population that is not seen in other neighborhoods. It is about a municipal plan and a promise to residents and businesses of what to expect. No resident or business decided to purchase a home or start a business in this area with a development like this in mind. Now, most people don't use 106 Ave because of social disorders seen along that avenue. A lot of jaywalking happens on 106 in front of Hope Mission. And I foresee a similar situation along 107A Avenue should this development occur. That would choke off east and west access into Macaulay and leave the residents and businesses with a wall of social services along 101 Street. This impedes the spirit of residential and commercial development and reduces the traffic into our business zone. Not to mention, it is a serious possibility for jaywalking and road accidents with vulnerable road pedestrians. Now, the CTC has requested a traffic impact assessment as part of a due diligence, yet has not seen any such report. So let's discuss the lack of meaningful community consultation as part of development permit. We can all tell there are many uses that complicate this permit application. It is a square peg in a round hole. Why are the residents and businesses not part of informing this decision-making process? The community consultation that is being performed are by those that want this to happen. The funders and their business interests, the staff and their want for more space, the vulnerable and the treatment for their difficulties. It is not happening with those that need their voices to be heard, the residential break-ins and theft and vandalism, and how they have been asked again and again to absorb social services into their neighborhood, or the parents of Victoria and the safety of their children to just be kids without being panhandled for spare change. The businesses and the investment of love and labor and the slow decline and possible loss of it. Now, the CTC requested a traffic impact assessment and none was prepared. Why? If we are doing real community consultation, shouldn't actions speak louder than words? Why are these concerns not being acted upon? Does Boyle Street really care about their new neighbors and the impact they may have on them? Now, I already know that restaurants and supermarkets are finding new homes to relocate. Is this the true spirit of how a zoning should work? Should it not act like a roadmap for what is to come? Obviously, with the possibility of businesses leaving, now the roadmap that we all follow is being rewritten overnight. I do not envy this panel. I really don't. There are things here that are not prescribed in the existing zoning or the Municipal Government Act that can provide a way forward. This requires an exercise of discretion, common sense, and reason, and the jurisdiction to be an independent panel as the last line of judgment. I hope you can see the common sense. This center is not called Boyle Street Business Services. It is called Boyle Street Community Services. And to me, it is common sense that it should be found in an urban service or community services zone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Leon. I'll see if there's any questions. Seeing none, we thank you for appearing before us today and for your presentation. And I believe, just checking my sign-in sheet, Ms. Gale, you're in favor of the development or are you opposed? Opposed. You're opposed to the development? And Ms. Villarobos, you're opposed? Okay, we'll start with Ms. Gale and then we will hear from Ms. Villarobos. So we'll just want to begin with how you are an affected party.
Okay, hi. My name is Judith Gale, and I am the leader of the Bear Clan Beaver Hills House Patrol here in Edmonton, Alberta. And we serve our brothers and sisters in that particular neighborhood, Macaulay and... Oh, sorry. Oh, okay, sorry. Well, okay, I will try. You know, I'm pretty passionate when I talk, so I'll try to slow it down. So we serve our brothers and sisters 7 times a week, 7 times In a week, we have 3 patrols that we do. We have the inner city that we do in the mornings, and then we also have the north side patrol, and we have the south side patrol. And the north side patrol, we particularly patrol Boyle Street and Macaulay area. And we do that in the evenings. So roughly, we feed and we support at least 5,000 a month. And we do this through the kind contributions of our community. We gather gifts that we then bring out directly to our brothers and sisters, and we gift them what community gifts. So we're just the conduit of the gift. And we've been on the street now for just about 2.5 years. And I must say that in those 2.5 years, I'm pleased to say we have never had any violent altercations with our brothers and sisters. We have never been met, we never meet our brothers and sisters with violence or subjugation of their addictions or their personal afflictions. You know, there are a myriad of things that affect our brothers and sisters, and one of them is in particular, which I think is in kin to Boyle Street, is the Hope Mission. So the Hope Mission, you guys know, was just recently had a new facility built, a $10 million facility, right? And that place houses, supports 500 of our most vulnerable. And in my opinion, that is no way to go. As you can see, that facility right now is in the epicenter of the entire issue of houselessness. It's so much so, this $10 million building has our brothers and sisters on the outside of the building, tents and, you know, wrapped up in blankets on the outside of the building in the winter, because it simply does not work. We're housing brothers and sisters with a myriad of mental health addictions, stuff like this. It does not work. It does not work. We do not want to see we're housing human beings any longer. What we need to do as a city is to allow our brothers and sisters little dwellings. You know, the Bear Clan, we're all about housing first. We want to eradicate houselessness here in Edmonton. That's our end goal, you know. We want to eradicate it because it can be done. Medicine Hat is a good example of that. And we can do the same thing. And how we can do it is by housing our brothers and sisters in smaller facilities throughout the city instead of in one generalized area, because our brothers and sisters are transients and they do travel. You know, they have family, friends all over the city, so it makes sense to have little pockets of areas where our brothers and sisters are. Now, I understand that the Boyle Street has been a long-time player in this game, and our brothers and sisters are very familiar with them, and they go and they access those services on a daily basis. It's very much needed, and I really appreciate the work that they do. Now, right across from the Boyle Street Co-op currently is a building that is the bone of my contention, because it is only 10% occupied, owned by the city of Edmonton. It was built in 2008, they started building it, and it was completed 2011. Since 2011, people, that building is only 10% occupied. That building gets power, heat. That building gets security 24/7. That building is owned by the city of Edmonton. Why on earth? And it's right in the epicenter of all the services that our brothers and sisters require. So why can't we take that building and at least relinquish 5 floors. You know, 1 for men, 1 for addictions, 1 for mental health, 1 for women, 1 for families, because unfortunately that's the highest growing demographic right now that's being unhoused. Is our families. We are seeing more families in tents than we ever have in our 2.5 years on the street, which is alarming. So we don't, we need to look at other alternatives, and I think that the EBCOR Tower building is a good, viable one. You know, I think that really we can look at that, and we could, I mean, if we were able to fashion the Shaw Conference Center as an emergency shelter, why on earth couldn't we do that with the EBCOR Tower? You know, give us some floors. We can, and if you guys need some staff, I'm sure there's so many mutual aid groups on the ground right now that I'm sure would be able to help, you know? So we're all about de-escalation and supporting our brothers and sisters 100%. And I think that's the reason that we've never been met with violence or anything like that. So, and the other thing that I want to address too is the proximity of the new proposal to a school. You know, that's one of the things that we don't allow on our patrols, are children, and for good reason. For good reason. We come across so many of our brothers and sisters with mental health, so many that are suffering from psychosis, and you don't want to be in a position to explain to a child about psychosis. It's just, you just can't, you know? And when our brother and sister is going through psychosis, it's a disconnection of their brain and their body, and we've seen some awful stuff happen, and we don't want to expose children to that. And as well, the traffic too, right on that, in the middle of that intersection, that's quite a lot of traffic, more than the traffic that's on 101, I think. You know, in front of the EBCOR building, because we do have Boyle there, right? And we still do get people walking across against the traffic and stuff, but it's been, people expect that on that street now, you know, on 101 Street, so they're quite good with not hitting our brothers and sisters. But so I'm really opposed to it, and I think that we should look at all the alternatives like the EBCOR Tower. Thank you for your time. And ooh, I forgot to mention, because I was so excited to talk, that we are on Treaty 6 territory, Masicho, hi, and I'm Treaty 8, so I'm a visitor too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gale. We'll just get you to remain here to see if there's any questions. None from me as well, so we thank you for appearing before us today and for your submissions.
All right, thank you.
We will now hear from Ms. Villarrobo. Just before you present here, I just want to clarify that this panel aren't city employees. We are an appointed panel. We work within prescribed limits, so while we appreciate some of these suggestions and proposals put forward, we're not elected officials, and we have no power of that sort. So just to clarify.
Hello, my name is Lorene Vierbo. I'm the Executive Director for the North Edge Business Association, and I acknowledge your hot seat. In terms of our location, we are the business association that is the west of Chinatown. That is, the boundary is along 107 Avenue, between 101 Street's back lane to the Edmonton Cemetery, including all of the area down to 105th Ave. So our businesses are directly affected by, and are presently directly affected by both present location and potential future location. So this is a hard hearing. I gotta be frank. I mean, I don't think anybody here is having a great day. This is hard discussion, and I think everybody would rather be at home. So what I wanted to share today was that our board team has come to a conclusion only after working very, very extensively on safety and prevention and mitigation, work on behalf of with our members on their business safety. In this application, we believe there are several issues, both in the process of the application review and within its lack of engagement, and more importantly, its lack of problem solving using the engagement process. It's important to state that our association deeply supports the work that's done by Boyle Street and their counterpart, other agencies, and have acted in this manner over the last decade and will continue to do so. We have actively supported positive relationships at every viable opportunity. However, specifically, the present levels of disorder, crime, and impacts to our members' safety with exposure to repeated assaults, fires, break-ins, exposure to traumatization from watching people known to our businesses experiencing homelessness, houselessness decline, and unfortunately, so many have died. And there's a helplessness in this issue, as many businesses are working to help but are not well equipped for this. And where do we get the support to address this trauma? Nevertheless, as a result, our businesses are being denied their rights under the Municipal Act to their full use and enjoyment of their property due to the extensive level of crime, disorder, assaults, fires, and broken windows, and violence. And I would just like that noted. I'd also like to speak about the lack of safety study analysis in this application. I mean, I spent quite a bit of time in this area since I've been the executive director, and have walked and driven down 101 Street from 105th Ave many, many times. And I note that people cross there, and as well as along 107 Avenue between 101 all the way to at least 109, erratically and without regard to their own safety. And, you know, sometimes they're moving, you know, small items or carrying things, or maybe they've got carts. And you know, I have noticed near misses, seen accidents, avoided accidents along those areas. And to be frank, 101 Street, when you place that type of additional traffic along that space, and walking traffic and erratic movement across the street is a concern, and it was something that we did share with Boyle Street when we met with them just prior to their announcement that they have secured their location and they were moving forward. It's something that our members have mentioned to us many times, and with their own concerns, because people want to use those streets also for commercial purpose. I mean, and I know it's been well spoken of already about what the purpose of a business association is, but just quickly, I'll just reiterate that, you know, our job is to try and bring renewal to these areas where these areas are without some of the business vitality that they require in order to be a viable business area of the community. And that work that we have been doing over this last decade is critically important to those members to create that business vitality. And this, I don't mean to diminish the importance of the work of the houselessness at all, but I also have to say that the members that we have are equally losing their businesses on the day-to-day. And you heard from one of my businesses earlier about the difficulty and just the hopelessness around this. It's quite overwhelming. So I just would really like for that to be considered. The engagement process is also quite problematic. And in speaking with the city, I don't believe that any real requirements really exist there, nor are there any review of the engagement process that is used by an applicant. And it just, I mean, it's just largely unfollowed, unspecified, and undone. And so, particularly when information is harder to get, because the information doesn't come to you until after the application is more fully prepared. So your questions, I mean, you can look at the concepts, which I did see, but many of the details around how it would be reviewed and those pieces, they are not available up until the time when a permit is actually prepared and offered for review. That just seems it just seems very weak when you're trying to engage proponents who may have some pretty good ideas about what they would like to see in order to mitigate some of the issues that they're having or just improvement opportunities. I just feel that in the end, that dishonors the community, and like I'm talking about the business community and the neighborhood, and clearly you've heard from other communities, there are many communities, and it doesn't acknowledge their wisdom of how they are wanting to use these areas. It speaks to just an ignorance of it. So I would just consider this board within the context of the earlier spoken notion around the amendment, to take that amendment that's within your control and review it and take that application to rezoning, to council, where these kinds of decisions belong. That is in scope of council, whereas the changes that are going to occur in these communities, they have not been measured. There is no data out there talking about what can be done. There's data out there saying how people are very concerned. There's data out there based on what it is that we have experienced, yes, but there's no data or working piece around what we do to make that improvement happen. That's where I want to work. I don't want to work in the mitigation. I want to work in the piece that helps the community build itself, all right? And I believe that if you were to take that to council, then those community impacts, they could be assessed, and then work could be done on that piece. Frankly, when I look at this from a view of someone who has worked in community development my entire career in various capacities, I think the thing that doesn't work for this scenario is that we just don't have the right plan for managing safety in place. The resources are just not aligned and coordinated as they need to be for most effectiveness. And to make this viable, we'd probably need to look at 1% to 2% of the total project value to be applied using for policing, for safety, for security, and for cleanliness standards. You know, that might be something, but I mean, I heard an earlier speaker mention about the critical piece around the school. I mean, that made perfect sense to me, though I don't have a child in that school, but I do have a child, and as a mother, I totally appreciate where their concerns are coming from. And so we're a small city we're struggling to grow larger, and our problems are growing like large cities are growing, and we're becoming a larger city, and that's what we say we're going to be. I mean, the city plan talks about our population growing over time, so we need the scope of plans that actually make that happen. But we have no collective of organizations working together under a data-based accountable methodology that ensures that inclusive partnership between agencies, businesses, neighborhoods, and other stakeholders are together to manage their issues within an accountable framework that support problem solving. And again, I know you're not city staff, I get that. I hear you. But it's still a really good point, isn't it? And so one last note I'll just say is that it's well established in cities that the city core area taxation carries a very large proportion of the tax burden load. Now, if you make a decision through planning and development that makes a significant change, as like what you've heard today about the diminishment of the business vitality opportunity for businesses within the core area, then you are literally making a decision that is really belonging within the realm of council. And so that's why it needs to go back to council. And with the loss of businesses, I mean, I just see this as being outside the realm of the planning department. And so, anyway, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Villarobel. We'll see if there's any questions. Seeing none, we thank you for appearing before us.
Right.
I have two more individuals on our list. Just want to see if they're in attendance. Philip Leung and Michael Mann, both from the National Chinese Canadians organization. Okay, perfect. As long as we have that on the record, that works for me. Anybody else who wants to speak in opposition to the appeal? Okay, seeing none, we will then move to the other side of this appeal. Mr. Noche, do you have an issue with the city going first, or? Nope. All right, then I will invite forward Mr. Gunther and Mr. Gunther, are you bringing Ms. Lee up with you and Mr. Luke? Yeah, feel free. All three of you can join us here. I'll just ask whoever is speaking to sit in front of the camera, and then we can just cycle through. Whichever way you see fit, Mr. Gunther, is fine with us. Obviously, no need to state how you're impacted by this appeal. We know.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, just before we begin, if we can maybe ask people not to leave the room between now and 5 p.m.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's the bugler outside, so if anybody does need to leave, now's your chance to do so. Otherwise, we'd ask that you remain here till, is it 5 o'clock? 5 o'clock. The floor is yours, Mr. Gunther.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the panel. For those of you both on the panel and those in the room who don't know me, my name is Michael Gunther. I'm legal counsel for the City of Edmonton. In this context, the City of Edmonton Development Authority. Sitting to my right is the development officer who made the decision on this file. Her name is Cindy Lee. And sitting to Cindy's right is another member of the Development Authority, Harry Luke, who has had involvement in this file. So the three of us will be here today to speak on behalf of the City of Edmonton. What I would like to do is first turn it over to Ms. Lee, and I'm going to switch seats with her in a moment so she can be in front of the camera. As the development officer who made the decision on this file, I'm going to ask her to take the board through her decision-making process and explain specifically in relation to the use classes that she selected, why she made the decision she did, what factors went into that decision-making. Mr. Luke may have some additional comments to that regard. Then I will take the floor again, and I do have just a few points of clarification from a legal perspective that I think are important to the board's decision-making, so I'd like to raise those, and then any questions that the board has for any of the three of us, we would be happy to take those questions from you. So perhaps I'll just switch seats now and turn it over to Ms. Lee.
Certainly, that sounds fine, Mr. Gunther.
I don't think so, no.
Ms. Lee, do you require anything on the screen, or? Nope, okay.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Hello, members of the board. Yes. My name is Cindy Lee. I'm the development officer working for City of Edmonton Development Zoning Services. And today, I'm just briefly go through the development permit review process and how we render the decision of this project. I submitted my SDAB written submission on October 27th. I believe the board members had reviewed the report. This application was received online on April 26, 2022. After the fee was paid, and we start our internal circulation and development permit review process. And during the review, there's several revision request process internally, and also due to the location of this subject site, it requires Edmonton Design Committee review. Therefore, on August 2nd, 2022, there is a formal Edmonton Design Committee review meeting held, and it's open to public. We received a supportive letter from the Edmonton Design Committee on August 04, 2022. During the Edmonton Design Committee, there's some suggestions provided. The applicant, the architect, and their landscape architect had made adjustment according to the recommendation. At the same time, they also made adjustment on their site design and also building design based on related cities circulation agencies' comments. On September 14th, the demand permit decision was rendered and issued with notices. The reason of notification is because the existing building cannot comply with the Main Street overlay building setback requirement. So it makes the building as a non-conforming building. And in order to allow an alteration and addition to a non-conforming building, the development officer has to use Class B discretionary development as a decision and send out notices to the surrounding neighbors and consider about the high profile of this proposal. We extend the notification boundary from 60 meter to 100 meter buffer and notify the surrounding neighbors and affected business association and community league. The city website posted the notification on September 20th. The deadline of the SDAB appeal was October 11th. We received 15 appeals by October 11th, 2022. I think currently this is the whole process about reviewing this development permit project.
What I'd like you to do, Ms. Lee, is just if you could take the board through your decision-making process in terms of how you determine the use classes that this permit would be issued under.
Okay, the use class under the development permit description, we consider the proposed facility as professional financial office support and health services with accessory community recreation services. The development officer myself reviewed this application based on the submission of the development permit, the floor plan, and also on page, the floor plan, page A201, A202, A203 is showing the room layout for main floor, second floor, and third floor. And A200 is showing the usage of the space basement. And also under the architectural drawing, A006 is showing the area usage for both principal use, health services, and professional financial office support. And Boyle Street also provide an additional explanation document about their operation plans, which is the attachment number 1, as submitted on October 27th. So in the officer's opinion, because Boyle Street mainly using second floor and third floor as their administration hub, which provides support services for housing, employment, banking assistance. So in that case, the development officer considered those are the principal use as professional financial office support. Similar as an example, the City of Edmonton Tower, second floor service center, we provide services for development permit, building permit, business license, property tax payment, ETS. Similar service center provide multiple support services to general public. And also at our own service center, we have storage room for ETS lost and found. So in my opinion, the storage space is also belong to the professional financial office support function. And also based on the operation overview, the Boyle Street also provide mental health counseling services for their customer. In my opinion, the community recreation services is part of the health services counseling process, is helping customer build social connections through ceremonies, cultural celebrations. So it's part of the healing process for mental health. So in that case, I consider it's an accessory function to the health services use.
Anything further before I open it up for questions from the panel? No? Okay. Questions?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. It's been a while since I turned this on. Are we going through everyone first and then doing questions, or are we going to go person by person?
We'll go person by person.
Okay. Thank you. I do have a couple of questions. Thank you, Ms. Lee, for that. The current Boyle Street Community Service, I just want to clarify a few things. What is the current zoning of that property, where it stands right now? And under what use was it approved under the current location?
The current location address is 10116 at 105 Avenue Northwest. The current location land use approved is health services and professional financial office support services. And the zoning is DC1 20164. It's a direct control zone.
Okay, thank you. One of my questions was how you came to the conclusion regarding the use, I guess, in this application. You made some comments regarding sort of comparison to the City of Edmonton office across the street and the services you provide to the public, and that being, or so are you saying that the part of your conclusion on that was that the services they provide to their clients is similar to the city's?
Similar, and another example can be the registry center. When you need your vehicle license, drive license, Alberta health card, land title documents, you go to a registry center. Those center, in general, we consider as professional financial office support when we sign off the zoning.
Okay, thank you. Some of the appellants noted that similar properties or similar businesses, I'll call them support services, such as the Mustard Seed, Hope Mission, et cetera, seem to be located on either urban services or DC zonings. And I just wanted to understand some of the appellant's comments around surrounding businesses, for some of these properties. So can you describe to me what the typical land use districts might be surrounding some of these other, what I'll call comparable social services that might be in urban service districts or DCs? Because from what I understand from the appellants is that this is, so it's CB2, and that the surrounding properties are also CB. I'm just trying to understand in comparison what the typical zonings would have been, in areas around there. Would they be surrounded by CB2 zonings, other businesses, or would they be also urban services, direct control zones?
First of all, health services and professional financial office support use their permitted use under CB2 zone. So therefore, the Boyle Street community, they are not government bodies. They're private operate business. Therefore, I consider the health services and professional financial office support complying with the CB2 zone general purpose. Yeah.
Sorry, and maybe I'm unclear in my question is, so I understand this property as it exists. What I'm trying to understand is one of the, several of the appellants I think sort of spoke of the business nature of the area, and this is the CB2 zoning. There are other businesses and CB zones surrounding it, this proposed development. So what I'm just trying to understand is typically in other comparable social services situations such as the Hope, Mustard Seed, et cetera, which which from what I've seen so far seem to be under either urban services or DCs, what are the neighboring businesses around them typically from a planning perspective? Is having a business such as this in a CB2 zone, is that unusual? Is that normal? I'm just trying to understand some context around the surrounding area as well.
If I could just interrupt, Mr. Davis. Sorry, one of your questions to Ms. Lee was, what was the existing approval for the current Boyle Street Macaulay?
Correct.
And so Ms. Lee had identified that it is a direct control zone. And correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Lee, it's approved as professional financial office support as well as health service at this particular time.
Yeah, so the same use was carried over essentially for the new proposal, it seems.
Correct.
Yeah,
correct.
so understood that.
And just to assist Ms. Lee, there is another site, Mustard Seed, that provides similar services that's in the north in Belvedere. It's in a strip mall. And again, that particular site, Mustard Seed, if we're talking about typical commercial uses, CNC, CB1, CB2, we've identified them as health services primarily, where the PFO, if they do have offices, it's support offices, but primarily that Mustard Seed approval was a health service, providing counseling, providing referral to housing, etc. as well.
Okay.
And perhaps I'll just finish up the comments with the legal aspect to this in the hope that we can address your question or all elements of it. I would refer you, Mr. Davis, to the city's zoning map, and that might provide you some insight, whether now or in your deliberations, as to the answer to your question and with regard to the addresses that are provided in the materials for these other social service agencies. If one looks at this zoning map, you'll see that the Macaulay area, the Chinatown area, the general area surrounding this particular site that is the subject of this application, most of that area is CB2 zoned. As you go further south towards downtown, you see a mix of different, there's appears to be a couple sites that are what I would call islands of urban service, where they appear to be urban service zones surrounded on all sides by CB2 zones. There's also some direct control just around the EPCOR building and just north of the downtown area. But I would invite you to take a look at the zoning map for the city. It is law, essentially. It's passed by virtue of bylaw, so it is something you can account for in looking at the general zonings that are found around Chinatown, Macaulay, and the north edge of downtown.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gunther. I think that helps. I don't think it's something that you're able to just answer properly, so I'll look at the map as you state. So I appreciate that it might not be readily available in your answers right now. And then I guess my final question here was, considering what you looked at, was there any rezoning ever deliberated that might be required for this application? Or is the answer no, because, as you stated, they were, in your view, approved uses?
I would say no, because the health services and professional financial office support, they are permitted use under the current CB2 zone.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have right now. Thank you very much.
Ms. Harris?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question, Ms. Lee. In light of the information that we've heard throughout the day that quoted Boyle Street's own documentation and the instructions of the funders that this is really a drop-in center, a day services center, I'm wondering if you ever gave any consideration to the category supportive housing, and if not, why wasn't it considered?
First of all, by looking at the floor plan, there's no on-site residence showing on the floor plan. And supportive housing means a residential use. I believe in the future, when the apartment hotel, which is in the north of the site, Trinity Manor, that's their phase 2. When that project starts, potentially supportive housing should be considered added onto this property. And supportive housing is also a permitted use under CB2 zone. So this project currently is solely just for their administration hub, the service center. The Trinity Manor apartment hotel is not part of this application.
I'm not understanding you. I understand that supportive housing includes temporary day use, and what the documentation that was quoted throughout the day says is that that it is a day use center. It's a drop-in center. So I'm wondering why that wasn't considered as the use.
I think the main reason is we didn't see residential use on the floor plan. There's no on-site residence.
Meaning there's no place where somebody's going to stay overnight?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Ms. Monroe?
I have a follow-up question to that of my colleague. Equally, I'm curious whether at any point you considered community recreational services as part of your calculation of this application.
The community recreation services consideration is based on the attachment number 1, Boyle Street Community Recreation. They're providing their operation plan overview. Some of the function mentioned about the indigenous ceremony, culture, outdoor space will hold like some events between neighborhood residents. There may be some recreation arts and community gardens. So that's the reason we consider a community recreation services should be added.
You didn't, though, see that as the primary or one of the primary uses?
We didn't consider as primary uses because those activities won't operate like from 8 o'clock to 4:30, similar as their office, right? Those celebration may just happen on certain days.
Okay, second question. Ms. Agrias this morning submitted to us that the government services definition in the bylaw could include government services that are provided by organizations other than literally the government. Am I to take it that you disagree with that? Maybe that's a question more for Mr. Gunter, I'm not sure.
Yeah, Ms. Monroe, I would be happy to make comments on that, just the interpretation of that particular use class.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Monroe. My colleagues did a good job taking all my questions, so I actually don't have any for you right now, Ms. Lee. Mr. Luke, would you like to add anything further to Ms. Lee's submissions, or?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to Ms. Harris's questioning with respect to why we didn't use supportive housing, and to just to add to Ms. Lee's comments, is that if you look at the zoning bylaw, supportive housing is actually listed as one of the uses that are listed under residential related use classes. And so again, just to confirm and to solidify Ms. Lee's comments, is that the submission by Boyle Street had no indication of any overnight stay. I understand Ms. Agrias's background and context with respect to supportive housing, that temporary shelters was basically baked into the amendment to the Edmonton zoning bylaw for supportive housing. It never really addressed specifically temporary shelter services. And so if we look at the current definition of supportive housing, again, it's under the residential related use classes. If for argument's sake that, you know, that it was convinced that this is partly a supportive housing use class, it should be noted that it is a permitted use under the CB2 zone. One of the things, because of COVID and the homeless, housing and homelessness, supportive housing was evolved. You'll notice that supportive housing is actually a very generously applied use class within a number of uses, within the a number of zones within the city, CB2 being one of those uses or zones that allow it as a permitted use. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Luke? Yeah.
Just this day use, the drop-in center, which is what a lot of the submissions have been about, is what you're saying is because the supportive housing is residential and it is a permitted use, that there is no category, there is no use classification for a drop-in center.
Thank you for that question, Ms. Harris. Yes, it's very complex. Obviously, this type of development is a very complex type development to dissect, to ascertain. And again, with respect to eliminating temporary shelter services, which may have been more appropriate for this development, is no longer part of the Edmonton zoning bylaw. Again, it was a part of the amendment to supportive housing. When we look at community recreation services, I think most people understand that community recreation services are your community league type buildings. And you know, you're a member of the community league itself, you buy a skate tag, or you use the facilities as part of that specific community. To Ms. Agrias's confirmation of what the definition is, there's social services, I think is what she mentioned. That is true, but again, in looking at the, you know, we have to look, we have to follow the zoning bylaw. We have to follow the submission that is provided by the applicant, and again, we ascertained that, and it was determined that the use classes based on the drawings and based on the narrative provided by the applicant is that we determined that it would be the PFO, the Professional Financial Office Support, as well as health services. And I would say that health services is a very liberal definition. If we look at health services, includes therapeutic counseling as well. So when you talk about drop-in, potentially you can overlap some of the functions of a drop-in with health services. Getting back to what authority that the development officer has in determining uses, Section 7 of the zoning bylaw. Again, uses are not exclusive or restrictive when determining use classes. And there has to be a threshold of when you determine a use class and when you deem it to be a use class. And we are of the opinion that we are more on the side of determining the use class based on typical uses, as well as the definition itself. So again, we've determined the uses to be professional financial office support and health services. More on the side of health services, I would say, based on the plethora of uses that Boyle Street provides. But again, health services is a fairly broad definition of what health service is. Lots of counseling, medical assistance, therapeutic services as well. So I hope that helps a little bit in how we determine that.
Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One final question, Mr. Luke. Earlier, Ms. Agros stated to an answer to a question of mine regarding the use that she argued that neither of these uses as approved are the primary uses, and that the primary use, as many of the appellants stated as well, is community recreation services. And what's your response to that?
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Thank you for that question. I appreciate Ms. Agrias's position on this. It's an argument that we believe that it's her position to have, but certainly we also feel that our position, that community recreation services are ancillary, subordinate to the PFO and the health services, more so the health services, I think, as accessory, based on the applicant's submission, their narrative as far as drop-in. It's very difficult to determine, the frequency of how many people drop in at any given time, and it's based on, as Ms. Lee said, the floor plan. We based our decision very clearly on the floor plans themselves, as well as the applicant's narrative. We can't make any further assumptions of what may or may not occur on site, and so again, we base our decision on the drawings and the narrative.
Thank you.
Ms. Monroe, anything further for Mr. Luke? Mr. Luke, I have nothing for you this time either, so we will allow Mr. Gunther to swap seats with Ms. Lee. Mr. Gunther, floor is yours for legal argument.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to touch on a few things, and before I forget, I would like to touch on the issue that you asked about Ms. Monroe, because I will forget if I get to the end of my submissions. I understand your question was, in effect, whether the city's interpretation of government services would be that those government services could be addressed by a third party. I guess perhaps in the form of a registry might be one example. My interpretation of this section is based on a plain reading of this section, and what I would say is the curious inclusion of the word directly in here, and it says government services means development providing municipal, provincial, or federal government services directly to the public. And so that directly word would be, I think, superfluous if it wasn't intended to capture where a government agency is actually providing the services to the public. That would be one basis why, I suppose, if I was in the shoes of the development officer trying to interpret these sections, I would not see a general social agency that is providing services that may have some federal funding or provincial funding or even municipal funding as properly falling within the ambit of this particular provision. But that would be my interpretation. It's not really an issue I had turned my mind to before this, but the word directly does jump out at me there. Okay.
Yeah, we'll just have you proceed with the rest of your presentation,
Perfect.
and then we'll do questions right at the end. Mr. Gunther.
I have a few points that are a little bit all over the place, so I'm going to try and keep them in a coherent order. The first thing I just wanted to touch on was really this discussion that has happened throughout the day about the notion of a drop-in center, and wanted to point out that as we recognize, drop-in center as a use is not a listed use, obviously, in the zoning bylaw. So the fundamental question I think that needs to be asked when the board's making their decision, and ultimately when my colleagues here were making their own decision, is dropping in to do what? Because a drop-in center in itself is not something that is a use. We have to perhaps go one step further and ask, well, what are these folks who are relying on this agency dropping in to do? Is it to get treatment or counseling or therapeutic health or help? Then perhaps they are dropping in for a health services use. Is it that they are dropping in to get financial advice, assistance in setting up bank accounts, assistance looking for employment opportunities or steps to get them back on the road to employment? Well, then probably we're looking at something that they are, to use the term, dropping in for a professional, financial, or office service. Are they simply going there to gather and, to use the terms that are found in the zoning bylaw under community recreation services, for recreational, social, arts or multi-purpose use in a building without fixed seats, well then if that's the case and that would be the predominant reason why those folks are there, then we're looking at a community recreation services use. In this particular case, the determination was based on the floor plans, as I understand it, the narrative provided by the developer or the applicant in this case, that those going there just for social purposes was subordinate to the fact that this agency offers services that would fall under the ambit of health services and services that would fall under the ambit of professional, financial, and office services. So that's the first point I wanted to touch on, is that looking at it from a drop-in center perspective is perhaps an oversimplification. And ultimately, the one, I suppose, other issue is where does supportive housing fall into this? I don't know that we need to decide necessarily whether or not as a residential use it means that there has to be an overnight component or a component where folks are sleeping on site. That is an argument that I see was raised in the submissions of the appellant and Ms. Agrios' clients. Ultimately, if the board is to find that supportive housing should be a component of this development permit, it could be added as a listed use, and it is a permitted use. So it would simply, it wouldn't really change the outcome other than just they would have one more listed use on their development permit. In terms of the question that has arisen about the zoning bylaw and the deeming provision, and that this was deemed to be these particular uses, and as a result of a deeming being made, that the entirety of the permit is a discretionary use. Now, I think it's important to note there's a difference in the zoning bylaw between the term discretionary permit or Class B discretionary permit and the concept of discretionary use. A discretionary permit, Class B discretionary permit, is simply one where it doesn't comply with all elements of the zoning bylaw. And that's the case here because of the variance, which I'll talk about in a moment. But a discretionary use is dealt with, has a defined meaning under the Municipal Government Act, and that is that it's solely at the discretion of the development officer or ultimately the board as to whether the permit gets issued or not. And so talking about how this deeming provision in Section 7 of the zoning bylaw actually factors into that, I think it's important to recognize not just the one deeming provision, but the entire context. So Section 7, sub 3 of the zoning bylaw, sub B, which is the so-called deeming provision, says where specific purposes or activities do not conform to any use definition or generally conform to the wording of two or more use definitions, the development officer may, at their discretion, deem that the purposes or activities conform to and are included in that use which they consider to be the most appropriate. In that case, the use shall be considered a discretionary use, whether or not the use is listed as a permitted use or discretionary use within the applicable zone. I'll explain to you why this section was not needed for the development officer to make her decision and why it's not, in the view of the city, applicable in this context. The purpose of this particular provision is to address two situations. The first is where there's a new use, a brand new use that in 2001, when this zoning bylaw was written, couldn't have been contemplated. And the one that comes to mind that I recently dealt with was the concept of a cryptocurrency mine, which is not actually a mine, as I've learned, but rather a bunch of computers that are doing algorithms and making calculations, and it sounds like a computer lab, but for the fact that apparently these operations generate a lot of heat and a lot of noise. So do we put that in the use class that we might, a computer lab, which is probably an office type setting, or do we need to put it into a light industrial setting, given that it's making a lot of noise and generating a lot of heat? Well, I will tell you that the folks who wrote this bylaw in 2001 would have never considered that because they never would have needed to. That's where the deeming provision comes in. It allows the development officer to find something that looks the most similar, and if the zoning bylaw can be viewed in the concept of buckets, it allows them to pick a bucket, put it in, and issue it as a discretionary use permit. The second situation is where something covers a whole lot of different types of uses, and that's perhaps more analogous to what we're dealing with here. But what it allows the development officer to do is to simply pick one use. And the reason for that is that there may be, if we're covering 5 or 6 uses, or even 2 or 3 uses, there may be one use that is permitted and others that are not, or discretionary or not listed at all. And so the entirety of the permit could have been, for example, if the development officer had used the deeming provision in this case, could have just said, we're issuing this whole permit as a health services use. No reference whatsoever to professional finance services, no reference to an accessory use. We're putting it all in one bucket. And that's where the deeming provision would come in and allow the development officer to do that. But because this particular permit is for the different uses that have been applied for, there are multiple uses. There is no need in this particular context to use the development permit deeming provision. I also note Section 3 sub A talks about how the typical purposes or activities which may be listed in the definitions are not intended to be exclusive or restricted. So to use the term that's often thrown around in municipal law, these are to be given broad and purposive readings. And then finally, an interesting provision that may have some bearing on your decision is sub C, which says that the headings such as residential uses or commercial uses do not mean that the uses listed under these headings are permitted only in residential or commercial zones. Reference must be made to the list of permitted uses and discretionary uses. And the purpose, I think that's an important provision in this context, is because much has been said about how CB2 is a commercial zone, and it's listed under the heading of commercial zone. And that is indeed the case, but that doesn't end the exercise. We actually have to look as a development authority and see what is actually the listed uses under this zone, and only then can we make a determination as to whether the permit will issue or not. It's not so much about whether we can characterize these services that are provided by this organization as commercial or not, as much as do they fall within what is permissible in the CB2 zone. So I just wanted to point that provision out in so far as it may be relevant in your analysis. Briefly commenting on the area redevelopment plan, there has been some commentary on that the statutory plan, the area redevelopment plan, is binding on the board, binding on the development officer. That's true insofar as Section 687, I believe it's sub 3A or A.1 indicates, but we have to have regard to the fact that what the law has told us is that an area redevelopment plan has to be read in conjunction with the zoning bylaw. They can't be read disharmoniously, and that where there is a permitted use, an area redevelopment plan or a statutory plan can't serve to essentially overtake or render that permitted use non-permitted. The authority for that is a case called Springfield Capital. For your reference, citation is 2018 Alberta Court of Appeal 203, paragraph 8 has that citation in it, but in essence the point or the ratio of that decision is that the documents have to be read harmoniously, and that permitted use has a special place in municipal law and in development law and can't be overtaken by an area redevelopment plan that imposes or purports to restrict the use of that permitted use. One unusual point that I think is important just to advise the board on, or comment to the board on, because it's something that has just come up in municipal law in the last week, is permission to appeal was granted on a case called Glamorgan Landing last week. Ms. Agrios was actually counsel on that decision. The citation is 2022 Alberta Court of Appeal 348. Now, what this case talks about is this unusual provision in the Municipal Government Act, Section 638.2, that actually does not allow the development officer or the board, or the court for that matter, to consider certain city policy documents, so policies that have been approved by council, by resolution or bylaw, or that have been made by a delegate that do not form part of a bylaw under Part 17 of the Municipal Government Act, unless they're listed on a very specific list on the city's website. This is an unusual provision that I don't think has been judicially considered until this case came out last week, but it has raised the specter that the decision of a development officer as well as the board is limited to those things that are found as posted on the city's website unless they're in bylaws. And the reason I raise that is because we certainly don't dispute the fact that all the evidence and commentary and lived experiences that have been heard today about the troubles and the difficulties faced by Chinatown and the Macaulay community can be considered as part of your decision and considered as evidence. The Chinatown strategy document and the downtown community safety and transit plan would arguably fall on that list of things that would not be considerable under this obscure provision. And so in order to render the decision a safe decision legally, I would ask you to look at that particular provision. You may want to have regard to that case, and before putting weight on the contents of those two documents, you may need to consider whether it would be permissible for the board to have regard to the content of those two documents. I bring that up more as a red flag and to prevent, ultimately, I think the various parties in this matter would like some certainty as to, and finality as to the decision as opposed to endless appeals. And I think that if we're able to recognize one potential trip-up point, I just wanted to flag that for your attention. Finally is the issue of the variance that was issued to allow this development to proceed. Again, I note that, and I've raised for your purposes, that there is a difference between a discretionary Class B permit and a discretionary use. This particular situation is the former. It's a bit of an unusual situation, though, in terms of how we got to the variance, and I just wanted to flag for the board the process because it's not the usual process. Essentially what we have here is a legal non-conforming building. And so under Section 643 of the Municipal Government Act, the starting point is that a legal non-conforming building cannot be altered, enlarged. There's certain descriptive words that what you can't do with a legal non-conforming building. But that's subject to subsection 5 of Section 643, which says that a legal non-conforming building may continue to be used, building may not be enlarged and so forth, except in accordance with a land use bylaw that provides minor variance powers to the development authority for purposes of this section. So unlike a conventional variance where the development authority is relying on their section, I believe it's section 11.2 powers of the development of the zoning bylaw, this is a case where we're looking at section 11, normally it would be section 11.3 sub 1. This is an 11 sub 0.3 sub 2 situation, and I just wanted to flag that. This is the section that allows the development officer to grant the variance. Again, it parrots the test that we've discussed today in terms of the fact that there wouldn't be undue interference with the amenities of the neighborhood or material interference with the use, enjoyment, or value of neighboring properties. Insofar as this test applies, the purpose of the variance and the nonconformity was because there is this regulation called the Main Streets Overlay that actually requires buildings to be close to the property line, so directly abutting or no more than 2.5 meters from the property line. But just given the existing building on site is set back a little bit further from that requirement, that is why it would constitute a non-conforming building. It is perhaps the first non-conforming building that I've seen that's too far from the street as opposed to too close to the street, but given the circumstances of this, it appears we have one where that is the case. So all that said, Mr. Chair, members of the panel, those are my legal submissions and a little bit of context on what I think is the relevant legal framework here. I would be more than happy if you have any questions to take questions on these points.
I'll canvass the board and see if there's any questions. Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Gunther, this is one that it will be to you, but it's sort of to the group. And I wanted to my last chance to ask you, so I just wanted to clarify this before you leave. It's one of the things the appellants noted in several spots was, again, Hope Mission, Herb Jameson, Boyle Macaulay Health Center as it exists, Mustard Seed, Bissell Center, all exist in urban services or DC zones. Number one, is that correct?
Based on the information that I see in the materials, that appears to be the case. US as well as direct control.
Okay. And I guess where I'm going with this is, in my question is, you know, in all of those in urban services and DC zoning, there inherently is a different level of community consultation, council involvement, et cetera, that is required in those instances. And so I'm just trying to understand again, similar businesses, similar types of clients, et cetera, why that just wasn't considered. Yeah. And that CB2, which seems unusual given the cousins of these similar businesses, why that wasn't considered as something that needed to be looked at.
Yes. So I can certainly speak to that. With respect to the chart that I'm looking at here in terms of I think multiple appellants have included this chart of what the different zonings are. Urban services would be a conventional zone. So same process, it would very much reflect what we're dealing with here. Different listed uses permitted and discretionary than what is in the CB2 zone. But in terms of any sort of process, I don't think the consultative process would look markedly different than what we're dealing with here today. I note that
one question to add to that, as you mentioned that, Mr. Gunther, is would the initial process have been any different, given that it would have been a U.S. zone in terms of the ARP for the area, et cetera? So please continue.
No, and thank you for that question. And what it actually goes back to is that we're dealing with 5, I guess what have been put forward as comparable agencies, but in reality, they each fill a different need and a different niche, and so in part, the process is going to depend on what use the different agencies are looking to apply for, because it's going to depend on what use, what the requirements are of that particular use. So it may be such that, for example, an organization like the Herb Jameson Center, which does have overnight supportive housing, the use class was issued as a temporary shelter under the old definition, but ultimately would be supportive housing now. There may be obligations associated with that that might look very different than what, given that they're doing overnight housing, the obligations might extend to things like consultation with the fire department. They're essentially operating an overnight facility, so in terms of the health and safety requirements that might be added as conditions, that process might look different. But given the zoning alone, we're still dealing with conventional zoning. So it's going to be the same process where they come in, they ask for a permit, the development officer looks to see whether those uses fall within a US zone. If they do, the permit's issued. If they're discretionary, it goes out on notices. If it's not, then the permit is denied. I also notice here, looking at number 4 here, the mustard seed, that is part of a DC1 zone, so it is direct control, but it's not a site-specific, it isn't a site-specific direct control, even though the chart I'm looking at here seems to reference it as being a site-specific direct control. A DC1 is more of a neighborhood direct control, where and looking at the zoning map here as I am, it seems that there's a number of properties covered by this same direct control zone. So that's simply an area where City Council wants to exercise more land use controls than, say, conventional zoning, but less than a DC2. Now, the Bissell Center, which is the final one listed on this list, it does appear to be a DC2 zone, and I believe that 10527, it is a sole one parcel of land that is titled as DC2, but immediately adjacent to the south is CB2, to the north is US and RF6, So again, it is a little island amongst a collection of different zonings. So I guess to answer your question, the process would generally be the same regardless, but the most important thing to note, I think, is that each of these different agencies serves a different role, and that could mean that what their permit looks like is very different than the next one on the list.
Understood. Regarding the use, I hear what you're saying. Is it reasonable to say that although the uses of the businesses may be different and specific to what they're doing, that the clientele are similar?
Could you just repeat your last comment?
That the clientele, although the uses of these businesses specific to the different sites and zones that they may sit on, that they may serve a common client? And that the risks and concerns of the appellants to the different ones may be similar in that nature?
Yeah, I think the short answer is probably that Boyle Street would have to speak to who they're. I think as a layperson, my speculation would be yes, and that keeping in mind we're ultimately trying to regulate the use, not the user themselves. But I think Boyle Street and my friend Mr. Noche would probably be in a much better position to explain to you exactly who's using these services.
Thank you, Mr. Gunther.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Davis. You were asking about the list as well, and that's not quite complete, but the example that I gave you, mustard seed, there's one at 6504. I don't think it's on that list. No, it's not. 6504 132 Avenue is another mustard seed facility, which was also approved, and it's a CNC zone. And it was approved as a professional financial office support and health services. It's very similar to a drop-in center as well at that location, which is also a CNC. But again, it was approved as a health service and a professional financial office support.
That's noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Harris? Ms. Monroe?
Just one. Mr. Gunther, I'm back on my government services question. So your position is that it's the services have to be offered directly by government, by either federal, provincial, or municipal government. Is there a use class for social services or other government services that are offered by someone other than governments themselves?
So again, this goes back to the analogy that I was using at the outset about drop-in. Drop-in for what? So I guess social services for what? So if we're saying social services generally that are not offered by a government entity, it would probably break down into one of two. If they're services that go to people's own health care or therapy, counseling, rehabilitative treatment, medical treatment, then based on the definition of health services, it would be in the health services bucket. If they are social services provided by a non-government entity that are in the nature of professional services, consulting, financial services, services of a personal nature in that regard, then professional, financial, and office support services. But there is no use that simply is social services or non-governmental social services. I think
or non-governmental provided governmental services.
Or could you just repeat that?
Or non-government services that are governmental services that are provided by someone other than government.
Correct. There is nothing to that effect. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Monroe. Mr. Gunther, just a couple questions. I think we can all agree that there is a community recreation services use on this site. It's in the approved permit. It's whether or not it's accessory. Mm-hmm. My question is, it sounds like, Ms. Lee, you can chime in. It sounds like you looked at the fact that there was some cultural activity, and that was secondary to the PFO and the health services, and that's how you came to the fact that it was accessory. But I do think there's another aspect that we've heard from the submissions of Ms. Agrios, that there are sanitary facilities that are able to be used by the individuals that attend this site. There's a large commercial kitchen, and how are those uses, those aspects of use, naturally subservient to this primary use? How do you overcome that hurdle that You don't typically find a PFO with a big commercial kitchen, potentially. I think that's Ms. Agrius's argument. Or you don't find a big commercial kitchen that's at the high center, using her example. How do you, that's in my mind what this is coming down to. Is it accessory or is it not? Because that changes the narrative of this development.
Yes, and so as a starting point to that, if the board is to find that it's not accessory, that's an example of a case where you would have the ability to use the deeming provision and ultimately have to pick a bucket and put it in a bucket if you were wanting to do so, in which case it would be a discretionary decision. If community recreation services is to be an accessory use, then of course under the zoning bylaw the permit would be valid and ultimately stand subject to any other findings of the board. In terms of community recreation services being subordinate or ancillary to the uses, my understanding in working through this process with my colleagues here is that having regard to the floor plans of the building as well as what what I would call a time and space use characterization in terms of what is the most of this, what are most of the services or most of the intentions of this particular development being proposed to the city as, that the primary uses would be those that are health services and professional and financial and office support services. In terms of simply being able to use a restroom facility or having a place to get out of the cold, that is ultimately something that I suppose could fit within the ambit of community recreation services. Having regard, however, to the fact that community recreation services does specifically reference that it's for recreational, social, arts, or multi-purpose use, which the latter being a broad and undefined term, it does seem to suggest, though, that there's an element where the space exists just to congregate. In terms of the commercial kitchen, the applicant is going to have to speak more to that in terms of what purposes that would serve. But ultimately, it seems based on the plans that have been submitted to the city as well as the narrative that there are, as we understand, dozens of different services that are offered to the folks that are accessing this facility. But for the fact that all these services are being offered in one central hub, which is why I understand the facility was originally labeled as the hub, the Boyle Street hub, that the fact that folks will congregate on site is really secondary to the fact that it's a hub for all these services. It's a one-stop shop, if you will. But I do think, Mr. Handa, in order to really unpack that in terms of what is going on this space, all we can go off are the plans. There is folks behind me who I believe would probably be happy to and are here to explain specifically what is going on the site.
Okay. Because we did hear evidence from Ms. Agrius. She took a different approach at looking at those floor plans. So maybe a question better for Ms. Lee. How much did you scrutinize what was proposed by the applicants when they said this is, PFO and health services? Did you scrutinize that very much, looking at the materials of how Boyle Street operates?
Oh, yes, I do. First of all, when you look at the floor plan, the room layout for second floor and third floor, they're like very typical office space room layout compared to like other development permit applications. And another material I'm using is their operation overview plan. So they give a lot of explanation about how this whole community services center gonna be operate in the future. So they divide their services into different stream, provide different kind of services. So if you read through their operation plan overview, you will understand like this one is more like an administration office hub.
Okay. It sounds like from some of your submissions and Mr. Gunther's submissions that it really sounds like there are multiple uses occurring within this building. Does that not fit under this part of the definition of community recreation services where it's a multi-purpose use within the building? It's serving several functions, especially these dens that are called up on the floor plan.
So I think this is square on a question of legal interpretation. And so having regard to the definition, multi-purpose use has to be read with context to what the defined term is. So community recreation services, multi-purpose use in the context of recreation. So without being a defined term, what is multi-purpose within the context of recreation? Perhaps it's space that can be used or repurposed for different recreation activities. So converted from something that could be used to yoga to something that could be used for a meeting for a book club. Now, those are just examples or hypothetical examples, but I think in the interpretive exercise, if we're looking at multi-purpose use, it can't be so broad that it could capture everything possibly that is a multi-purpose. It has to be multi-purposes through the lens of a recreational use.
So if we apply that, that lens to what we see on the plans, I think I'm going to step ahead of Ms. Agrias in her rebuttal. She's going to point to the fact that there's this outdoor recreational use, and that's how it's referred. We've heard that there's arts activities happening, whether it's Indigenous or you know, the other uses that were described. Is there a social element to Boyle Street's current operations? Or when people do come here for whatever services, if they're coming for PFO or health services, is there a social element to the way they operate? And maybe this is a question for Boyle Street, but I'm guessing how much have you been able to consider that in the context of the development, or was it more so reliance on the information submitted and trying to interpret that as best as you can? Because that's a task before us.
Indeed, Mr. Chair. In terms of the social element, there's two aspects to that. In terms of the outdoor space, I think there has to be a time and space analysis to that, where, you know, to use an example, I have a backyard that I use as outdoor space recreationally, but that is subordinate and incidental to the fact that I live in a house, and that house is the primary land use on the property. Likewise, if we're looking at community recreational services, if there is an outdoor space that could be purposed at times, and perhaps the representatives here from the applicant can speak to how often and what that use would look like. It may be that there is a community recreation service occurring in that outdoor space, but the evidence as to how often that's going to be used, what the purpose of it for, is going to ultimately be what you're going to render your decision on in terms of whether that's ancillary, subordinate, accessory to the main uses that are taking place. In terms of whether there's a social element to this, that indeed may factor into the analysis, whether or not the social element is so significant that it is a primary use and that it could serve to even overtake the other uses. Again, that's really a question of fact, not a question of law, and ultimately I think something that the folks from Boyle Street are going to have to speak to.
Okay, so not to put any words in your mouth, I just want clarity. It's fair to say that there are elements of recreational, potentially social, admittedly arts, occurring on the site, but the position of the city is those are still subordinate and incidental to the primary uses, which are PFOs and health services.
The city's assessment of that was that they were subordinate and accessory to the primary uses of health services and PFO, correct?
Okay. Those are my questions. We've made it to 5:30, so we're gonna have some dinner, and then we're gonna hear from Mr. Noche. A couple things, and I'm gonna go to my notes here because I have a lot to tell you if you wanna come back and see us. Stairwells, elevators, and the parkade, if you leave, you might not get back in. So I would suggest you not roll the dice on that. Was that all of them? Okay. Sorry, not my usual office. So we will break for 1 hour. We'll return at 6:30, and then we will hear from Mr. Noche at that time. Sure. Thank you all for returning. Mr. Noche, at this time we will invite you forward, and I understand that you have a few individuals that will speak in support of your submission, so you're welcome to bring forward whoever you would like at this time, or we'll allow you the same freedoms we gave to Ms. Agrios to run your submissions the way you see fit.
You might as well get Mr. Ian's presentation ready, yes. The attachment one, please. So
November 10th, was sent this morning.
the one from this morning. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Roberto Noche of Miller Thompson LLP, counsel for the applicant, which is now being known as the King Thunderbird Center, and using my best Cree possible, Ogi Miao Piasu Gamig. I will be making some introductory remarks, and then I will call upon Ian Evans, the architect, to provide an overview of the project. You'll hear from Jordan and Elliot, both of the Thunderbird Center, to speak at their personal levels in terms of the project. You'll hear from Carmen McNary, who is a lawyer at Denton's, but he's here tonight in his capacity as the circle keeper of the Build with Loyal Capital campaign circle. You'll also hear from our elder and knowledge keeper, Clifford Cardinal, and then I will make my concluding remarks, obviously, too, responding to the numerous parties that were here this afternoon. As you heard today, the zoning, the relevant zoning before us is a CB2 zoning. And a lot has been said about the purpose of the CB2 zoning, and a couple of points to keep in mind. Number one, you'll note that the general purpose speaks of businesses, and it's generic in the sense that it doesn't speak of for-profit or commercial businesses, it's businesses. And the center is a business as well, albeit nonprofit, but it has all the characteristics of a business. A board, employees, business plans, all the kinds of things that businesses have. So again, to the attempt by the appellants to suggest that somehow that it only can be a commercial for-profit business within a CB2 zone is false. And the other important point to keep in mind is you've got to read the entire purpose of the zone, in that it also accommodates residential uses. Both the professional, financial, and office support services, which is a permitted use under the zone, and health services, which is also a permitted use under the zone, is what is before us today. And you're going to hear about the health services component and the professional, financial, and office support services component when we hear from Jordan and Elliot later tonight. There is no dispute that the site is located within the Boyle Street Macaulay Area Redevelopment Plan. And as we all know, area redevelopment plans are planning instruments enacted through bylaw, which help guide the development, planning, and redevelopment of particular communities within Edmonton. In this case, the site is subject to this particular area redevelopment plan. And is, of course, the purpose of this plan is to provide the development authority with assistance in making those type of decisions. We take and of course the other component, which is part of our zoning bylaw, is the Main Streets overlay. It is our position that we are compliant with both. And in fact, when you look at the Macaulay Community Boyle Street Macaulay Area Redevelopment Plan, there are some key components that we fall within. Number one, of course, when you look at the overall objectives of strengthening the community, and you specifically look at on page 23 of the document where it says the Boyle Street Macaulay Area Redevelopment Plan strategy for community social services and recreation is to, among other things, improve community social services. It goes on to speak of how to do that at section 4.3. And it has a number of objectives under the Area Redevelopment Plan. Of course, to increase awareness and participation in available social and community services programs, to focus on the special needs populations, youth, ethnic households, Aboriginals, and working poor low-income families, and areas which require the most urgent attention, which are not addressed adequately through existing programs and resources. And also to promote education as a high priority in the community and to ensure the vibrancy and viability of local schools through sufficient funding and staff. So when you look at the objectives under the Boyle Street Macaulay Area Redevelopment Plan, everything we are doing is fully compliant. And when you read an area redevelopment plan, you have to read the entire document. You can't just cherry pick a particular point and say you are offside on that particular concept. And the other important aspect of the area redevelopment plan as well is that it is a guide for the planner, but ultimately it is the zoning that will guide the development officer's decision-making process. We'll speak of the Main Streets overlay. I know Ian, our architect, will do that, but of course I will have some concluding remarks in that as well. The variance power is what is before you today, and that's section 687 sub 3 sub D of the Municipal Government Act. And we know that the variance power, and I highlighted in my submissions how the courts have interpreted that particular provision. And I think it's important to keep in mind when you look at the variance, and by the way, just as an aside, notwithstanding all of the speakers we've had today, not one of them raised the concern with respect to the variance. And that is what is before us today. Clearly, they have a much broader, because this is a hearing de nouveau, they of course can bring up other things, I get that. But if I just want to make the point that not a single speaker today raised a concern with the variance that is required, although I'll take the position that that there ought not to have been any requirement for a variance, but I'll speak to that later. But no one spoke against it. So ultimately, as described in one of the library decisions from our Court of Appeal, there was 3 of them that ultimately were rendered by our Court of Appeal in 2021, and I'm referencing, and they're all, the concepts are all the same, but the one I'm referencing is from the Library Board decision 2021, Alberta ABCA 355, where it says, in considering whether to grant a variance under section 687 sub 3 sub D of the MGA, being the Municipal Government Act, an SDAB should be guided by the following principles. Appeals about the variance power are adjudicative in hearings. Ultimately, the applicant for the variance bears the legal burden of convincing an SDAB that it is warranted, and we will do that in our presentation. A variance is an exception to a development standard or bylaw, and there should be a basis for granting one, and you will hear why tonight as well. The test to be applied is found in the words of section 687 sub 3 sub D, and shortcuts like harm that may obscure the test should be avoided. There is no presumption either way about whether a variance should be granted. The key question is a matter of degree, whether the interference with the amenities of the neighborhood or the use, enjoyment, and value of the neighboring land would be undue or material. And it's the SDAB's task The SDAB's task involves finding facts, making reasonable inferences about what will happen in the future, and forming an opinion about the impact of granting a variance. The decision must be reasoned, defensible, and based on the evidence before the SDAB. And I recognize, too, that you heard a lot today from various parties. And the law in Alberta is also very clear that the SDAB is permitted to accept any evidence it considers proper, provided it is of some probative value. And that, of course, is a direct quote from a decision of our Court of Appeal, a Leduc County decision, 2022 ABCA 46. The library decision, and then the other decision that I reference in my materials, the Flagstaff, the County of Flagstaff decision, a 2002 decision, unless for some reason there could be a negative effect and provided the use is available, the permit should be issued. The decision, the library decision and Flagstaff decision also confirm that the SDAB does not need to be convinced on a balance of probabilities that a negative effect will occur. What you have here before you tonight is an approved development permit, and the permit has been referenced as well in terms of the 2 permitted uses and the accessory use of the community recreation use. Only one variance was granted in fact, only one variance was granted by the Development Authority, and again, it is a result of the setbacks on the west side of the building abutting 101 Street and the east side of the building that abuts 99 Street. And Ian will, of course, speak of that in more detail in his presentation. The proposed development will not increase this nonconformity at all. And of course, part of the issue relating to the test under Section 687 sub 3 sub D is also very clear in that when you look at the section, in particular the Section 687 sub 3 sub D, that the proposed development would not unduly interfere with the amenities of the neighborhood. And the word there, unduly interfere, meaning some interference is perfectly acceptable, but it just need not be unduly or materially interfere. Again, interference is fine, but it may not be materially material with or affect the use, enjoyment, or value of the neighboring parcels of land. So if you ultimately agree that the uses are permitted and that the uses applied for are appropriate, then your focus only needs to be on the variance. And then apply the test to the variance, and if you ultimately come to the conclusion, as we have, that the Section 687 sub 3 sub D will allow you to disallow the appeal and allow the applicant to proceed with their development. As I indicated, and I provided you with the overview of the surrounding zones and the area, but I think right now, before I get into the materials that Ms. Agrius and other parties brought up today, I'm going to ask Ian Evans to sit here and do his presentation to give you an overview of the building and the site generally. Thank you.
I'll say next. Yep. Good evening, Mr. Chair and board members. We, as the architects, are very pleased to present a project that we feel very fortunate to be part of and grateful to be working for such a dedicated group of people committed to helping the most vulnerable in our community. Next. I'll start by locating the proposed site within the surrounding neighborhood context. We've addressed this in some of the presentations thus far. You will see that the project site is surrounded primarily by commercial uses illustrated in light pink and light blue colors. There was some discussion today about Victoria School, and you'll see that in relation to the proposed development site on the plan. And as indicated previously, the proposed site is 2 blocks north of the existing Boyle Street facility. Next. The site is bounded by 101 Street to the west, 107A to the south, and 99th Street to the east. It is a prominent corner, and it is unique in that 3/4 of the site perimeter is street facing. The site is very exposed to the surrounding community. 2 buildings currently exist on the site. The south building is to be renovated to serve Boyle Street services, and the existing residential building to the north will remain as is. The rest of the property is primarily paved for parking, and there is a loading ramp adjacent to the south building that will be removed. Next. The current condition of the site is derelict, and it has been for many years. It looks abandoned, unkept, and signals despair. You'll see through the photographs the lack of the connection from the site to the surrounding sidewalks and community. In fact, you'll see in this photograph no sidewalks at all, and it presents a somewhat hostile environment to pedestrians. Next. The site is fortified by fences. The facade is in disrepair. This shows the existing loading dock on the right, which is to be removed as part of the redevelopment. Next. Next. Existing retaining walls and grading on the site discourages connection to the street. The existing building is very inward looking and unwelcoming. Next. The second floor metal screening impedes visual connection to the activities on the interior, and again, concrete walls at ground level impede physical connection to the building and street edge activation. Next. Next. The underlying zoning of the project is CB2 General Business Zone. Also, the Main Street overlay applies to the site. The purpose of the overlay is to encourage and strengthen the pedestrian-oriented character of Main Street commercial areas, not dissimilar to the storefront activation along the west side of 101 Street. So by limiting building setbacks from the property line, provides strong pedestrian engagement at the street edge. The overlay prescribes a maximum setback of 2.5 meters along adjacent streets. You can see on the plan identified by the red dotted line. It should be mentioned that this overlay was applied to the area after the existing building was built, and therefore the buildings on site don't comply. Therefore, the development officer provided a variance as part of the development approval. The variance reads, the existing building is non-conforming for the reason that it does not comply with the required maximum 2.5 meter setback where the site abuts a public roadway other than a lane under Main Street Overlay, section 1819.3, subsection 2. But I would like to point out that also under the Main Street Overlay, subsection 1819.3, section 1 states, the development regulations contained within section 1819.3 shall apply to development permit applications for A, the construction of one or more new buildings, and or the addition of stories or floor area to an existing building. It is our position that neither of these things have happened with the proposed development. In our conversations with the development officer, she felt that the addition of the grid structure on the roof that supports the photovoltaic panels, as well as the addition of the exterior patio spaces on the roof, so the roof terraces, amounted to additional floor area, they felt, and therefore they applied the Main Street Overlay to the project. But if you look at the definition of floor area from the zoning bylaw, floor area means the total floor area of a building or structure contained within the outside surface of the exterior and basement walls. So the addition of the outside terraces on the roof, in our opinion, do not constitute additional floor area. And in our opinion, a Main Street Overlay did not need to be applied to the site. Next. Being a good neighbor. It relates to being a good neighbor locally, but also being a good neighbor globally and recognizing the concerns of the environment and the challenges of climate change. One way is to repurpose existing assets. Adaptive reuse is the best way to reduce embodied carbon. Repurposing existing buildings means less waste to landfills and less extraction of the Earth's resources. Entirely new high-efficiency mechanical electrical systems, which are being proposed for the redevelopments, means less use of energy. The introduction of roof-mounted solar photovoltaic panels and the geothermal energy sourced from the ground means producing more energy on-site and less demand on the grid system. The removal of the asphalt parking lot and the introduction of landscaping and vegetation means more surface water from rain and snowmelt is absorbed on-site and less demand on the city's stormwater infrastructure. Next. This slide indicates the proposed site redevelopment. The clients of the facility will access the site primarily on foot, with access to the block crossing 101 Street and 107A Ave at the intersection on the southwest corner of 99th Street, and on the intersection on the southwest corner of 99th Street and 107 Ave on the southeast side via a lighted crosswalk. Access to the main entrance of the building is on the east side, indicated with the yellow circle with the number 1. In order to access the entrance, one must access the outdoor landscape activity area. Clients of Boyle Street often congregate outside, especially in summer months. Therefore, it is important in maintaining a safe, secure, open space for client use. The outdoor space acts as a foyer to the main building and provides opportunities for activities, rest, and socializing. This space is bounded by site boundary fencing and accommodates 4 pedestrian gates, which are identified with the smaller yellow circles on the site perimeter, that are open during the facility's opening hours and are secured after hours. Vehicular access to the site is provided along 99th Street, identified by the purple circle. This will provide access to the on-site parking, pedestrian drop-off, loading, garbage, as well as access for emergency vehicles. Again, the access is secured after hours, and access is then provided by key fob. On the north side of the building, the main building exit is identified by the number 2, and adjacent is the staff entrance in purple and loading access in teal. On the south and west elevations, tenant storefronts are provided with their own dedicated entrances. The number 3 identifies the entrance to the Four Directions Bank, and the number 4 is to a future tenant space. An outdoor residential amenity space is provided adjacent to the existing residential building on site, and the 4 red boundaries adjacent to the south building indicate outdoor spaces that relate to the interior program spaces inside the building. These are accessed directly from the inside and have no direct connection to the adjacent exterior spaces. Next. The intent of the exterior activity amenity space is to provide options for rest, activity, and social engagement for the clientele of Boyle Street. This includes such amenities such as basketball court, ping pong tables, play and fitness elements. Next. Entertainment or presentation seating is provided in the form of a low amphitheater. Next. Other forms of communal seating such as picnic tables or more private individual seating opportunities are provided. Next. A site fountain provides access to fresh drinking water. Bicycle racks and bike repair facilities are also proposed on site. Next. In recognition that 75% of the clientele of Boyle Street are Indigenous, and in consultation with Cliff Cardinal, an elder associated with Boyle Street, meaningful Indigenous cultural representations are proposed throughout the building. This includes the naming of the facility done through ceremony to Aguma Piatsu Gamak King Thunderbird Center. The 4 den spaces are named after the elements wind, water, earth, and rock. Architecturally, other cultural references provide inspiration for interior and exterior design, such as the birch tree forest becomes murals on walls or are abstracted and provide patterning on glass. Beadwork patterning is reflected in the atrium guardrail design, and the medicine wheel is referenced in the floor patterning of the ceremonial room. Next. We will now outline the program spaces floor by floor. As mentioned, the main entrance is located on the west side of the building. It provides access to a service delivery triage counter. From there, clients are directed to the appropriate service areas. It should say that as clients enter the triage area, they are directed to the interior of the building, to the specific spaces that are determined to best suit them. It's not the ability for people to just enter the building and gather wherever. They are directed to specific spaces. From there, clients are in the center of the space is an atrium area. This area includes a cafe and acts as a hub to the adjacent service spaces. This atrium space is naturally lit from above and is central to the wellness objectives of the building. The space can also host Indigenous ceremony and programming from time to time where participation from more than one den is desired. It can also act as a location for larger staff gatherings. The programming of the adjacent den spaces will be described in more detail in the Boyle Street presentation. They act as smaller, more intimate hubs of service delivery, and each has its own direct connection to its own exterior space. The two areas identified in blue are separate tenant spaces which act as retail storefronts and have direct connection to the adjacent streets. The south tenant is the Four Directions Bank, and the west tenant is to be determined. Next. And these are just a few images that help locate some of the renderings to the plans. So this is the triage area, reception. Next. And this is a view of the atrium space. Again, providing openings in the floor allow for natural light and visual connection between the floors. Next. And then the den spaces with the adjacent exterior spaces, which are dedicated to providing the support services. Next. The second floor comprises of a ceremonial room, identified in green, a training room used primarily for staff training, and office space for the consolidated administration of Boyle Street community services, including finance, payroll, human resources, and operations teams. Presently, many of these functions are operating out of different facilities. Office space for the outreach teams will be provided out of this building to support providing services off-site. Also located on this floor is the head office of Boyle Street Social Enterprises and the executive management offices. Next. And this is just an image of the ceremonial room, a room dedicated to the spiritual support of individuals. Next. And this area is a terraced seating area from the third floor down to the second, and it is used primarily for staff. And I guess I should mention, in one of the presentations previously, it was suggested that parts of this floor are to be used for gathering of the clientele who are using the facilities within the building, and that's not the case. There is access from the elevator directly to the ceremonial room for clients, but they are there is a door which demarcates this space as staff space only, and they would not have access. Next. On the third level, two other service delivery spaces, including a youth den and adjacent outdoor roof terrace, and the pregnancy support space with adjacent roof space. The rest of the space is dedicated to staff breakout space, including lunchroom and additional meeting spaces, again with their own exterior space. Next. And again, this is just a rendering showing the third floor continuing down to the second floor, the support of the staff in the administration of the building. Next. The basement level is dedicated to support function for both the office space and health-related service spaces. This includes storage space, building maintenance spaces, future staff amenity spaces, and a kitchen that provides support to the clients of health services. Next. We spent quite a bit of time on this, so I'll pass this slide. It's on the use definitions. So this is a building cross-section. Conducive to providing wellness support to the clients for Boyle Street and also for the staff is access to abundant natural light. This is achieved creating openings in the existing floor plates between different levels and orientating the openings towards the south for maximum solar exposure into the building. These openings also allow visual access between the floors and promotes a sense of community within the building between the clientele of the services and the office support and administration support above. Next. So we'll just take you through some of the exterior, some of the renderings of the building. This is an exterior shot which shows the removal of the second floor screening. It shows the ability to have an outdoor space adjacent to the second floor. Office functions. It allows visibility in and out of the building on the second floor. We're also dealing with some of the physical limitations of the site with the retaining walls providing barrier-free accessibility throughout the building on all sides. It's also indicating the new grid structure, decorative grid structure, which is supporting the photovoltaics above the roof level. It also gives an indication of an adjacent outdoor space you can see with the orange fencing which encloses that, providing color to the building. Also, lighting will be very important for providing activation and illumination to the adjacent sidewalks and to the building itself. Next. As mentioned, clientele will be accessing the building through the outdoor activity garden space. Part of this, the reason for this space to exist is to promote a connection to the natural environment. So vegetation and planting is very important as part of the experience of that space. And you can see it providing direction to the main entrance to the facility. Again, the second level, the office space has a direct connection to the exterior, so there is some activation on the second level of the building as well. And then also the orangey yellow fencing adjacent to the outdoor spaces, which are adjacent to the dens. Next. And this indicates the main entrance to the King Thunderbird Center. Next. This is a view of the drop-off area. So this is the main exit of the building, staff entrance, loading, and drop-off. Next. And then just a view of the outdoor space with the various activity opportunities on the exterior, as discussed previously. Next. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I will now call upon the Executive Director of the King Thunderbird Center.
May I just stop you for 1 second, Mr. Noche? We'll see if there's any questions for Mr. Evans, if that concludes his involvement in the submission. Is that okay?
Yes, unless, of course, there other questions come to mind that require the architect to...
Certainly.
Okay.
We'll just see if there's any
Sure.
questions for Mr. Evans. Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Evans, 2 quick questions. I know you've got the floor spaces broken out into both the primary and the ancillary use. You don't happen to have a percentage of floor space that you've attributed to those offhand as
No.
as an overall building? No? No, okay. At this point in the development, do you have the occupancy capacity of the proposed facility?
We do, but I don't have it.
Can you get that as the night goes? Are you able to gather that?
Probably not.
Okay.
Given that it's 7 o'clock.
Okay. Those are my only 2 questions for now.
Ms. Harris? Ms. Monroe? Just one question, Mr. Evans. There's this triage area at the beginning. From your understanding of the program, is that dealing with inpatient service, outpatient services, or is that a better question for Boyle Street?
It's a better question for Boyle Street as they describe
Yes.
how they...
I just want to go back to this idea of no variance being required in your mind. So it appears from the zoning bylaw that that's only required in cases where there is an additional story added, and there was no story added to the project?
Well, not story or floor area.
Correct.
Yeah.
Taking it one step at a time, there's no story added?
No.
And floor area, the definition in the bylaw states, as you've indicated, The total floor area of the building or structure contained within the outside surface of the exterior and basement walls, provided that in the case of a wall containing windows, the glazing line of the windows may be used. You didn't actually add any enclosure, any further enclosure?
No.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Evans.
You can come sit over here.
Yep.
Just
Hello, Mr. Chair and panel members. Thank you for hearing us out today. My name is Jordan Reiniger, and I'm the Executive Director of Boyle Street Community Services. And I'm excited to be here today to share about our organization and this transformative project we have underway known as Ogamau Piatsu Gamig, which is the King Thunderbird Center. And as has been noted, that name was provided to us by our elder and knowledge keeper who's here with us today, Cliff Cardinal, in ceremony. Throughout my years in doing this work, I've talked to many people and many individuals and many organizations, and through those conversations, and indeed I would even say through many of the submissions that have been made to this appeal, there are many misconceptions about Boyle Street, about our clients, and about the projects that we are discussing here today. So today what I'm going to attempt to do is provide some context and clarity on some of these issues, to provide you all as full and accurate a picture of this project and the ways in which it will support those in our community who are most at risk. And we think especially of them this week as the weather has turned dreadfully cold and there's very few places for them to go. First, I want to provide you an overview of Boyle Street Community Services as an organization. People often think about us as a small soup kitchen operating out of our facility on 105th Avenue, and are surprised to discover the actual focus of our work and the size and scale of our organization. Boyle Street was founded in 1971, coincidentally the same year as our partner, now new next door neighbor to the King Thunderbird Center, The Brick. We both started in the area at the same time. The organization was started by a dedicated group of people who saw a distinct unmet need in the area. There were many people experiencing homelessness in the area, but the supports in the neighborhood were not enough to meet the need. And unfortunately, 50 years on, that need is as acute today as it ever has been. Our mission at Boyle Street Community Services is to end chronic homelessness. And by that, we mean the experience of entrenched or prolonged homelessness. And when we talk about this work, we look at it from two different perspectives. One, for those who are currently experiencing chronic homelessness, we want to do everything we can to help them create the pathways out to a healthier place. And two, we strive to address those societal conditions which lead to homelessness and prevent it from happening in the first place. This overarching drive to support unmet needs with a focus on both prevention and intervention has caused us to grow considerably from that one small location 50 years ago to now 13 locations around Edmonton with over 650 dedicated staff working in both our registered charity and in our social enterprises that are related to us. These staff members offer over 40 different programs and services to our clients throughout the city. And just as a lot has been made about our website and the programs and services that are offered in our facility, our website is for our whole organization and the services that are offered across the city. And so some of the things we mention on the website, for instance, may not be offered in our 105th Avenue facility or in the King Thunderbird Center. So that website talks about all 13 locations and all the things that we do across the city. I also want to note here that there's been a lot of talk about decentralization, and I am fully in favor and supportive of decentralization as a concept in the core of the community. I actually also happen to be a resident of the Boyle Street neighborhood where my happened in other parts of the city, including our Northeast Hub location in the northeast of Edmonton, obviously, and we're working on a new health hub on the south side of the city. We see the need throughout the city, and I think particularly in the last couple of years that has grown, unfortunately, across our city. But also we know there's significant and acute need in and around the core of our city that needs to be addressed as well. It's worth noting that in addition to the services that we provide that you can see on the website and things like that, that we saw our organization respond to the COVID-19 pandemic through the conversion of 3 hotels to transitional and bridge housing, and the operation in partnership with a few different organizations of the Edmonton Expo Centre, Edmonton Convention Centre, and the Edmonton Isolation Facility as temporary shelters. I say this as well as some of the submissions and some of the comments today about our activities and about comments about those activities were actually more related to those interventions and those shelters than our 105th Avenue location. And all but one of those emergency supports have since been defunded and closed due to the pandemic emergency support funding ending. So that's a high-level picture of Boyle Street. We provide services to children and families. We provide services to youth. We provide services to adults and seniors, and we do that across the city in a variety of different ways. I think it's also worth providing some context related to how we are in relation to other organizations in the city. A lot have been made about us and the people that were the different organizations mentioned in some of the submissions being effectively the same, or cousins, or related in different ways, and that characterization of us all being basically the same couldn't be further from the truth. Where our primary focus at the 105th Avenue location is to wrap around health-based supports, which I'm going to provide more context on later on. Other organizations in the area have a very different primary focus. For instance, Spady has medical detox and supervised consumption. We do not offer these services, and we won't in the King Thunderbird Centre, although we often refer clients to those places where appropriate. The Hope Mission provides temporary shelter, overnight shelter, mats on the floor for people to sleep. To over 1,000 people is their capacity. We do not provide any temporary shelter. We do not provide a sleeping service, nor do we provide any overnight services at this location, or any in the plans. The Bissell Centre, as an example, is a close partner of ours, and we do a lot of work to coordinate our efforts. But Bissell, for instance, would be a leader in employment services like training and job placement is just one example. They do quite a few things in their location. But we don't do any of that employment work at our site other than through our social enterprise Hire Good. We refer people to Bissell instead. And in fact, Bissell does not do very much around health services, and we do a lot of work to support them in providing access to that to their clients. For Boyle Street, again, our primary focus is on providing holistic health, addressing the mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual health of our clients. And to understand why that's our primary focus for our interventions, it's important to understand our clients and the underlying causes and drivers of their experience of homelessness. For nearly all, an experience of trauma or series of traumatic events is the root cause. As 75% of the people we serve at our 105th Avenue site are Indigenous, much of this trauma has occurred through systems of colonization. Many of our clients are survivors of residential schools and the 60s scoop, and many more are intergenerational survivors who may have also had interactions with the child welfare system where they are removed from their family, community, and way of life. And I think it's telling that still in this day and age, over 70% of the people, of our kids who are in the child welfare system are Indigenous. And what we see with the people that we work with is there's a pretty direct line of connection between being removed from your family and ending up on the street. These traumas and other causes of trauma often lead to forms of mental health issues and more severe mental illness. Many of these conditions go untreated because people lack trust for systems of care and typical healthcare systems because they've either been previously abused by those systems or other systems, or the barriers to accessing them are too high. Undiagnosed or untreated mental health issues or untreated physical health conditions lead our clients to find coping mechanisms through drugs and alcohol to deal with the pain. The impact of all of this often leads people to fall through the cracks and end up on the street or dangerously close to it. And it's important to note here that the experience of being homeless is itself a health crisis, characterized by chronic lack of sleep, malnutrition, amputations due to exposure to untreated infections or or heightened risks of complications from infections. And just one really unfortunate example is there is a Shigella outbreak right now in the homeless population, the symptom of which is very severe diarrhea. And so you can imagine having severe diarrhea and nowhere to go. And 70% of the people who are getting Shigella are ending up in the hospital because they don't have the appropriate treatment off the bat. During the pandemic, one study showed that if you were homeless, you were 5 times more likely to die than if you were not. Last year, Boyle Street, we had over 250 of our clients pass away, which if you think about roughly 3,000 people being homeless, that's a very high percentage of people who are ending up dead on our streets. And those are just our clients, the ones that we know and that have a relationship with. In order to address the root causes or drivers of homelessness in our clients, we offer a range of holistic supports, ranging from physical health care through registered nurses and LPNs, mental health supports like counseling in connection to the broader system of care. And again, in that, we're really, our community members really lack trust in systems. And so it's helping us to be a bridge, using the trust they have in us to be a bridge to those healthcare supports. And critically, spiritual health, which includes access to culture and ceremony. And I just want to make a comment that there's been a couple of instances in which ceremony and Indigenous culture have been referenced as recreational and not really health related. And I think that is, frankly, it's offensive to speak of it in that way because it's not from a Western modality. It is a critical component of the healing journey for almost all of the people that we serve. It's the foundation and the baseline. And so it is absolutely essential to the health and well-being of the people that we serve. We also connect people to basic things, basic needs like income support and housing, and either with our own teams or via referrals to other agencies. Most important, we provide access to these supports in a trusting environment. And it often requires time and relationship building to get someone to the point where they're willing to engage in our support. And this is where I think it's important for me to just explain some of the discussion about drop-in as a term. And the inference that we were trying to sort of be cute and hide our real intent in what we do in this facility. And the term drop-in is something that we use not to refer to anything in particular, but just to say you don't need an appointment to come to our facility. You can come and access the supports that you want. It's the heart of our facility because the foundation of our work is relationship building. And as I mentioned before, a lot of people lack trust in terms of their ability to access the supports they need to move forward in their life. And so we need those opportunities to build that relationship. And that's why talking about the drop-in is that sort of heart and soul of our building. And I'm going to talk about how we're talking about imagining changing the model that we have, because right now we have one large gathering space in our building. But the primary intent of that large gathering space right now is to give people a place to stabilize a little bit, to build connection, build relationship, and to be able to engage in the primary thing that we do, which is engaging them in the services and supports that we have. For some people, integrating these holistic health supports as someone is working with a housing outreach worker, for instance, helps create the support they need to make the transition from the street into housing and maintain it. For others, being connected to these supports helps to stabilize their experience enough that they move out of a survival mode and begin to think about what goals they may want to work on. As but one example of this, we do a lot of work with pregnant women who are living on the street. Some may choose an abortion or adoption, and sadly many women on the street without the appropriate support experience miscarriages. Others experience the trauma of the baby being removed by children's services at birth. And some successfully keep the baby. But we provide support to all of those women through our healthcare services in all of those scenarios and help them navigate whatever systems or challenges they may encounter during their pregnancy. And that can look like nutrition, so that's such a huge part of the work we do, particularly with pregnant women. Oftentimes it's just helping a woman hear her baby's heartbeat and giving her that experience. In our current facility on 105th Avenue, we are very limited in terms of doing this work effectively because of the physical infrastructure and the setup of the building. The way the building is set up is that we have one large gathering area, and then we have a number of distinct service delivery spaces that are specific to particular areas. So we have one that focuses on physical health, we have one that focuses on mental health, and then we have one that's geared to cultural, ceremony, and spiritual health. So the idea or the concept that has been developed over time is that people come into the facility, they will go into the drop-in space, as it's been referred to. They'll sit there, we'll engage with them, we'll build those relationships with people, and as we build those relationships, and we will connect them into those supports, and they'll be able to go to access those supports in different parts of the building. And we'll explain what our hope is and why this repurposed building actually can help us to do that in a much more effective manner. We've operated out of the 105th Avenue location for nearly 30 years. It was built in the 1940s as a banana ripening warehouse, which was a real thing, and it happened. We've been able to confirm that. And it has fully surpassed its useful life. In truth, it's never been the ideal place for us to deliver services, and it's not an accessible building. And many of our clients have serious mobility issues, and so that's one of the biggest barriers for us in terms of delivering services in this facility. We've always had to work against the structure and design of the building to make it work the best way possible to deliver services. And the cost to improve the building to get it to the place of long-term sustainability for us doesn't make any business sense. It's because of this that in 2015, we began the process of identifying a better long-term solution for the service delivery space. Over the past 7 years, we have completed extensive consultation and due diligence and have explored a number of possibilities, and my colleague Elliot will outline that shortly. But I think for the purpose of this discussion, it will suffice to say that after a few attempts at other concepts and some initial due diligence on a number of properties, nothing quite fit the criteria until the site in question came on the market. Through our due diligence on the property, we discovered that the concrete shell of the building, which we all now see as the derelict structure, was structurally really sound and the exact footprint that we needed. At 2.5 acres, it also provided for extensive opportunities to create beautiful and dignified outdoor space that would be better for our clients, but also for the ways in which our building could interact with the surrounding community. The apartment building that was on site also allowed us to incorporate housing, and all of this was just 2 blocks away from our current site. Crucially for us, the zoning had a permitted use for health services, financial services, and professional services and office services, which is a unique set of uses in that space that we need due to our social enterprise bank. So this is, as has been alluded to, that a small sort of little credit thing. This is a full branch of ATB Financial. It's a bank that we do in partnership with them. So we needed to have financial services as a key component of that. And it is the same zoning that we have operated under for decades. Health services, financial, professional, and office services. That has been our zoning, and one of the reasons why we actually as part of our due diligence, made the decision to go forward with that. And in fact, in 2021, in June of 2021, we completed a small renovation of our facility, current 105th Avenue facility, and were questioned on our zoning by the city. We provided the information about what services we provide at the 105th Avenue location, and it was again confirmed by the city that was the appropriate zoning for us, and that gave us more confidence to go forward with those permitted uses under this facility. Based on that due diligence and the partnership and transformative gift of $10 million from the Oilers Community Foundation, our board approved the purchase of the new site. And since we've been connected to the area for over 50 years, we love the idea of turning that derelict building into something beautiful in the neighborhood and really activating it in a positive way. Most important, it allowed us to create a state-of-the-art facility that was purposely designed to serve our clients more effectively and help them to achieve better outcomes. And I think it's important to note that what we're talking about in the new facility is not just picking up what we do and moving it to the new facility. It's about actually using this as an opportunity to fundamentally transform the way we deliver and offer our services to achieve better outcomes for our clients. So I want to walk you through what the experience at the King Thunderbird Center will look like. In order to enter our facility, you need to check in. So contrary to this notion that it's a free-for-all, anybody can come and go, when you come in, you actually provide your name and your phone number, and we have a picture of you, and there's a check-in system. So we know exactly who's in the building, who's not in the building, and what kind of services they're engaging with or not. We know from this data that last year at our 105th Avenue location, we served 7,036 clients. And what we know is that the clients we serve are very diverse. Some are staying in the shelter at Hope Mission. Some are sleeping rough. Some are precariously housed, for instance, maybe couch surfing. And some are housed but at serious risk of becoming homelessness, and we provide supports to all of those folks. However, within that diversity, our clients break down roughly into two distinct client groups: those who need limited supports and those who need more intensive wraparound supports over a longer period of time. A client entering the building will first go through an initial intake check-in. That's where they provide their name and phone number and their name and picture and basic information. And from there, we triage them to assess their needs. And that's where you see the triage service delivery hub. Clients requiring limited intervention and only minimal support, which would represent 85 to 90% of the clients that we serve, would be provided those supports through our service delivery triage hub at the front portion of the building, which Ian outlined. The range of supports here could include counseling, access to an elder or smudging in the cultural space, wound care, STBBI testing from a nurse at the nursing station, or simply obtaining an Alberta healthcare card or connections to income support or housing. If we could not provide these services, referrals would be made to supports outside the organization, and we've provided further detail on how those services would be provided in Section 27 of our submissions. Right now, if somebody were to come in and needed those limited supports, they would need to sort of go to the different service delivery spaces specific to the supports that they needed, and kind of find their way through the building. This allows us to provide those supports in that one space. They can access those supports, and then they can move on. For the 10 to 15% of clients who require more intensive wraparound support, who likely are at that time experiencing chronic homelessness, we would provide them access to the new integrated service delivery DEN model, which we've been moving toward but can't fully activate until we're in the new facility. This DEN model, which we've heard lots about, is specifically designed to facilitate interdisciplinary case management. Instead of requiring people to go from department to department, as is the case in our current facility, we'll bring those services to our clients in the DENs. Examples of these services could include counseling, mental health system navigation, helping to gain access to income support like AISH, connection to elders and knowledge keepers, culture and ceremony, and more direct supported connections to housing options. A more comprehensive overview of what can be found in Section 28 of our submissions. But I think it's important to note, if you look at the drawings, of our facility, the new facility, you don't see a mental health department. You don't see a physical, like a medical department. You don't see, we have a cultural space, but you don't see distinct departments. The way that those DENs are designed is that clients would be assigned to a DEN, and those services would all be brought into those DENs so that they could be accessed there. So that's the primary intent of those DENs, is for those services to be provided in those spaces. There are currently 3 DENs on the main floor and 1 DEN on the 3rd floor that is geared towards youth. And there is also a separate space for our Streetworks program, which includes a nursing station that people accessing all the DENs would utilize for more specific medical support. And that's just because it's easier to provide the medical support in certain instances in one location that all of the DENs could access, as opposed to bringing those with all the equipment to the other ones. Clients will also have access to the 2nd floor culture and ceremony space. This will be the site of ceremony, like pipe ceremonies, for instance. It will also house cultural and ceremonial activities, from which an important part of the healing journey for most of our clients. And I've already referenced how we feel very strongly that that is a health-based intervention that's critical for our clients. Beyond these DEN areas in our service delivery triage space, this facility will house our organization's headquarters. And it's worth noting that as an organization of 650 people with multiple business entities and 13 locations around the city, that we do need a headquarters, a space where our administrative operations can happen, where professional operations can take place. So out of the King Thunderbird Center will be based our office space, our home base for outreach teams that do work throughout the city. Our social enterprises and the executive offices for the organizations. And again, another just note about this notion that the kinds of things that we do aren't characterized as professional, that we have a dedicated group of professionals, and the kinds of work that we're doing are characterized, in my view, as professional. We will also have our bank, Four Directions Financial, a partnership with ATB Financial on the site. And it will be, as Ian mentioned, on the south side of the building on the main floor. In the basement, we have our commercial kitchen, which will provide food for the entire building. And again, here we're shifting a model away from a meal service at a specific time to our kitchen facilitating nutritious food for people when they need it, and having it accessible in the dens and the service delivery triage hubs. And again, I can't make the point enough that it's hard to support people. Part of that relationship building and part of that trust building and part of getting people to the point where they can fully engage in the health services. You can't do that unless people have had a meal. They've had the ability to sort of stabilize in those ways. And that's a critical component of that primary objective of connecting people into services. The basement, as Ian mentioned, also houses bike storage for staff and a wellness center that is available to tenants and staff utilizing the building. Our staff do difficult work, so having that amenity for them was really important. And then the remainder of the basement is storage, and there's lots of storage needs that we have as an organization, so that's a really important part for us as well. All of these uses will bring an average of 150 staff on site each day. These staff will be positive contributors to the area by patronizing restaurants, coffee shops, and businesses, being present in the neighborhood, which adds to the safety and vibrancy of the area. And I think you've heard from different perspectives on this. Ultimately, the lens has been that Boyle Street is the problem. But I think what a lot of people will say, and a lot of people we've engaged with, that they see Boyle Street as part of the solution. And one of the ways that we are part of the solution in helping elevate this, in addition to creating this beautiful building out of a derelict one, is the number of staff that we'll have, the presence that we'll have in that area. And in fact, we've had a positive impact on our neighbors throughout our history. In our current facility, I think if you were to listen to all the presentations today, you would come out of it with the assumption that everywhere around our building is chaos and huge problems anywhere you go within a radius of our current building, but that's not true. We have really successful partnerships with Rogers Place, with Qualico that operates Epcor Tower, with City Center Mall, with the Public Library, and we've partnered with them, and they, I think, see us as part of the solution. The challenges exist in the community, and we can be positive, proactive partners with them to address those challenges and to be present and provide solutions that they might not be able to have otherwise. I think so what I'll say is that a lot of the discussion today, you've heard about the challenges that are in the neighborhood and the area already. And what we have said from the beginning, and I think that remains true, is that we want the same thing that all of the appellants have talked about. We don't want the people that we serve to be on the street. We don't want people to be forced into encampments. We don't want them, struggling, wandering around with no place to go. It's not what anyone wants to do. It's certainly not what any citizen of Edmonton want to do. And so we want to make sure that people have access to the supports that they need. And I think we're here and we're willing to be collaborative partners in working with the neighborhoods to address those challenges, and fundamentally believe that this project in this building is part of the solution to that. Not the thing that is causing the problem, but the problems and the challenges exist, and this is part of the solution. We are only going to make progress towards the collective aim of addressing these issues if we address the root causes of why people are experiencing homelessness in the first place, and that's what this building is all about. We see transformation and people moving out of homelessness regularly. The King Thunderbird Centre will help us to do that work more effectively and is part of the solution. Boyle Street engaging with our neighbors and coming up with collaborative solutions to address challenges together, as we have done with our neighbors before, is part of the solution. And we're hopeful that we can work with all of our neighbors to ensure this project can reach its full potential. And finally, and sorry for talking for so long, this is the last thing, we do also view this project as an act of reconciliation. Chief Willie Littlechild has submitted a letter of support for the project, and he noted to me that reconciliation is about people from all backgrounds and all walks of life partnering together to heal the wounds of the past, but also moving forward together. That call towards reconciliation, toward Ogamau Piatsu Gamig being a place where people who have been most impacted by intergenerational trauma can access healing in a way that works for them. And all the incredible partners we have assembled to make this project happen by working together in new and good ways is an act of meaningful reconciliation in a time where that is needed now more than ever. We invite everyone here to work with us to be part of moving forward together. Thank you for your time, and I guess we'll open for questions.
Any questions from the panel? Sorry, I always look to my right, but I still need Ms. Monroe. I'm back to you anyway. You do? Oh, Ms. Harris first.
Thank you for your presentation. I might not explain this very well, but just to begin, you made a comment early on in your submission that the comments that were made throughout the morning don't necessarily apply to your particular center, but you didn't elaborate on that. So what is it you want us to, I guess, not pay any attention to?
Well, there was quite a lot, so I guess I'll just say, like, some of the comments about the way this temporary shelter, some of the news articles that were referenced in relation to the temporary shelters that we are operating and weren't particularly relevant to our current site, but I don't have a list of those things, so I'm sorry that I can't provide that.
I think one important point that Jordan had mentioned was this concept that you heard a lot about today is the drop-in center. So anyone and everyone who comes into the building will be triaged. And that's an important aspect. So Charlie Brown, who simply wants to come in and read a book in the den, is not allowed to do that. It is not a recreational center that is open to the public. It is a health center that one requires to be triaged, and from there they'll determine whether or not they can assist you, and if they do, they'll send you to the appropriate spot. If they can't help you, they'll find people that can help you if they're not capable within their parameters to help someone. So that was one aspect that we heard a lot today, that it is a community recreation center where people can come and go anytime they want. They can't. And Jordan, if you want to expand on that as well, from an operational perspective. But
yeah, and it's just, again, that notion that yes, there are places to sit, there's places for people to be, but again, all of that is designed, particularly in this new building, around those dens, of giving them access to the services that they need. So those services are brought into those spaces, people are connecting to those services, and that's the intent and the purpose of those spaces.
And one other point too is that the appellants made a point that the uses don't apply here, the health services. And again, too, the model of the health service in this building is very different from the traditional Alberta Health Services model. And our way of thinking, as the Alberta Health Services model, that you go into a doctor's office or to the emergency department or a health center, obviously you're triaged as well, but you go into a specific room. The smudging, for example, is an important aspect of health services for the community that the center is offering the services to. The fact that when we go to the emergency department, we may not go to see, there may not be a priest there or a rabbi or anyone else from our different religious groups doesn't make it, that's not our model of healthcare in the traditional, in the way we've developed it in Alberta. Their model of health services is broader. And smudging is a key component of that as well from a healing perspective. The food, so when someone comes there and needs help and hasn't eaten for a day, the food that's being offered there is to help them through the healing process, a health perspective. It is not, lunch is not served from 11:30 to 1:30, come on in and leave. It's not a soup kitchen. The food is simply ancillary to the process of offering health services. So people, the board and others need to go beyond the four corners of what we traditionally think as healthcare. This is broader than that because the community they're serving is broader than that. And that's part of a key component to improving their health. So if they have some food, have a cup of water or a cup of coffee with that and are getting the services and they need some religious smudging ceremony that helps them heal, that's part of everything they're doing there. The fact that we don't offer it at a hospital doesn't make it wrong. It's just their way and it's working.
Yeah, and I'll just to add to that quickly is the reason that we do it differently is because most often the people that we serve are not accessing traditional healthcare supports. And so we have to find different ways of engaging them and connecting them into those. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Which would logically lead into my next question. A lot of what we heard this morning, and I don't imagine you'll deny that it happens, the criminal activity and violence and encampments and that sort of thing, and the concern that your center being there is just going to bring more of it into the community. What you've described is your client group. They come in and they get the services, but is this a magnet for these other problems? Not people necessarily accessing your center, but your center kind of attracts some of these deleterious activities.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think one of the things that is, I guess, a misconception about us and the work that we do is that we allow gang activity, we allow people who are engaging in criminal activity to be actively part of our community, but that's part of why the check-in system is so important. If you have to come in and give your name and give a picture, and your intent is to engage in criminal activity, then that's typically not something that people would do. And we have zero tolerance, for instance, for gangs and gang colors in there. One of the reasons why this outdoor space is so critical for us and why that's been a big driver is that where there could be now in our 105th Avenue some criminal activity is where people are trying to prey on vulnerable people that are accessing our services. But having the outdoor space where those folks are coming into a controlled outdoor environment in order to access the facility, they don't have to be out sort of in the public sidewalk. That allows us to protect those people from that and will actually reduce that from happening. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Thank you. And finally, you've explained your services. You've not talked about success. Does anybody ever graduate from these services?
Yes, I guess I buried it in my very long submissions, but I will say that we achieve success all the time. And people move on and move beyond. And if you think about people who are sleeping rough or sleeping outside, people who are sleeping in shelter, people do move on to housing and to other supports or into treatment. And so our teams do incredible work of connecting people into supports and moving them out. That's the whole point of why we're there. We're not there to sort of make people feel, to sort of help people just to stay in a survival mode. We're there to actually help people move on in their life. And we have stories, hundreds and hundreds of stories every year about people who do move on and to get other supports. one of the big challenges that we're facing and why there's so many people are experiencing homelessness is the supports that we can connect people to right now. There's just huge bottlenecks and not enough services and support. So just one example, if somebody comes to our office to speak with one of our addiction treatment workers and says, okay, I'm done, I want to go access treatment right now, it's at a minimum an 8-week wait to get into treatment. So our teams are doing everything they can to stay connected to that person, to keep them motivated so that at the time when that treatment bed becomes available, they're able to move into that. But we lose so many people in that process. And so, that's one of the challenges, but our teams do an incredible amount of work working around and through those systems, and we see success all the time. And I mean, 530 people last year were housed and moved out of just from our organization. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for your submission. Question I have is, you noted quite strongly the primary focus is health-based supports, which you've, I think helped me better understand as well as quite broad, medical, spiritual, community, etc. The question I have is and I'm not sure if you had a participation in sort of labeling the floor plans, but the health services portion seems to be quite small in relation to what I feel you've described as the brunt of the operations. Can you speak to that?
My understanding is the health services is labeled as most of the main floor, which is the primary service delivery space that we'll provide for our clients. So on the main floor, all of those services, as my understanding, have been labeled as health services. And it's the second floor that is sort of professional. That's where our office space is, aside from that cultural room. And then there's a few spaces on the third floor, the youth den and and another space where her pregnancy program will be going that is considered health services as well. But from the way that we've discussed it and labeled it, that whole main floor service delivery space would be considered health services.
And I think it's important to keep in mind it doesn't look like your traditional healthcare building where you have divided rooms and waiting rooms and all of that. The den, for example, is a huge space. That's part of the health services. As Jordan explained, that we put the clients are placed there, and we come to them. And so it's a different concept. And but it still fits within the concept of health services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Noce. And I think just so you understand where I'm coming from, I'm trying to understand just within the application is what has been applied for within the use, is the city's understanding what's been applied for in the use, do all those match up? Are they the same thing? So that's the direction of where I'm going. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Just one question for me, and I think Mr. Noce is going to probably jump in on this one. You said that this doesn't fit neatly in our conceptions of what a typical health service would be. It's a different type of delivery for a health service. Is that not what the deeming provision in 713B is designed for?
Well, first of all, we don't need to go down that path at all because we fit within the definition of health services. The physical space is different, but what's being delivered there is healthcare, health services. So the physical space looks different than your traditional model. So we ought not to get hung up on the physical space. Are the services being delivered fit within the definition of health services? That's an unequivocal yes. You need not even go down that path at all.
Understood. Mr. Reininger, I don't have anything further for you. I would just say you don't need to apologize for making your case. Yeah. We're in this for 11 hours now, so we're going to hear everyone.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Free to go, and Mr. Noce, whoever you want.
Thank you. Elliot Tanti, who's the Senior Manager of Communications and Engagement.
Hello, can you hear me okay? Jordan's much taller than me.
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Elliot Tanti. I'm a downtown resident for nearly a decade. I'm a Victoria School grad, class of 2008, and I have served in numerous roles at Boyle Street Community Services over the past 6.5 years. Currently, my position in the organization is the Senior Manager of Communications and Engagement. I've worked in this role since 2020. In my role, I am responsible for the public face of the organization, and in the last year, I have led the community engagement work on the Build with Boyle project to create the King Thunderbird Centre. Efforts to engage with community stakeholders on the future of Boyle Street Community Services' existing site on 105 Avenue and 101st Street began in 2015 after the purchase of our building. It was determined that the current location was unsuitable and something needed to be done. Our leadership and board of directors at the time also knew that to achieve a long-term suitable location, community involvement and extensive conversations with multiple stakeholders in the community was going to be required. Consultation on the future of Boyle Street over the past 7 years has taken several forms, including design charrettes with service users in 2015 and 2017, work with our staff on an ideal service delivery model, and numerous and extensive conversations with community agencies, local businesses, and community leagues. A full list of documented consultation efforts can be found in Section 32, Items A to J of the summary submission by Boyle Street Community Services. In total, 46 different organizations and partners are listed in this section of the submission. But in truth, Boyle Street has made an effort to include discussions of a new building for our organization in nearly every external conversation that we have had since 2015. Over the past 7 years, Boyle Street has also embarked in 3 formal attempts at creating a new location in the core of Edmonton. These included 2 projects radically renovating at our existing facility and 1 project that involved using the former Edmonton Remand Centre. Each of those efforts, for various reasons, have been unsuccessful. As part of our extensive engagements from 2015 to present, Boyle Street created an outcomes document in 2020, which articulates the requirements that Boyle Street would need to be fulfilled if the organization were to move to a new location. Again, these are based on the extensive community conversations held over that time. The requirements for any new building can be found in Section 32, Item K, and are as follows. 1, location. In short, our community wanted a location that was close to our existing site and no more than a 5-minute walk to other service providers, such as shelters. 2, accessible. A space that accommodated those physical limitations. 3, visible. That our new space continued to be seen as part of the core. 4, financially sustainable, so as to ensure that any rebuild or relocation would not put undue financial stress on the organization. 5, housing. That housing was available on site. 6, zoning. That the organization would have assurances from the City of Edmonton that the new location was properly zoned. 7, retail storefront space to accommodate a social enterprise like our bank, Four Directions Financial, and to create work for those that we serve. 6, transit, that it was close to transit. 9, square footage, so as to ensure that it could accommodate our health services. 10, outdoor space to be used as a place of dignity for those we serve rather than have them congregate on the sidewalk. 11, safety, that the new space ensured safety for those we serve and the broader community. And finally, 12, environmentally conscious. The new facility was energy as efficient as possible. Based on these requirements, 2 prospective locations were also suggested as part of our 7 years of extensive engagement. 1, the Salvation Army building, and 2, the former YMCA building. Ultimately, it was the site that we're discussing today on 107A Avenue and 101st Street, just 2 blocks from our existing site, which we found to meet the 12 requirements above. The decision to move to this location was not made without extensive consultation with community and was based on factors determined by those engagements. Since acquiring the new facility, Boyle Street has prioritized community engagement. The engagement strategy is best described in 2 parts. The first is working with the surrounding community, businesses, residents, parents of Victoria School, and anyone interested in the project in more intimate, one-on-one conversations, or engaging in a way that best suits them. In total, over 75 of these engagements have taken place, always involving senior members of Boyle Street's leadership team. These engagements took place at coffee shops and at businesses, in social media interactions, over phone calls, email correspondence, and through responses to an online form that has been active on our websites since we announced the project on December 16th, 2021, nearly 1 year ago. Topics of interest in these conversations are often far-reaching, but 5 common themes consistently emerge in these conversations and can be found in Section 32, Item M. They include: most note the respect that they have for Boyle Street Community Services and the work the organization does in the community. 2, questions are raised related to what services are provided in the facility, the hours of operation for the center, and if new services are going to be added. 3, most express concerns regarding the current situation that exists in the community regarding safety, security, vandalism, and drug use, and are looking for information on how the King Thunderbird Center is going to address those concerns. 4, when shown pictures of the new facility, most comment on how beautiful the design is and note that it is a significant upgrade from how the building currently looks. And 5, a common outcome of these conversations is that Boyle Street and those engaging with us ultimately want the same outcomes to the community and its residents, and that shared advocacy to all levels of government would both be powerful and effective. The second part of our engagement relates to a key stakeholder list which we developed as part of our initial strategy. This group is made up of the 10 key stakeholders listed in Section 32, Item N, but in short involved immediate neighboring business community, multiple BIAs, community residents and leagues, Victoria School, our staff, those we serve, and the residents of Trinity Manor, the 38-unit apartment complex Boyle Street had also acquired, amongst a few others. We knew from the start that these conversations could be difficult, but believed that this new facility provided an opportunity to open up dialogue between our organization and these stakeholders. It was made expressly clear to me by my supervisor, our executive director, Jordan Reininger, that the goal of these conversations was to build the relationships that lasted well beyond the opening of the new facility. That as an organization, we were to act with respect and integrity, and that we were to listen closely and look for solutions. As part of our engagement plan, ahead of announcing the purchase of the King Thunderbird Center, we made significant effort to notify these stakeholders ahead of time. These are referred to as the notification meetings and can be found in Section 32, Item O. The goal for these notification meetings were as follows. 1, notify select stakeholders of Boyle Street's purchase of the property ahead of the public announcement. 2, demonstrate good faith and willingness to engage with surrounding stakeholders by providing educational and volunteer opportunities, as well as participation in Good Neighbor Agreement. 3, clarify what was occurring, the uses of the building, and the planned design. 4, provide opportunity for relationship building and communications channels. And 5, establish follow-up conversations with all groups in early 2022. These notification meetings took place between December 6th and December 14th, 2021. In total, 8 conversations were had. 4 with local BIAs or similar organizations, including the Downtown Business Association, the Chinatown Area Business Association, North Edge Business Association, and Chinatown Transformation Collaborative. 1 with the Community League Board of Macaulay, 1 with Victoria School, and a few additional with local businesses and politicians. In addition to these notification meetings, Boyle Street sent out notification letters from our executive director to over 50 additional community partners, politicians, and other stakeholders. Since these notification meetings, Boyle Street has attended or attempted to make contact with this key stakeholder group over 41 times in the last 10 months. That includes 15 documented interactions with interested parties in Chinatown, 13 attempted meetings or engagements with community leaders or representing or living in Macaulay, and 10 attempts or engagements with Victoria School. All of these documented interactions are listed in Section 32, Item Q of our submission. Well, I won't list all engagements. There are a few we wish to highlight. 1, our meeting with the Chinatown Area Business Association, where terms of a Good Neighbor Agreement were discussed, and follow-up email with terms of such are provided on April 5th, 2022. 2, a presentation made to the Chinatown Safety Council on February 25th, 2022 on the project and subsequent engagement opportunities. 3, an engagement hosted by Boyle Street Community Services in our current facility with leaders from the Chinatown Area Business Association, Chinatown Transformation Collaborative, Chinese Benevolent Association on June 29th, 2022. 4, our participation in a roundtable discussion hosted by Councillor Ann Stevens on September 22nd, 2022, where leaders of the Macaulay community, Central McDougall community, Chinatown Area Business Association, Chinese Transformation Collaborative, Edmonton Public School Board, Victoria School, and the Chinese Benevolent Association were able to address questions to us in a public forum. 5, a design consultation meeting that was scheduled for March 23rd, 2022 that received no attendance by the Macaulay Community League Board. 6, a design open house hosted in Macaulay on March 24th, 2022 at the Intercultural Day Center. 7, open house and presentation with Victoria School staff and parents on October 26th, 2022. And 8, a Macaulay-led and organized community conversation and open house with opportunity to speak with Boyle Street leadership on September 28th, 2022. In this point, I would like to address the counter-submission from the Macaulay Community League regarding this event. While Boyle Street was a co-organizer of the event, the process was community-led, and the event was facilitated by an independent facilitator chosen by the community representative. In the Macaulay Community League counter-submission, it is stated that questions were not allowed to be asked in a public forum. In truth, Boyle Street did respond to 2 public questions in the public forum at the end of the event. Additionally, 7 members of Boyle Street's senior leadership team were in attendance and stationed at tables where community residents could direct questions to them in one-on-one conversations or as a group. No limitations were placed on access to our staff. In these 41 conversations with key stakeholder groups, a number of outcomes have emerged. 1, Boyle Street has offered the opportunity for each group to participate in a legally binding good neighbor agreement. 2, concerns have emerged regarding traffic implications of the project, and Boyle Street has demonstrated a willingness to advocate alongside these organizations to the appropriate government bodies. 3, Boyle Street is working with groups to address specific concerns related to each group. One example is the need for additional support for teachers when dealing with unwanted individuals on Victoria School property. Another is the Good Neighbor Agreement that we have made with the BRIC that operates a business directly across the street from the King Thunderbird Centre. We hope to establish similar agreements with other community partners. And 4, Boyle Street has created a community and business liaison lead position that works directly with individuals experiencing homelessness and businesses around the King Thunderbird Centre to help address the identified gap between the crisis diversion team and the Edmonton Police Service. This was a specific concern articulated by the Chinatown Area Business Association. In addition to these community engagements, Boyle Street has continued to work with those we serve to ensure that the King Thunderbird Centre effectively meets their needs. Their feedback has greatly impacted the design of the outdoor space, as well as ensured that adequate Indigenous representation is incorporated into various aspects of the facility. As an organization, we have made a point of creating meaningful relationships with the surrounding stakeholders of our new facility. We are proud of the engagement work that we have embarked on up until this point, but also appreciate that there is much more work to be done. We remain committed to our organizational values of diversity and inclusion, and the belief that this building can serve as an opportunity to bring our organization, our neighbors together in a meaningful and good way. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I'll just canvass the panel to see if there's any questions. Start on the left. Nope. None for me either, sir, so thank you for your presentation. Mr. Noche, who would you like next?
I'm going to call upon our elder and knowledge keeper, Clifford Cardinal, at this moment.
Certainly.
Good evening. Danse. Amo watstone keo nsekason. O tate ka pio tohtian. Nemosompan. Kits nemosompan. Mestaimas kwahege sekasot. Yaguana gage skoeha. Te pahamatuna. As you all sit here and wonder what it is I'm saying, I shared with you in the language that was given to me by my ancestors, a language that was once vibrant in this great country. I belong to the largest Indigenous organization in Canada, the largest Indigenous group, the Cree of Canada. There was over 200,000 speakers of my language in 1905. In the 2021 census, there are now 1,000 of us left that can speak our language.
Sir, I'm just going to pause you for a second. We're nearing the 12-hour mark, and I think Google's kicking some of us out. So if you could just pause for one moment while we get the recording back. I want to make sure that all your comments are on the record. My apologies. Thank you. Do you need to just click on start streaming at the top, or are we okay?
We are on YouTube again.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Clifford. You may continue.
Thank you. The work of the spirit world is with us tonight. as I begin my presentation. I acknowledged and I introduced myself in my language. And what I said was, thank you for allowing me to be a part of this discussion in what you call dialogue. I introduced myself as the bee nest maker, a name that was given to me by my ancestors in ceremony. And I come to you from the Saddle Lake Cree Nation, the second largest nation in Canada of the Cree descent. I might add also that I'm an educator. I have been teaching high school since 1998 in a local high school in St. Paul, Alberta. And I've held this job now for 24 years. During my time as an educator, I've continued my learning of this foreign way of life that was forced on my people for centuries. In my teachings and in my lectures, I always share about respect and acknowledgement and connection. Today I respect every one of you who are listening to this discussion. I also wanted to share that I am a survivor, a direct survivor of Indian residential school. I was taken into Blue Quills at age 7. And aged out at age 18. But I never lost my connection to my very being. As I heard this morning by several people to acknowledge this Treaty 6 territory, I could not connect because these people were not speaking from their heart. They were speaking to be heard. That's a big difference. As I heard many stories in regards to acknowledgement of the land, I looked at my chief, who is present here today, and I felt sorry for him because these people disrespected our chiefs. I acknowledge the chief here, who sits in an outfit that was given by the crown, the very lady that I'm sitting in front of. The land acknowledgement is more than just a land acknowledgement. I actually wrote about this to my students. Acknowledging the land and all life within it in various ways is something that my people have done for generations. Expressions of gratitude and respect for the land was practiced long before contact. My people have had an intimate relationship and knowledge of these places and spaces. Land acknowledgement pays respect to those from our past, and also those who will experience our territory for generations to come. I cannot stress enough that land acknowledgements should be respectful, be reverent to the spirit world, to recognize the need for the right relationship, be communicated with humility and gratitude. What's important is that we emphasize that the land acknowledgements be delivered in a very insightful manner. The intent of this land acknowledgement that was encouraged by the 94 calls to action was to be respectful and acknowledge the land itself. These are the lands of my ancestors who have resided in this territory for millennia. I joined Boyle Street some time back through spirit and through ceremony. The executive director came to my home fire and presented tobacco, the same tobacco that he presented to me today, and asked me for guidance in the ongoing challenges of trying to save as many people as they can. One of the greatest challenges I observed on my first entry into Boyle Street was the lack of space. And also the challenges of trying to find space. Through the prayers and through the guidance of the spirit world, you are now recalling and seeing firsthand the renderings of the new home fire for Boyle Street Community Services. This has to be very, very unique, and it has to be connected to the spirit world, was what I shared with the Boyle Street organization. And as I seen in some of the renderings and some of the pictures here, the connection to the renderings were brought about by spirit, by prayer, calling on my ancestors to help us and to guide this in a good way, using humility and humbleness. Through the renderings, you have witnessed each den representing the northeast, representing the buffalo, the cultural space, that someone called this morning that people are just sitting around. That is hurtful. Hurtful to my spirit. In cultural and ceremonial spaces, we don't just sit around. It's not a drop-in center. It's not a drop-in den. It's a place of healing, a place of reconnection. Reconnection for so many of my people who are disconnected due to trials and tribulations of assimilation. And I shared with this humbled board my own experiences in trauma with the residential school. I was hurt by that. Not physically, mentally, or emotionally, but spiritually. That common area is not a place of gathering. On the floor represents the greatest ceremony of my people, the Sundance ceremony. The grandmother, as we call it, the Southeast, we call it Gascoan Pesta, the land of the mist. In the